systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone, conversations with a stranger I barely know, swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space? And I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Or would you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? Or would you walk away this time? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Will you rise above the days to come? Will it be enough? Or will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, they're by your side. 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tides. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Cato sadly left the team, let's say, after we promoted.
Kicked me.
no, we and then he road swapped after the Malta. So,
Yeah, that's the trajectory.
but after this, your career went great, right? You made like play. But,
War start. It starts with success. Is that how she did it? I can't. How did she? What was that? Hello? What the hell?
Okay, he can do this. Come on, medic. You got this. You got this. You got this. Easy ass, easy ass.
Nice, Lizzie.
Probably a good thing for Excel because they didn't even make playoffs with them.
Hey, dude, I'm right here. 6 teams go to playoffs. But G2, Fnatic, Mad Lions, Rogue, you expect to make it. Surprised you knew that. You knew that.
Is this the team that makes playoffs? Where are you?
Oh! Fischio? Have you lost weight?
Look who's missing playoffs now.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany for the final week of LEC Summer. 5 spots already gone in the race for playoffs, and over the next days, 4 teams will fight to salvage their season and make it to the next stage. Now for Schalke 04, this will be the last week we see them in the LEC, and they look to give Vitality a devastating loss in our opening game. At the desk today, I am Shocked, and I am joined by Guldborg, as well as the guest at the party that never seems to leave, Ender.
Okay. You know what? Honestly, I'm glad I can join the show from afar because Caedrel's wrath can't reach me all the way here in LA. And right now, I'm just a disembodied voice. It's very
yeah, you're
spooky,
just a voice. It is actually very
open.
spooky. Hi, nice to see you. Exactly. You know what? I also do think if you are the person at the party that never leaves, it also means you are the life of the party, and that's how I will choose to interpret that. Okay. Wonderful.
I like that. I like that.
Okay, Mikkel, how are you? Are you excited to be here?
Yeah, I'm great. Luckily, I've never made fun of Caedrel, I think, so I'm not really in any danger yet, but...
We'll have to check the tape. It happens when you're here a couple of weeks. You know, he's pretty easy target. Oh my God, did I just put my name on the list? Let's continue. Going into the week, 5 teams have already secured their spot in the playoffs, but their seeding is, of course, left to be decided. Now, the seeding for the playoffs is decided by championship points, which the teams gather across spring and summer, and they're meaning that spring is important as well as summer, as even though summer is weighted a bit more heavily when it comes into the playoff point system.
Exactly, right? So finishing first in summer, especially if you're a team like Rogue that's already sitting way up there in the standings, they already got 70 points back in spring by finishing in second. They would, of course, be able to launch themselves into that first place position. Also worth noting that if you don't make playoffs, your points don't matter. You don't get to like carry over some points. So Schalke there, who had 30 points from spring, don't get to randomly take those in and join the playoffs race, even from last place.
No, absolutely. Now, this is the minimum amount of points that the teams can get. Of course, they can very much improve on that. And you see how important it is because, remember, we're dealing with a lower and an upper bracket. Also, you want to lock that top 2 spot. You want to lock that top 4 spot, definitely so. And I think for certain teams, it is very important because Ender Fnatic didn't do too hot when it came to the spring season, right? So they'll want to improve on that and get a good position going into the playoffs. They have a head-to-head versus Misfit even that could throw that spanner in the works.
Exactly, that's the thing, right? Fnatic only with 20 points in spring, Misfits with a big old goose egg, absolutely none right there too. It's very important you do make it in the top 4 as well so that you guarantee yourselves that double elimination. It's really rough to be a 5th, 6th seed going into the playoffs, especially when you're a team like the Fnatic that expects to be making it towards the end, expects to be making it towards Worlds. Let's not forget, last year we had 4 seeds going into Worlds. This year, only 3, and there are a lot of good teams that are not going to be making it to the World Championship.
Yeah, that's a great point. We might not be thinking about it too much yet, but the team certainly will be, and that brings us to the big discussion. Who are the current favorites to win the LEC? Let's start at the top of the table, and let's maybe start with Rogue at the top of the table right now and got so close in Spring, Goldberg.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? Spring, everyone came in with the exception or with the realization that we probably have all of us now that Rogue in the regular split are looking like the best team. But to me, what is so different between Rogue now and Rogue back then is that back then with their pressure, they were very good at moving that around the map, getting some pressure on towards the top side of the map, bottom side of the map if they wanted to play for hands. This time around, they have really evolved with that playstyle to the point where they can actually do that for Inspired now. With the amount of time they have from the pressure in lanes, they use a lot of that to track the enemy jungler, which in turn helps Inspired outpath the enemy junglers to the extent that he's done this split. I think Rogue has done a phenomenal job with their rotations this time around.
And the big question, as you said already, is the fact that they have built on what they had from Spring. But of course, is it good enough to beat the teams that they may be meeting in the run-up to finals or possibly the finals? What does your gut tell you?
Yeah, that is what I think is actually going to define Rogue this time around, because I think there is no doubt about that. When it comes to fundamental League of Legends, Rogue is the best team we have in the LEC to do it. What some of the other teams have is this clutch factor, this X factor, and I think that's what we need to see with Rogue in playoffs as well. Once we get to these best-of-5 series, that's why it's no longer just about the fundamentals, because if you play a team that's so experienced like G2 or Fnatic in this time around, and they come out with that clutch factor where you can only rely on the fundamentals, they're going to come up on top. So this time around, I want to see Rogue be ready for this. I want to see Rogue bring the fundamentals, but also bring their own X factor.
Yeah, that's also what we heard from Reckless and Euphoria, saying, yes, Rogue will have the fundamentals down and will be suffocating you. You need to be willing to make the proactive plays. And in that regard, Ender, what do we think of Reckless and G2 in terms of their chances of winning the championship in summer?
I feel like a lot of people got really hard on G2 back in weeks 3 and 4 when they lost 4 games in a row, and that's obviously going to be rough, but they've only lost 2 games outside of those 2 weeks and against good teams as well. They have the best record in the second round robin. I feel like, for me, one of the biggest improvements from spring split to summer for G2 has been Jankos really finding his footing on these more aggressive ganking junglers in the early game. I think some of the changes to the jungle itself helped him, the champions that he's able to play too, and play around mid lane in a way to unlock Caps. Reminds me a lot of the G2 of old, where Caps can get out of his lane with an early game advantage, transition that into leads, diving side lane towers. It's all these types of things that made G2 strong in the early game that we're seeing a bit of a resurgence of.
And the pedigree of their organ, of their team, is also something we take into account. Of course, historical precedent, but we haven't even mentioned Mad and Fnatic, Goldberg. Why do you think they are not as prominent on our minds when it comes to that race for playoffs in the championship?
I mean, they're always prominent as well, but it's also the fact Fnatic just came from an 0-2 week, right? We do still see some inconsistencies, even despite some of the victories coming out. But no doubt about it, these teams are also teams you need to be worried about once you reach that playoff stage.
Indeed. So we'll see what happens at the top of the table. And while that fight is still very, very exciting, the pack is coming down the stretch in the race for playoffs. And only the winner will advance to the next round. Ender, take it away.
In first, we have Danish Dynamite, who only has some small fences left to jump towards the finish line. It's dead even between Danish Dynamite and the XL Shetland Pony, but the UK representative is known for always falling short at the last hurdle. Chasing them, we have the Vitality Warhorse, famous for pulling too far ahead when the pace increases. And of course, the Miracle Horse SK Spirit. Needless to say, we're in for a photo finish.
That we are. You set that up so well. Thank you, Ender, and I hope you keep that voice for the entirety of this segment. So,
okay.
To talk about the race for playoffs, we are making a bit light of it because it is a 4-horse race, but it is so important for any one of these organizations and these teams. Goldberg, this is the strength of schedule that we have. So basically the teams that these teams are going to play respectively. I look at Astralis, they are playing their direct competitors, SK, XL, and Vitality. Does that give them an edge?
Yes, that horse right there, Danish Dynamite, that's my favorite horse in this race coming into this one. I think people are heavily underestimating Astralis. If you take a look at at the track record against this team, they have the head-to-head against all of them, really. And I think people, they are really underestimating what Astralis do so well. As a cohesive unit, when you make a call, this is one of the most decisive teams we had. Sometimes their macro will falter. They'll always follow it no matter what. And when they are in their negative, sometimes that is what makes them so good. The fact that they're willing to, as a 5-man unit, punish at the same mistake they see countless times. We see this horse come back from a deficit, and I'm sure they're going to be able to do it against teams they've already beaten.
No, absolutely, and it's so important, especially for this weekend, because Astralis has been able to consistently, every single time, beat the teams that are below them in the standings. Not as big as a success rate against the teams above them, but it really doesn't matter right now if you see who they're going to play this weekend. It's seemingly untiltable, especially Magifelix. We know that from how he grinds the ladder as well. So I think that Astralis has a big chance, but we also have the Shetland pony. They have never made it, Ender. What do you think to excel?
Yeah, you know, I don't really know much about like horse racing or naming horses, but I feel like there's another name that might work a little bit better for Excel, Bojack Horseman, because I don't know, it always feels like you have some kind of hope for this team. They start out kind of bad, they get a little bit better, and then the bubble just bursts right at the end, right? You know, they always let you down, nothing actually changed, and they're not going to make playoffs again. They're not looking good. They're a game behind these other two teams ahead of them, and also we have a tough strength of schedule ahead of us. We have, you know, facing down a team like Astralis where it does look like a much easier road for Excel. I just feel like it is too hard for them coming into this final week where they have to play both Rogue and G2. That's not an easy task at all.
Bojack Horseman. Maybe the playoffs are their Secretariat movie. Maybe.
No, it's we're talking like season 4, season 5. It is
no.
Excel. Week 8. Okay, at the risk of muddying my metaphors and going for another TV show, week 8 for Excel is often like Game of Thrones season 8. You know, it just continues to get worse and worse until the end.
No.
I hate to see it.
You did send me right into another BoJack Horseman rewatch, so thank you for that. That'll be very precious hours of my life I will be losing. But also, let's talk about the other two teams we haven't mentioned, SK and Vitality. I think SK, we jokingly said Miracle Run a couple of weeks ago, but it is within reach for the squad.
It's the thing with SK, every time we get a stigma about this team, oh, the substitutions that come through didn't work for them, oh, they're bringing in Lilith now, will they have time to synergize? Yes, every time we raise these questions marks for SK, they're doing it. Last week again, are they going to be able to beat Fnatic? Oh, they cannot come back from gold leads. We haven't seen them come back if they're behind in the early game. They do it against Fnatic, and I think countless times, a lot of it comes from Lilith as well. What he has been able to bring for the team, while not always prominent in his early laning stats, comes from the roaming. It comes from the fact that he is a difference maker out on the map. We've seen his Leona already, the way he hex flashes over Vision into a Mad Life. This is what Lilith brings to the team. He is more decisive, and it helps them a lot.
Definitely so, and we see his development, right, from SK Prime to now in the LEC. He's learning, and it is showing. He is absorbing everything that he can here in the LEC. We will, of course, talk a bit more about Vitality as well in our pre-match analysis later, but it is very surprising to see them in this position where they are fighting for the playoffs. However, in addition to the fast track, there is another hurdle awaiting the horses this week, and now we will drop the metaphor. Patch 11.15, it will be our playoffs patch as well. Akshan is disabled for this week and playoffs. This has been decided after communication with the LEC teams. If you want, you know, the drama, just go open Twitter, but that's not for us to say. But what are we looking at here? What changes are we expecting on the Rift this weekend?
I am looking on two specifically. When I first read out the patch, to me it was casual with the extra damage you get on your E now, but also after having taken a look at a lot of the European regional leagues this week, they love Syndra. The Syndra buffs that came through on the queue with the mana there not only opened up for more mid lane Syndra, but it also opened up for a lot of bot lane Syndra. We have seen countless Syndras in the bot lane, and you know what? I wouldn't be surprised to see one today as well.
Yeah, you know, honestly, seeing those mana nerfs sort of like revert a lot of the nerfs that originally took Syndra out of favor for a lot of pro players is definitely going to bring her back. And I think on top of that too, comboing some mage buffs with some melee flex pick solo lane nightmare nerfs in the Gwen, the Viego, the Aurelia as well are all going to be really impactful because those champions were so incredibly high on priority. Okay, Cassiopeia.
Okay, Cassio. Work it.
I'm getting a little distracted there. Back to the analysis though. No, I lost it.
Tell me about Nidalee.
Flex picks nerfed. Oh, Nidalee? Honestly, so Nidalee's an interesting one because the buffs to her weren't huge, but I feel like these buffs are going to make her like even more of a threat when you look at like other leagues. Like LPL loves their Nidalee, LCK likes some Nidalee too. LEC, I feel like of all the major regions, just never really has picked up Nidalee. I think we have maybe like 1 or 2 games this entire split, so I don't think it's going to be a lot in the LEC, but comes World Times potentially, maybe we see that become more of a weakness in our junglers and not showing that.
Yeah, and also just to clear it out, these new champions finally coming in is enabling a lot of other champions now, so champions that want to play with the range. We've even seen Seraph be paired up against the Syndra now just because, okay, she can't reach me with the range, so this is actually doing a lot to the meta, at least from what we have seen in the early stages of patch 11.15. So it's going to be curious to see what the pro players are going to be making of it, because as we said, it's going to be the playoffs pass as well.
Yes, could be a unique opportunity for the teams that need those wins in this final week to maybe show something different. Now, Mad Lions and Fnatic, they are in a intense battle to get the best of the standings. Oh, I messed that up. You know what? This is a matchup that we're likely going to see in playoffs, and tomorrow they face off in our match of the week. Just read the prompter, Shops.
Smooth.
At the beginning of the split, the champions of the LEC, who had done us so proud on the international stage, began to stumble.
The reason why we were struggling, I think it was the MSI journey, which made us really tired.
Basically, being burnout is the feeling that you cannot like fully focus anymore and you don't feel motivated because you don't have any break, you couldn't like refocus.
The hardest part about being an LEC representative is feeling like you could have done more. I can imagine when you're on the way back and you just lost a 2-3 best of 5, you're beating yourself up for that one and you have to find the motivation to grind out Viego, Gwen. You're quarantining when you're going to MSI and quarantining when you're coming back, right? So that's an extra layer of mental toll. I can only imagine that it was very rough on them.
Everyone in our team is quarantined, so we cannot see each other. We can't leave the house. We are gonna be playing way better at the end of the split.
Now that we are back in office, it's getting better and we started improving a lot once again.
Both Mad and Fnatic have looked similar in their playstyle so far, and with Mad's return to form, it will be a joy to watch these two impulsive and bloodthirsty teams go head-to-head.
The Dragon is secured by Mad Lions, they get the soul, they get themselves another kill.
And not only that, they should be able to pick up this team fight afterwards, go for the Baron as well.
But there's the wave! And I'm sorry, Vitality, but there's no way you live through that self-made dive back in. But that's a triple kill for Humanoid.
I think Mad are a really good team and they have a very similar style to us. I want to beat them because, you know, the band of brothers. Having that tag is something that I respect a lot and it's something that I want my team to have as well. And even though we have fun, we play very solid League of Legends.
Viego's going to be powerful in this one. If he keeps getting resets, he's going to start to take off. And Whipple's going to get burned down, but no, he's going to turn right back in. He'll stay on the way in. Whipple will not die. My God, it's an absolute slaughter. Hillisang straight onto Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hillisang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out, it's cancelled. Whipple on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the main things right now. He's looking for Niski. There's a couple of kills, 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies.
Of course I think.
As the reigning champions, you are always looking over your shoulder, watching for who could threaten your title. And Fnatic have their eye on the prize.
Feels good to have the trophy when there are people that were hyped, like Hansama, Upset. They were both like super hyped, but in the end, I got it, guys.
Look at Tristan. Oh, Kazi dives in with the kill. That was actually genius.
Definitely feels bad to see other people reach the things you want to, but it's also part of growing as a human to not compare yourself and really focus on the things you can do.
Upset going in. It's a mad play, but it just might work. Upset going in with the triple.
Fnatic came into summer wanting to prove that this lineup is championship material. They want to show Mad Lions who's boss.
Oh, Oh, what a fantastic match of the week. Also in the back of our minds that this may be a best of 5 we end up seeing once the playoffs come around. It is so important in the race for the top 4. Fnatic, they're coming off an 0-2 week, Goldberg. Does that make them more or less dangerous versus Mad Lions?
I mean, I think they certainly got exposed for a lot of their flaws in the games they had, and I think it was very different ways they were losing. The game against Rogue, it just felt like they never really had a chance, and then in the game against SK, it just felt like they dropped the ball in the late game from a game where they're purely in control. So I think it's good for them to have these kind of weeks before playoffs as well, get exposed before the best or the most important games rather actually come into the schedule.
But again, Ender, of course, it's going to be very important for Fnatic, as we talked about just earlier in the championship points, and the fact that you want to get yourself the best position possible going into those playoffs.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, you know, when you think about like the race for Worlds, even where we have 4, even 5 teams with Misfits in the conversation all the way at the top of the standings. Me personally, I don't see a world where Rogue and G2 don't go to Worlds. So for me, it really is a competition between Fnatic and Mad Lions. All these teams at the top are so close, but I feel like those 2 teams for me are going to be making it. So this matchup tomorrow is going to show so much for us come playoff time.
Very exciting, and there are so many key matchups this week as we decide the teams in the upper and the lower bracket for the playoffs. And when we look at the schedule for today, we see immediately how important the matchups are at the beginning for that playoff lock and that playoff race. Vitality, Schalke, and SK versus Astralis, as well as XL, Rogue. Then we get into the territory, Goldberg, of the top 4 fighting. It's really nice when you arrive at a super week in week 8 where there is still so much left to play for.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be an eventful weekend, and the funny thing about the last playoff spot is that it won't be decided today. No one of those last 4 teams can lock today. It's also going to be about tomorrow, and also the head-to-head we're talking about with Astralis. All these teams both pushing for that last playoff spot, but also to lock those series points is what this Super Week is going to be all about.
Yes, I want some drama. Give it to us, teams, and maybe we'll see it out of Vitality. They are under a lot of pressure going into this week. And earlier, Laura caught up with Crown Shot.
Shox, thank you, and Crown Chat, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your game. How do you feel about this Super Week?
Well, practice has been going well, so I mean, I think all the teams we can take games of each team, and I think the playoff race is very close, so I'm excited to see how it will go, but I'm sure we can still make it.
It is a really packed middle of the pack, actually, and you plus XL, Astralis, I mean, 4 teams are in a difficult situation, and when you think about it, you have to win 2 games. You can't afford to lose against Astralis. Yep. And I know that usually when I ask about this kind of situation, you guys tell me, we have to play our game, we have to be focused, but how do you put yourself in this mental mindset so that you don't think about the opponents?
I mean, I think it's just to try to be as comfortable as possible. I think me and Selfmade were already in this position multiple times in LEC, so I think we won't be that nervous. And I think it's just playing our game that we know how to play from scrims and playing aggressive and being on the same page, and I think we can for sure make it.
You told me that scrims have been going good for you. What was different compared to the previous game we saw from you guys on stage?
Well, I think scrims have been going good for us pretty much the whole season, but maybe on stage where the game is more controlled and we need to play a bit slower, sometimes we get a bit impatient and don't play patient enough. So if we can do this well this week, I'm sure we'll do well.
Yeah, I hope you can show on stage. And more about you. Within this new Vitality project, when I look at the stats and the damage, you're the main damage dealer for the team, which is interesting because talking to Selfmade and Leader, we established the fact that Vitality can carry from all across the board and every member of the map. So tell me about this new role in this summer project for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this split is more focused around the team fights for me, right? Like early game is not played that much for me, but I think I've played in many different teams and in many different styles where I was playing around a lot, not played around. So it's a new experience. So it's always fun to try. Yeah.
And I hope these previous experiences can carry through this week. You will get to play against Schalke in the first game. They don't have anything to lose actually. So how will you tackle this game?
We just need to pretty much focus on our own game and do what we know we're good at, and I'm sure it will do well.
All right, and the aggression from Vitality. Well, Crown Chat, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck on this Super Week.
Thank you very much.
And back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much, Laura. Wonderful interview. And indeed, they can carry from each position, but will they actually do it has been the question for me for the entirety of summer. Ender, what is your take on the Vitality project now in summer after almost 8 weeks of play?
Well, you know, it's not nearly as bad as a lot of people thought it was going to turn out. It's also not as fantastic as a lot of people thought it could go. It was pretty middling. You know, this team is right on the cusp of making playoffs. And as far as my expectations, I feel like that's slightly below where I would have thought they'd be. I thought they would be very solidly our 6th place team, you know, clear cut above of the rest. But I think that some of the players that were maybe more hyped coming into the split haven't performed to the level we've seen from them in the past. In particular, Selfmade, I think his 2021 has been all right, but it was not nearly as flashy as his breakout performances back in 2019 and in 2020 especially. And at the same time, Leader in the mid lane is not the ERL player you know and love that's, you know, off in side lanes gallivanting, getting 1v2, 1v3, you know, outplays on a lot of these carry champions. It's been very inconsistent for him, and he's really struggled early on.
But that's the whole thing about Leader as well. So for a guy that actually has followed Leader a lot in the European regional leagues, his laning stats was always bad, also at the European Masters. But the thing at the ERLs was he was never getting solo killed. He was never pushed to the point where he was actually a negative for his team. What the goal plan was with Leader was to get him out of laning phase, out in a side lane where he could just mechanically outplay the opponents or in a team fight on an even footing. That was Leader. But now where the level has risen, where he's playing against other LEC teams, where other people are targeting him, it just seems like Vitality is struggling to find this pressure in the mid lane that they so desperately need to play for a guy like Selfmade, for example.
Well, of course, he's given the blueprint of how to beat him because of his play in the ERL to a lot of the teams. And I think when you get to a level of the LEC, Ender, they can play around that blueprint and think, okay, well, if you're used to falling behind, we'll make you fall behind even more. And then that will render your team, I wouldn't say useless, but it will be very hard for you to come back. We have seen that Shigenda, for instance, has had quietly the best early game in Vitality the last couple of weeks. We know that Crown Shot deals the damage when it gets to the mid game. So what would be the game plan for Vitality this weekend?
Well, I think one of the biggest stats you can look at down the bottom of your screen, the forward percentage. First in the league at 36.5%. He is always pushing in his waves, and it does play towards the style that Vitality have gone for a lot in the early game, because I think a lot of their early playmaking is driven by Selfmade and Leader roaming up towards the top side, working off of crashing those big waves into the tower and punishing enemy top lane picks. You know, if they're not doing that, if Shigenda is just sort of pushing up there by himself, he's getting ganked, he's dying, all these things are going to look very bad for them. So it has to be coordinated around his lane dominance, around pushing in and trying to punish on those big wave crashes.
Yeah, and you know, I also cast LPL on this side, and the biggest contrast between LPL and LEC right now is that LEC tends to play more for the bottom part of the map. Fnatic comes into mind, but Vitality has the kind of stylistic to be one of those LPL teams that plays for the top side of the map. But to me, once again, that goes back to the mid lane discussion we had with Leader. If you don't have mid lane priority, you can't move around with your jungler. You can't move up to the top side of the map, and you can't have that influence that's so desperately needed. So while Shigenda is having good solo performances, we also needed for the rest of the team to come together to play for him.
Yes, a tall order for them this weekend, but it is certainly possible. But this week is also the last time we'll see Schalke on the LEC stage. That is, you know, that's a pretty sad thing. We can't beat around the bush in that regard. But on the other hand, we have to look at them and look to play spoiler this weekend, but also for every single player on stage, hopefully to make a good impression and to get their names out there for the future.
Yeah, that's the thing, because while this may not be the last game for Schalke, this will be last time Schalke is playing Vitality. This is the last time these players can leave the same remark here. So what we want to see, as you just said yourself, is that we want to see them play spoiler. We want to see them do their own self-justice and the organization while they're still here, because they have the opportunity to do so now.
And one of the things that I think is just so poetic coming into this final week is their very last game in the LEC on Sunday is versus Fnatic. And if you've been following the LEC for a while now, you know that Schalke's first and only final was 2018 summer in Madrid up against Fnatic, where they played and unfortunately lost. But to sort of course correct history, yeah, it's not changing everything, but I think to go out on a win versus Fnatic would be the perfect way to wrap up Schalke's history here in the LEC.
And why not go 3-0, right? In your last week on stage.
One last miracle run.
We'll see. Oh, that's so cute. Well, we have arrived at the final chapter of the regular season, and everything will be decided over the next 3 days. Let's kick things off.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Trouble for the first 3 games of our Super Week. And we're going to be talking so much about teams that are going to be able to qualify for playoffs and then also the championship points. So there's a lot to keep in mind. Before that, though, Trouble, I want you to talk to me about the new patch. 11.15, you've been looking a lot at the ERLs. What can we expect on stage?
The ERLs have been playing, I think, 1 or 2 weeks on 11.15. They've been playing officially for 1 week. They've been practicing for that much longer. And there's a lot of Syndra down the bot lane, Quickshot. And if one player, one ADC, is willing to play everything and anything down bot lane, that's Crownshot.
Interesting. All right, Crownshot, he's played that Ziggs in the bottom lane as well. Vitality come into this game on a 4-game losing streak. Schalke on a 7-game losing streak. Schalke are already eliminated from playoff contention, so they can play spoiler, they can play heartbreakers. There's a lot of pressure on Vitality's shoulders. Now, you've already mentioned Syndra's a possibility. Quick reminder that with the changes to Gwen on this patch, the expectation is she's going to fall off quite a lot. And we see who will be replacing her and where. So, Schalke first pick on the side of blue. What are you expecting from them? What would you prioritize now on 11.15?
So there are a lot of things that are flavor, I won't say flavor of the month, I'll say flavor of the meta right now. The Varus is very heavily contested. We do still see a lot of Lucians. The Mundo has risen up in popularity in the EROs, but in this scene as well. We still have the Viego that's now permanently moved in the jungle because his Q was nerfed in the solo lane. And as you can see, most of these picks are now gone, done and dusted. The Mundo still up and available though.
Oh, very good call on the Mundo. Nearly instant lock-in for Schalke. Thresh, of course, being banned away, is now the most popular champion this summer. 97% pick and ban presence. And obviously going to be removed from the pool. Shigenda with a lock-in there on the Renekton and the Varus as well. So reading the comps so far, but Crownshot not going to be taking that AP bot. We'll see if it rises up later in the day.
So from what I'm seeing right now, I don't know if this Renekton is going to end up in the hands of Lida, but I'm pretty sure that Shigenda has played it before. I'm not a big fan of it if it goes versus the Mundo, but I have an inkling in my ears that this Mundo is going to be taking the routes of the forest and ending up in the hands of Kirei.
Okay. We'll see if that happens. It'll be the first time for Kirei. Shigenda has played that Renekton once in the top lane. And then it'll be Tristana and Rel in the bottom lane. So there's one of your engage tools as well.
Yeah, the W was actually buffed. The cooldown went down by 2 seconds. So this is why we're seeing Rel slowly creeping back in. And of course, having an immobile ADC such as the Varus, you want something to hard engage with.
Okay, and of course, one of the counters, one of the tools for some disengage.
Ah, you say counters. I think they counter each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Then it comes down to execution,
Faster
right?
player wins.
There we go. Faster player timing vision as well. And now we get to see a little bit more into the mindsets. If this Renekton does end up in Lida's hands, what does Shigenda take? And also, what will Selfmade run in the jungle? Now, these two teams, by the way, was their very first game of summer against one another, and Vitality dominated Schalke. It was a 25-minute win 8 weeks ago. And of course, the journey to where we are now could not be more different. It's been a downhill spiral for Schalke. Vitality, they still have a hope, they still have a chance, but they cannot falter, they cannot execute badly.
They have to take out, from the side of Schalke, champions that could potentially provide a big wombo. Yes, you have the Renekton, you have the Alistar for the heavy engage. It goes really well with the Yone, it goes really well with the Yasuo. This is why Schalke is going to ban the 2 out. The Lucian is still up and available, something that Lida does resort to a lot of times in the mid lane, and it's also AD, something that he really likes to play. On the other side, they're not really biting that this Mundo is going to go in the top lane. That's why they're getting Gangplank out of the way as well. And Nuclear Int, one of the games that Schalke managed to pick up, Nuclear Int actually dominated, roaming the map with the Twisted Fate.
Yeah,
and again, having immobile carries is really hard to play against him.
He's played it twice this summer, and as you mentioned, one of them was the win. And of course, for a leader, Yasuo removed from his pool. Aurelia as well. Yone, something he's gone back to several times. What do Schalke remove? And also, what do you think Selfmade's going to run in the jungle now? So obviously, Diego's been removed from the pool. If you're expecting the Mundo...
Yeah, this is the assassin, as I call it, Rumble, if Selfmade just lock it in, because he plays it with Protobelt and Electrocute, which is something that you want to just go really hard in onto the engage, and that suggests to me that it's gonna be paired up with some sort of AD in the mid lane by Lida, unless they wanna put Lida onto the Renekton.
Okay, that's gonna be the question. Shigendo or Lida, who will be running that Renekton? Quick confirmation, by the way, that final ban from Schalke was missed. So it's a little bit too long there. Unfortunately, did not manage to lock anything in.
Or have you seen a lot of players in solo queue that don't want to ban anything because they're not scared of anything?
Oh, well, that's an interesting, a bold take here, Georgia. But I'm already starting to wonder a little bit about the scaling here. I think you've got a very beefy front line. You've got some good engage. You've got Teamfight, Mundo, and Tristan are going to do very well later into the game as well. And if Jace is locked in, that will be for Broken Blade in the top lane and confirming your suspicions. Kirei running the Mundo in the jungle.
I think it's the safest to say that the Mundo is a really great pick, a really safe pick to pick in the jungle, doesn't lose too many things, he farms really fast. Kirei in the past has had a little bit of struggle finding himself in the meta, so picking something that is extremely easy to execute will help him out in the game as well. Now, let's see what leader will choose to go with, because that's not an AD champion, but it's an assassin champion. Any assassin champion is a leader champion.
Exactly. Won Akali this summer. This will be his second. And of course, it just fits the bill for the rest of this Vitality roster. Protobell Rumble is what we're expecting. Renekton that wants to jump forward. Alistar that can do the same. And obviously, if you are Neon or Broken Blade, you're probably going to be the targets this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, if you look on the other side, I feel like Schalke have built the perfect front-to-back composition. They've got the Ball to poke from the Orianna. They've got the Jace to poke AD damage on the top side as well. Can bully the Renekton. Broken Blade, we've been talking about him for so long. He needs a lane to dominate in, and that's what they've built up for him, giving him the Jace. Schalke is not playing games. They're not like, okay, yeah, we're out. They're like, we ruined Excel's run to playoffs last split. We're going to ruin Vitality's one as well.
Oh, I mean, this is so juicy for Vitality. They need this win to stay in the race. And of course, I feel like if their composition doesn't get ahead, the tools in Schalke's kit can shut down anything. They've got so much versatility with range, with the poke. As you mentioned as well, they can do front to back. So once we get into the game, close eyes on what Selfmade can do in the jungle. Can he lead Vitality once again? And will the bromance with leader pay off? Schalke already eliminated. As we said, they're going to play spoiler. Going to play to stop everybody else's chances.
Yeah, and they've got a pretty good composition to do so. And Broken Blade on a carry. I'm counting on that.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift for Super Week here in the LEC. Don't forget that we have games on Sunday as well. And obviously the two important races. First, to qualify for playoffs. And then secondly, seeding in the regular season will give you championship points. That will then lead to where you are seeded in the playoff bracket. So let's take a look how Vitality start this game off.
Honestly, I think we talked a lot about how, yes, Schalke has the textbook composition, they have the front to back, they've got everyone on something that they're very comfortable in. But that is such a Vitality comp, A to Z as well. You've got Leader on an Assassin, Selfmade on his infamous carry Rumble, and you've got Sigenda on something that he was known for in the ERLs. And when he made his way into the LEC, the Renekton, Crown Shot is one of probably the best viruses that we do have in Europe. And of course, Labrov on a heavy engaged champion, because he's the one making the plays for his team.
I mean, that Rumble and Varus is the most played champions for Selfmade and Crown Shot. Yeah. 5 games each prior to this one. And while it'll fit the mentality and the play style, how do they make use of it? You know, where does Selfmade prioritize his time? It feels like you could really go anywhere at the moment.
To be fair, something that not a lot of people talk about is the fact that Rumble's E shreds magic resist.
Ooh, Limit's gone all the way in. Already used that flash, stealing some of the stats away as now Crown Shot and Labrov instantly turn it around. I mean, that is a positive health trade and showing you what Limit wants to do.
That's it's something that we see a lot Limit and Neon do in the bot lane. They're trying to take the 2v2s, but it's not the right timing, and Crownshot and Labrov didn't even sweat on that. The second Tristana tried to go in, Labrov was like, you're not allowed in here, and Crownshot just walks out. That Summoner down, though, could cost Limit his life. Luckily for him, Selfmade is going towards the top side of the map.
He is right now. This wave is obviously going to be naturally pushing towards Vitality, thanks to that explosive charge from Tristana. And while that's happening, Selfmade is once again making his way top, while you can see Kiri on the bottom and clearing out the red buff.
We've been talking a lot about the bromance between Leader and Selfmade, how they both complement each other with the picks that they will choose. And no one talks about how the E from Rumble shreds Magic Resist. If you shred Magic Resist, that means that Akali spells that were heavily buffed this season towards AP ratios are gonna hurt that much more. They're gonna make that assassination that much quick. So I'm thinking that Selfmade can still pay a lot of attention around Leader's lane trying to punish Nuclear.
It's something that we've seen so much of in summer. And I think for Leader, some statement games this weekend are going to be required. He's had a few mishaps, shall we say, in the last few weeks. And I think a lot of fans have been very critical. And something that I have always felt is that if you commit to a playstyle, to how sort of Leader and Selfmade have, you really have to execute on it exceptionally to be competitive at this level. Talking about that, wave pushing forward as we expect. Kira, he's going in for this.
All
dive.
teleports are up as well. There is no wave build up. I don't think that can work.
Well, the wave is going to be cleared out. The next one making its way up. And the threat of an engage. But it goes back to what we saw a moment ago. Limit committing the flash at level 1. Kira setting up for a potential dive. Schalke, they're trying to disrupt Vitality early.
Now Neon is stuck there all on his own, and if you see the way that Vitality played with that wave, it's going to be stuck towards the side of Vitality. That means Neon cannot even walk up to get experience. He has to bounce out.
It really does. So that W will be on cooldown. Labrov shoving out. And the ward that was placed earlier, Kira will spot out Selfmade picking up his own Gromp, and it's still very even. You can see CS numbers favoring as you would somewhat expect. In the top lane there, for Broken Blade, just got a small advantage to the bottom lane in this wave. Now will slowly make its way towards Limit and Neon.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you are Selfmade, you really need to keep track of that flash onto Limit. You could make a play with Labrov. Rel is still the target here since it doesn't have a way of getting out if you do gank. And Selfmade is almost level 6. He could potentially make it, having his ultimate. By that time, hopefully Limit for them will not have his flash up and available. Try to make the play, go for the dragon, start stacking the map.
Okay, so a lot of play potential in the next few minutes. Let's keep tracking those waves. Selfmade makes his way up top.
Not been spotted.
A couple of wards have been placed, one in the tri-bush and one just behind the blue buff. Level 5 on Broken Blade. Shigenda's got his flash available, and there's going to be action on both sides as stun comes out onto Labrov. Kire will spot a ward, and nothing major happens in the bottom lane.
No, but in the top lane it did. Broken Blade lost his flash, and that is so important because if you see where Sigenda is freezing the wave, that's going to be really hard for Broken Blade to walk back into his lane and crush that wave in, which means it's going to require jungle attention. And at that particular moment, Kirei is down the bot lane, and very cleverly, Selfmade again is making his way up top.
No flash on Broken Blade, but because he was the recipient of the gank, that allowed Schalke to have the uncontested first dragon of the game. This time around, going to be trading blows. If you look at the mini-map, Shigenda may be able to move, and both teams, they're fishing for opportunities here, Trouble, but they haven't been able to make anything stick just yet.
This gives me deja vu of the first time these teams met, which was week 1. For both of these teams, it was the first game in this season of the LEC in summer. And even though we expected Vitality to come in bloodthirsty, to brawl everywhere, they had the champions to do that, they played a more slow and calculated sort of game. And this is very important because I think they have like a 6% chance of making playoffs, but it's still a chance. And they need to make sure that they win all 3 of their games, starting with Schalke, that is below them in the standings. It's so important.
It really, really is. And of course, Schalke are the only team that's eliminated right now. As the river is now being cleared out, Vitality placed a little bit of wards. I want to turn our attention very quickly to the top lane because 2 of the danger players in this matchup is Broken Blade and Shigenda. I think Shigenda, since he's come back onto the Vitality roster, replacing SLD, has played relatively well. I mean, kills plus assists at 15 looks strong. He's got a positive CSD, positive gold difference. And I feel like he's had something to prove. I feel like Shigenda's played very aggressive in the games and really tried to, push his limits, basically.
Here's the thing. If you join this Vitality roster, you know what's going on between mid and jungle. We've talked about the bromance right there. If you're not going to hold on your own in the top lane, you're most likely going to get out, like it happened with SLT. And they bring back Shigenda, and Shigenda is proving a point. He had 2 seconds right there. I think it was gold at 15, CS difference at 15. He's been doing great in a roster where he doesn't necessarily get too much attention in.
Yeah, I mean, this game is obviously a little different. Selfmade did visit the top lane. But for Shigenda, he's going to be the recipient of a lot of pressure. Dominus is thrown down, throws the Q out for the heal. Here's now a 3v3. That's a fantastic equalizer from Selfmade, and the first kill is picked up with a burn down. Now leader's focusing Kira as Nuclear Int forces out the shockwave just to push Selfmade back. It's 1 kill to Vitality.
But look at bot lane.
What's happening there? There's a kill picked up.
That's 2 kills for Vitality.
Nicely done indeed. So a gank up at the top lane, countered by Vitality, as well as a straight up 2v2, and that's going to allow a 1,600 gold lead for Vitality.
That was so well played by Shigenda. He stayed to the break of time. He stayed until he couldn't anymore, and then he flashes out last minute, and guess who's there? It's actually the duo, Selfmade and Lida. But let's see what happened actually in the ball lane, because I didn't realize Neon oversteps. They expected Crownshot and Labrov to have back at this point and actually reset and make probably their way towards the top side, but they didn't. That was a really nice, as we would call it in solo queue, nice camp.
Nice indeed. And that's just a gigantic lead here for Vitality now. Big gold advantage, the bottom lane. Crownshot and Labrov had been jumped on multiple times. Importantly, Flash is still available for Neon. He only used that heal. And also, I just noticed the gold difference there. Well spotted, Trouble. Selfmade 1,000 gold up over Kirei.
So important. Every time we look at Vitality, we're like, it's Selfmade that makes the movements around the map. It's Selfmade that has to make the game work. He has to make the movements on the map, and he absolutely is. Very crucial right here. They're managing to punish Broken Blade. I think he was deprived of some experience right there, which will give a lot of breathing room to Shigenda, who also doesn't have his flash up and available. So really good stuff right there from Selfmade. He protect, but he also attack.
And you can also see how the comp will complement each other, right? That equalizer plus all the mobility in the Renekton and Akali's kit. It's going to be very difficult for Schalke to create or sort of navigate that front-to-back fight they may want if Vitality can find the angles of entry.
I love the fact that you mentioned that Schalke are playing the front to back, because that's exactly what they have. They have the 2 carries in the back with the Orianna and the Tristana and the Jace, 3. And then the Mundo and the Rel, they're all walking in a straight line. You can't walk in a straight line when the floor is lava. Quick shot from Selfmade, and then arrows start coming in, and then you can't walk through choke point because Crownshot has Chain of Corruption, and then suddenly a wild Lida and a wild Shigenda are going to be running in with the Renekton and the Akali. So this is why I was scratching my head, because I'm like, Vitality have gotten every single pick they wanted to play the game how they want to and how we expected them to play the game at the start.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they've just been outplayed. There's the flash from Neon to get to safety. Crownshot threw out the Chain of Corruption. Selfmade has got himself the equalizer as well. Will fire that one out, starts to burn. The floor is lava and melted down. Second kill for Selfmade, limits the next target. The headbutt knocks him into the air. A double for Selfmade.
The bromance has been broken. Selfmade has been mid, Selfmade has been top, Selfmade has been bot, and every single gank has been a success for the man. He's been in every single kill except one. He's everywhere. He is the reason why Vitality right now are 3,000 gold in the lead, and they're also gonna break the streak of the dragon stacking for the side of Schalke.
Yeah, they will. I mean, that's just a gigantic advantage, and it just looks like they are outplaying Schalke at the moment. That counter-engage in the top lane managed to go Vitality's way. Crownshot and Labrov, they set up the 2v2, and at 11 minutes in, we've already got the Duskblade completed for Crownshot. He's got a 20 CS advantage. And Shigenda, with those armor boots, is already jumping again onto Broken Blade over and over. trying to maximize his kit.
That's gonna hurt so much. Look at what Nuclear Int has. He's got Magic Pen Boots and a Lost Chapter. If one of these arrows hits him, he's gonna fall significantly low, which will give Leader and then Sigenda and even Selfmade the right to move into the map. Once the Proto Belt is also secured for the side of Selfmade, you will see Vitality starting to move much more aggressive in these choke points.
Well, they've already been super aggressive. And I also just thought about that as well. You know, you talked about the Electro Harpoons and how they can help out, you know, Leader. And then when you think about an Equalizer plus the piercing arrows with the Duskblade damage, there is so much long-range, non-committal damage that can land, and that will be the go signal. Vitality can wait for some of those skill shots to connect and then decide. And look, there's the Proto Belt, exactly as you were expecting. For Selfmade, he's got the Equalizer available, and for the time being, it is Schalke on the aggressive. They're pushing a wave into the mid lane, but they've got to be a little careful because they might just be surrounded.
They're doing it completely for the Rift Herald right here. They're trying to get some gold injection into the carries, but you see Labrov is in the mid lane, Selfmade is sticking around, which means Neon cannot walk anywhere near this tower, which means he's not going to be cashing in on any of that plating money.
There is a Chain of Corruption available for Crown Shot. He's already going to flash to safety. Labrov interrupts the engage from Limit. The Equalizer's been held for now. 4 members of Schalke about to get backed up by Broken Blade. Long range snipe. Leader jumps in, dashes out, is now hiding inside the smoker being burned down. Survives just a few seconds longer before dashing his safety. Now all of a sudden it's Labrov that's down. Schalke the first kill of their game, but it ends up being a 1-for-1.
That was a 1-for-1, but look at the top lane. Sigenda is pushing, he's taking solo XP, he's taking solo gold. He's already around 6 CS above Broken Blade in the top lane. He's taking all the tower plate. As he continues like this, he can take the entire tower. And at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1. You get another kill on your carry with this Crown Shot, and you just have to give up your cow. I think it's worth for Vitality.
Definitely. The plate gank secured some gold for Schalke, but they're still in a 4,000 gold deficit. And this is how the play started, as Schalke were fishing.
Yeah, and they're trying to fish for a kill, but that's Labrov, that's an Alistar. He has his ultimate up and available, which means it takes so long. And look at the patience on Selfmade to lay down the perfect Equalizer. The second Schalke wanted to move out, he completely stops the choke point with the Equalizer, and then of course Crown Shot with a very nice snipe right there, finishes the job.
I mean, that shockwave from Nuclear Int really did not find the necessary targets. And with the gold lead that Vitality had...
Even if he did, with the Bootyard Sale in his inventory, it's really hard to kill someone.
I mean, you're playing against 2 Proto Belts as well as a Duskblade already. And that means Vitality have just got so much more fighting power. Selfmade has also, I think, read the game pretty well.
Selfmade is everywhere. Yeah. He creates the action, and he's also there to protect from potential action coming from Schalke. I feel like Selfmade took the 0-2 very personally. Selfmade took the 0-2 very personally last week, and he's like, fine, I'll make it work. 6% is enough for me, and you're seeing it in this game.
You're indeed, of course, because of the fact that Vitality will be playing against Astralis, team just above them in the standings and who they're competing with. There's still a lot at stake. Sigenda gets the backup of Selfmade. There's the Proto Belt forward. The Flame Spitter is burning, burning, burning. Well, that's going on in the bottom lane. Crown Shot and Labrov pushing every time. There's a play top. There's a counter bottom. Sigenda survives long enough to at least get one back. Now Nuclear steps forward. No shockwave. Selfmade flashes out. He's got the to support it. It ends up being a 2-for-3 in favor of Vitality.
Oh my god, he's a madman. He stayed around. He knew they were going to go for it, and bot lane gets yet another one.
Oh man, that's another kill for the 2v2. Crown Shot and Labrov.
It's not. We got confused. Rel died top lane. It was the triple kill, Trevor.
Thank you.
You baited me.
Thank you.
You baited me.
I got too excited by all the action. But I think crucially what I want to highlight is that every time there is a play top, Vitality are cross-mapping and doing it well.
I think I would very much compare Selfmade to a Bloodhound. He smells the ganks from so far away. Any movement on the map from Schalke, any try on the map for Schalke for any redemption or any kill, he reads that. He stays around because he knows this is coming. He lays another perfect Equalizer onto specifically Nuclear Int, which we mentioned how squishy he is, and then he moves in. Once he's overheated, he moves back out, and Sigenda has a full bar of fury. He's baiting the Schalke lineup to get on him. He then heals, and Selfmade, we talked about that. He's playing Dark Harvest here. He absolutely melts his targets. If your tank is gonna die that easy, yeah, you saw what happened to the rest.
Yes, I mean, the overheated Flame Spitter does so much damage.
Oh, is this going to be a death cap second item?
I mean, I don't know. 6, 1, and 1. 300 gold bounty, 2 towers to 0. 8 kills to 3. Neon's got the flash available, as well as the W. That's a 2-man knockup from Lebrod. The tower's being focused by Crown Shot. The piercing arrow comes out as well. The lay of the carpet is laid down, and that's already a dead Rel. Okay, there's what's happening elsewhere on the map. Nuclear is pushing top. He's got no teleport available. At the same time, leaders down bottom, Vitality are just dominating the match.
Absolutely, and another great bait right there from Labrov. I think he tanked like 5 tower shots, didn't matter, because what they need to do at this point is start opening the map. They're taking that mid lane tier 1, means that they can move very freely into Schalke's jungle, because the only one that can actually face check is Kirei. If Kirei is not there, Schalke cannot enter the jungle that technically you could say belongs to them, but not anymore.
Question is, what sort of impact is Kirei going to have? I mean, he's 1-1 and 2 at the moment, but the amount of damage on the other side of the rift, plus the fact that so many of the champions can frankly just ignore him, just jump through. If I'm going to CC lands, limits, or maybe that shockwave has a big impact, it's such a difficult way to come back into this game for Schalke.
The thing is, you don't care about the shockwave hitting you because you're not the one walking through choke points. It is Schalke that has to come through choke points to you to contest the dragons, to contest the heralds, to get some vision for themselves. And Leader, you can see how easily he can move around the map, he can move around the river. Again, that mid lane tier 2 is so important, especially when you're playing as aggressively as Vitality. And now they've gotten all out the towers, they've got tier 2 down bot lane. They're slowly but surely opening the map and choking Schalke back into their base.
Yeah, that tier 2's down to 50%. In the top lane, teleports available for Shigenda, for Broken Blade and Nuclear Int. Leaders will be up in just a moment or two. They got the second dragon as well towards that Ocean Soul. And that total gold graph on the side of your screen tells the entire story. But look, the team's up nearly 7,000 gold here. So obviously, all of your carries, your damage dealers will be ahead in the standings. And for Vitality, another quick reminder on where we are on the standings, right? They are currently 5 and 10, right behind SK, right behind XL.
They need
6
this.
and 9. This is so important. Technically speaking, mathematically, if Vitality lose, they are not officially eliminated. But they do need to increase their chances with as many wins as possible.
I will double check on that because I'm not sure where the 6% goes down to if they lose. But come on, there's 7,000 gold in the lead. They've got their champions. They've got the game how they want it. They're starting to set up vision deeper and deeper and deeper. And now it's when they can start threatening for Baron as well. It hasn't even spawned. It feels like this game has been going on for so long. It hasn't. Again, deja vu to the first time these two teams played. Vitality are keeping their cool. They're only going for kills that they know they can 100% get. And everything is initiated by Selfmade.
I think that's important to recognize. The individual mistakes that we've seen over the last couple of weeks on Vitality are not there yet. And as we look forward, Baron will be up in a moment or two. There is vision being set up if Vitality want to make a play for it. How would you like to see them press this advantage? Is Baron the best call?
I mean, you're starting with all the objectives as you can get, right? This is why they've started emptying the map. There is still the second Rift Herald in the pockets of Selfmade. If they want to take it down mid and completely break open the mid lane, so important. And again, they have so much damage in general for Baron that they can just burn it literally down.
Well, that's what Vitality are doing. 2 needlessly large rods in Selfmade's inventory.
That's going to be a red hat.
It will be. He will be able to qualify as an official wizard relatively soon. 5,000 HP on Baron.
It's
Teleport's
going.
Channeled. May not be enough time. 3,000 on Baron. 2,000.
It's gone.
Baron's gone. Vitality have burned it down, and now Vitality are inside a choke point. The shockwave, the knockdown is huge. There's a lot of damage, but there's not enough follow-up. Schalke and Nulfira are too far behind, and they've been smacked with the wallets of Vitality. 2 kills, and the Baron. Now Leader gets Buster shotted away and Limit with a third and final kill here for the Bees.
That was too little, too late, Schalke. I know that they have a lot of champions at scale, but you are not there yet. And Vitality have superior items in their inventory. That was the perfect engage from Limit, and it still couldn't work because Selfmade deals that much damage. Well, I guess Broken Blade is having roast beef for dinner, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
Small donation, that single kill, obviously, but this is the initiation. Just look at how many abilities from Schalke land, but it simply wasn't enough.
Check out Limit. He gets that double knockup right there on the 2 carries, but that equalizer was beautiful. No one could walk into the fight. No one could walk out of the fight. All they could do was just burn. And we mentioned, you get people low, and then you have players like Sigenda on the Renekton and Lida onto the Akali to finish them off.
I also just noticed there on the rewatch, Lida obviously flanking and untouched, and Selfmade was inside the pit. Again, untouched. Death cap completed. He's 9, 1, and 2. Shigenda's being chased down by 3 members. He's sliced and diced and flashed to safety. Chucks out the emote, and Dominus will be available in a few moments. Broken Blade steps forward. There's the stun. There's the slice and the dice as well.
Schalke, your mid lane.
The rest of Vitality are pushing the map.
Schalke, your mid lane.
They're going to lose this map entirely. There's Rift Herald as well as Baron empowered minions. The bottom lane's being pressured as well. Schalke are being strangled out of this game.
They're just trying. I think at this point they're so desperate. They're trying to find something onto the map. But again, we said for Vitality's composition is so important to deprive Schalke off of vision. What a better way to do that with than taking towers. They've taken the 2 towers that were remaining in the middle until they reached the inhibitor, and they also had a bunch of pressure down the bot lane, and now the entire jungle of Schalke completely and utterly belongs to Vitality. Vitality could be in the next bush and Schalke wouldn't know, but it's just so important to try and stack up these dragons, because if they solidify a win with an Ocean Soul as well, there's no way they're losing a team fight.
Yeah, I really don't think so either. Of course, for Vitality, now looking for yet another siege. Engage from Lebrov. Limit will be the next target. He's not going to be able to find it just yet. Finally gets his first kill. The nuclear int is being burned down from the equalizer. Piercing arrow from over the wall. Not going to find a target yet, but the slow from the E will flash away. Nuclear int, that's already 1 kill for Vitality.
Leader's back in.
Into the base from Leader. Shockwave's on cooldown. Leader's got no support from the rest of the team. We'll be able to dash out to safety. And as it stands, Vitality get the kill, have the advantage, have the Baron buff, and they're looking for it.
And that's your engage gone. The second limit is down. You don't have nothing to worry about because Mundo will just naturally just walk towards you and you can stop him. You have so many people to stand in front of Crown Shot and Lida and Selfmade, and Labrov is up and available. They'll take the inhibitor.
Not just yet. It's 1 shot away. And of course, Selfmade is currently putting on one of the best 1v9 performances. He decides where and when the action will happen. 12 out of his team's 13 kills. The only one he missed was the 2v2 between Crownshot and Lebrov, and you can't even hold him accountable for that.
No, you can't, because he was protecting his top side. The man cannot be everywhere, and they're still trying. You see how they're lurking in the jungle, they're lurking into the shadows, and Schalke, all they can do is just sit inside their base and keep hoovering any sort of gold income that will come to them through the minions. But it's not going to be enough, because in 3 minutes, Ocean Soul is going to ring for the side of Vitality. In 2 minutes, Baron is going to ring for the side of Vitality. And somehow Schalke need to find not longer the miracle run, but the miracle fight to ruin Vitality's run.
Well, the run is completely over. They found themselves Selfmade and Leader. Equalizer is not going to get used up. The Shockwave is committed. Leader's got himself 1 kill already. Bought enough time for Shigenda and Lebrov to make their way up, and goes golden with the Hourglass to survive. I don't know if that Shock Blast would have hit him, but a 1-for-1 in that scenario, Vitality will be happy with it, and there's no real objectives for Schalke to take.
I was about to say, I don't think it matters at all, because you take the teleport from Nuclear Int, you take the Ignite out of Limit as well, you take in everything they have and the commitment as well, and all you can do is, you see, the top lane is pushing for Vitality, they'll be fine, the mid lane is pushing, they'll be fine, Baron has not spawned yet, and Vitality, they were attacking the wrong side of the map. The Baron spawns on the top side, that's where you need your vision. So even if you said, yeah, cool, they made a pick, they did it for vision, you need to be on the other side of the map.
Yeah, wrong side of the map, just trying to take anything that they can, because it is still a gigantic disadvantage. And while we have a brief moment, so obviously it's going to be the last weekend that we'll be seeing Schalke in the LEC, and of course the mark that they've left can't be denied. 244 games, they made playoffs 4 times last summer, the most exciting / interesting. They come back from 1-10, 27 starting players here in the LEC.
I would like to mention some as well that have made it really big in the scene, starting from Schalke or going through Schalke, such as Upset, now playing for Fnatic, Abedage over in NA, Gilius with the Miracle Run, Odoamne playing right now among the top 2 teams that we have in the LEC, top 3, some would argue. We have Broken Blade coming back and so many other amazing players, and they've all started or played through this org.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a huge influence and a huge impact, and it's unfortunate. I see Schalke at this state, 7-game loss streak, likely to be 8, but they are set up on the top of the map this time. I'm aware of it. uses the ultimate to survive, flashes forward. Neon is already caught out. He's flashed to safety now. Limit is arriving.
Oh my god!
Snipe from downtown. Nobody's even jumped into Schalke yet. Teleport being channeled by Broken Blade from the mid lane. Leader's coming up to support. This is a 5v4. And
they're on the wrong side of the map.
Side of the map. The wrong side of the rift. The wrong side of Vitality. Crownshot is just trying to shoot fish in a barrel with those Qs. The slow from the E. Accelerated shock blast comes out. Leader jumps into the pit. And despite the shockwave hitting many, there's just not enough damage to follow it up. Schalke are aced and deleted by Vitality.
Yep, Schalke are on the wrong side of the point system in this championship because you can't reverse the ladder. They're actually last, and Vitality have pulled themselves together after a 0-2 week. Props to Selfmade for stepping up. Props to Leader for coming back. 0 deaths, and Crownshot. All the carries have stepped up.
Yes, of course, but crucially, this is against the 10th place team, right?
Yeah.
This is a win that Vitality needed. We'll finish that thought in a moment, but...
Again, wrong target. Labrov is walking in. He has his ultimate. Yes, the equalizer is whiffed, but Crownshot kills Neon for 50% HP with 1 Q. That's actually disgusting. And then, yes, they pull Broken Blade in, but you can't play the front to back anymore. Nuclear Int has his shockwave, but he's gonna get poked down, and then Vitality are bringing 5 people to the party. And even though Limit, again, with another beautiful ultimate into the shockwave as well, there's just no damage left because there's just no members left to do the damage.
There's not. Baron was picked up. The Soul will be picked up in a moment as well. And the other thought that I've also just had is that the angles of approach have been very good. Been able to find the flank every single time. Neon dashes away to safety, but gets caught out by the Shurikens. Now limits the next target. And is looking for a second. The support from Schalke arrives, dashes to safety. Lebrov and Crownshot jump in. Flash for flash. Chain of Corruption not just used. We're going to lock down enough members. And finally, the rest of Vitality arrive. Neon's already dead. Again, is picking a fight with Broken Blade. Broken Blade wins the 1v1. But the inhibitor will be the target. And then Vitality set their sights onto the Nexus. There's not enough HP here for Broken Blade to work with, and Lebrov's just trying to
He's stopping him from backing. This is so crucial because Broken Blade is a lot of the wave clear together with the Orianna. Vitality do not have to necessarily pressure that. They don't have to give another life. All they have to do is take the inhibitors, flood the base of Schalke with minions, and then repeat, rinse and repeat. They have the soul right now, which means they're gonna come back and regenerate. They can push through waves. They have a top wave pushing in as well. They can try to take that down too.
Yeah, they can, and of course for Vitality, and a reminder of the rest of the games this weekend. Tomorrow, they're going to play Rogue, and then on day 3, they play Astralis, and of course, Astralis and Excel above them in the standings. Very, very important games, but a very confident start to Super Week. We heard from Crownshot when he was interviewed by Law, saying that scrims are going very well, and the team is feeling confident. You can see it in their play. You can see in how they're executing here against Schalke. As once again, Leader threatening the flank, looking for an opportunity, and all ultimates except Dominus are up for Vitality.
Schalke, you're gonna have to do something right now. You're gonna have to find that miracle engage because you're literally pushed back to your Nexus. If you're gonna come back, if you're gonna make it happen, it has to be now before double supers start running in from every lane.
I appreciate the optimism, Georgia, but that
someone has
just
to be optimistic.
Not going to happen. 13,000 gold lead at 30 minutes with Ocean Soul, with Baron buff. They do have a bunch of wave clear for the time.
We've seen it happen before. G2 lost and they had a 10k lead. Come on.
Oh, I don't know if this is the same situation.
Elder's coming up, 3 minutes and 50.
There's Lebrov going. A little bit of a reach around, looking for a target. Leader as well threatening. 3-man, 4-man burn from the equalizer. Lebrov goes in with that ultimate. The shockwave simply not yet. Fight not yet useful and not yet used. Leader manages to go all the way forward. Lebrov again on the steps of the fountain. 4 members of Schalke are down.
Do it.
It will be Schalke with the 8th loss in a row. Vitality keep the playoff hopes alive. Domination.
That was done in true Vitality fashion. When we saw the roster coming in, week 1, that's what we expected to see. And that's what they're bringing back when it really, really, really matters. 6% doesn't mean anything because these guys came fired up.
I want to give you the exact numbers now with that win. Of the remaining scenarios, how many of them see Vitality advance? This assumes 50-50 win-loss across the games, of course. 8.59% of remaining scenarios for Vitality, and a few other things to go their way. But it was a very strong performance. I think you could put a lot of recognition on Selfmade's Rumble, but then once he set the team up, the rest of Vitality landed everything they needed to. Quickly on Twitter, Key Player of the Game nominees: Selfmade, Crowny, and LeBron.
That's actually wrong. It's Selfmade, Selfmade, and Selfmade. Vote yourselves away, people.
Well, we know exactly where Trouble's going to be voting. And this will just keep a lot of things very interesting as we look ahead, because SK will be playing Astralis in the next game. And of course, SK, Astralis, XL, Vitality are all vying for a shot at getting that 6th and final playoffs berth.
They're still fighting. It's literally going to be a nail biter to the end, and especially with the next game coming up, it's going to be really important. I think all teams are sort of watching each other, because I don't think there's a single team that their own fate completely is decided by their own games other than Astralis in this race. So,
I mean, for Astralis, of course, they definitely favored amongst them, but we need to see how that performs. Before that, though, I'm going to step in with Law, speaking to Shigenda.
Thank you, Quickshot. And Shigenda, thank you so much for joining me. 1 out of 3 here in Super Week. Congrats on winning against Schalke. How important was it to start the week on a good foot here, even though the team was out and, I mean, you had the upper hand against Schalke today?
First of all, thank you. It's obviously really great that we start off with the win.
The mic.
Oh, yeah. we need to win all the games, otherwise there's no chance we make it. So it's one step at a time. It's like this was the easier game. It's good, not more than that. Like
yeah, easier game, and it's a good way that you dominated against Schalke, I imagine, especially when you think of the perspective of the remaining games, which is Rogue tomorrow and Astralis on Sunday. Yeah. How do you feel about the schedule, especially the match tomorrow?
Rogue one. I think it's very hard. It's definitely in their favor by far. Like they're a strong team. I think they're first place right now. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So it will be a tough one. If we can win tomorrow, I think we'll win all 3, and hopefully the other games happens like they need to go, and then we go to playoffs and would be lit.
Crownshot before the game was telling me that scrims have been going well the entirety of summer, although when we see the stage game... Oh, you don't agree here,
I was not there all the time, and I don't agree with that.
Let's dive a bit deeper in that. Why don't you agree?
The first week, when I joined, we were watching every game. It was painful. It was not great, but the last 2 weeks was going really nice, and I was really surprised when we didn't win a single game last week, because I think we didn't lose a game last week in scrims, so kind of mind blown by this.
I agree, yeah. And even throughout the losses, it felt like Vitality was looking better in a way. And I mean, I'm confused in the sense that there's so many different strong players in Vitality. And I mean, we know that Crownshot is the primary damage dealer, but also we noticed that when Selfmade and the rest of the team play more for topside, that's also a key for success for Vitality. So what can you make of the dynamic right now?
I'm not really sure. Like it's mostly we have individual good laners on every role, so it should be easy to play the game. We just had some fuck ups in the official games where it became really hard, and then even when we got the leads, we were kind of clueless. We had some rough discussions after the games. This needs to get fixed, and it's been going better and better. Now we don't end as much. We still did it. I died this game, for example, for fun on top lane. I don't know why. I just do it sometimes. Doesn't help a lot. And these small things, we had a lot of them on every person.
Okay.
So we went over this, and it's kind of big, and maybe it's the game changer.
Yeah, we will call it limit testing for today, let's say. But more about you, Shigenda, before I'll let you go. You played in the LEC in spring. You went back to the LFL, went back to the LEC a couple of weeks back. Tell me about your development as a player and how you feel right now in the LEC compared to the time you had in spring, for instance.
In spring, I was way too nervous, I think. I was the first half of spring split. I was not really playing the game. I was so scared of playing. I was respecting everyone way too much. I realized there's no point being scared. They're not that good. They're like, everyone is good, but not that good. So, yeah, this helped. And then I improved a lot as well over this. I was not that good myself. And now, for all the coaching, talking with good players like Selfmade, Crownshot, it's like you learn a lot. And, yeah, now I think I'm ready and good for this.
Yeah, and I hope you're happy about your development, Shigentai, and I hope it will translate to maybe playoffs for Vitality by the end of the week. But for now, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck tomorrow against Rogue, especially. And now we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. The playoff race continues as SK Gaming will face off against Astralis. Stay tuned.
Movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC finals, just like a pro.
Kia, movement that inspires.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion!
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio. The race for playoffs continues with SK Game versus Astralis. And for the SK Miracle Run, everything is on the line in this game. If they lose, they are out of playoff contention. The stakes could not be clearer for SK. Ender, who have looked... Oh, you've disappeared, but I hope you're still there.
Come back. Turn on the lights.
SK, who really have been picking up pace in the last couple of weeks. Of course, it's not as impressive as someone who's at the top of the standings, but after their start, they have to be commended with how they played in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely, because you can't forget for the first 3 weeks of the season, they were like mixing around players all over. They couldn't get blue right away. They had Jez's down in the bot lane too. Then Lilip comes in. He's looked quite strong recently, not to mention the Treats role swap to jungle. So I feel like early season was almost doomed to be a disaster. But since then, we have seen Lilip and Treats come to play. And I think one of the best things that a rookie support could have on his LEC debut split is to have another support on his team playing jungle, you know? Like, they can move together. It's been so fun to watch them develop and start attacking around the map together as a duo.
I also think it's the fact how quickly Treats has gotten integrated into this jungle role where so many of the map plays are wherever Treats is on the map as well, and then the rest of the team to facilitate that. A lot of these bot dives that we see are often facilitated with some TPs coming through from this from the mid lane or top lane as well, just to make sure that they can get the team ahead, because they snowball so well, this team.
Absolutely. When they do get rolling, it's great. Unfortunately, sometimes they don't get rolling. They get into major deficits in the early game. So specifically versus Astralis here, can they stay alive, do you think, Goldborg?
I mean, it's definitely about being ahead of the curve here, though. We have seen Astralis be a team that is weaker in the early game. I think you need to be careful around the mid lane specifically. We have seen Blue lately be a point of attack quite often, and it is often in a time where SK, we saw it against the game against Fnatic, where they had to spend majority of that game trying to come back from a deficit. And I think that they are in decently safe hands, but the problem is, once again, the decisiveness of Astralis is something you need to be able to overcome, and they haven't beaten them yet.
You mentioned it already in Ready Check, indeed, that Astralis is lethal versus teams that are under them in the standings. 5-0, only 1-9 against the teams that are above them. But right now, that's all you need to do. You need to beat these teams that are around you. You have to beat SK, you have to beat Vitality, and you have to beat Excel.
Yeah, I mean, Trouble might be here to give SK the little miracle. I'm here for Astralis, though. I am here that's going to be the curse factor instead, and that's what I'm looking forward to at Astralis.
Wait, you were looking to curse Astralis?
No, I'm looking to curse SK.
In any case, Ender, I think we often maybe overlook Astralis. We're not always that positive about them. I think also because of the track record that they have. But this lineup, to me, and the way they've been playing has been something different. They're extremely good at punishing mistakes, and it's very hard for me to say how they exactly excel over other teams, no pun intended. But the fact that they play like a cohesive unit, for me, has been their biggest strong point in the last couple of weeks.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to how they find their fights in the mid to late game, because, like, I don't want to beat around the bush. Like, they make a lot of big mistakes in the early laning phase. Like, down bot lane, I feel like there's, like, 2v2 deaths happening a lot on that side of the map. Early pathing, you know, like, early game isn't their strong suit by any means. So it does come down to, I believe, how Promiscu and Zanzara are finding a lot of fights. I think White Knight has looked absolutely phenomenal, especially on the Lee Sin when he's able to rock that pick in the top lane. And also, the drafts help them out when they're able to stall games out and look a more scaling route. You know, Magic Felix plays so many of these scaling champions. Zanzara, when he's on the Trundle, can steal all the stats of whatever tank you're going to be running too. That's going to be very successful for you as well. So you can't underestimate the power of just taking a scaling draft against weaker teams in the LEC that can't close out against you and then just beating you as the game progresses.
But I also think you have to take a look at the series we just saw Astralis had against Schalke last week, where everything went well from them from start to finish, from the fact that Promiscu was on a facilitating support like the Alistar, where they've roamed a lot with their resources up towards the top side of the map. We had Zanzara on towards the Trundle. You mentioned Lee Sin as well. These are clear target bans that you need to be worried about with Astralis and in draft. And you mentioned draft. I think they have been very clever lately in finding the stylistic that suits them in terms of having a 6 down in the bot lane that can weak side, so you can actually move your support out of the map, so you can actually play for these solo laners that we have talked about at Astralis, Magic Felix, White Knight. While Astralis as a brand and organization season probably has been undervalued a lot due to how they started out the split. Once again, they have beaten all these players. Their solo laners are phenomenal, and you cannot underestimate that.
No, they are in pole position to take that last playoff spot, starting with this game versus SK, but as laid out by U2, SK, they can ban out a couple of champions that have been so influential for Astralis. We'll see what happens. Be sure to stay tuned for this massive clash in the race for playoffs as SK are fighting to stay alive.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC Troubleshot, bringing you the next game in Super Week, SK taking on Astralis. And let me make this real simple. If SK lose right now, they are eliminated from playoffs and will be the second team to be eliminated. Astralis are obviously the most favored of all the teams in the race because they play XL tomorrow, Vitality on Sunday, and right now, SK Gaming. So Astralis' fate is in their own hands.
Yeah, they're literally playing against every single team that's also in the running, which is why, in my opinion, they have to try extra hard because these teams are going to be hungry, Trevor.
I mean, every team that still has a hope will have so much more at stake, so much more to play for, so much more potential drive, but also so much extra pressure.
Absolutely.
There's no room for errors. As a reminder, we are playing on 11.15. Action is disabled. I'm going to turn to Trouble once more and ask what your expectations are for the draft as we look ahead to SK and Astralis.
I'd like to see actually what they're gonna choose to leave open, because if I'm not wrong, SK's blue side, so they can choose to leave some stuff open, force Astralis to ban a few of the OP picks like the Zinzao and stuff like this, and then pick an OP pick for the side of SK. We've seen Treats run the Mundo a lot, and it also has gone to the hands of Genax, so they do usually prioritize that, but something that we did mention at the start is that a couple of ADCs have been picking up the AP bot laners, so the rest of the map can run AD, right? And Jezu has been one of these ADCs.
He has indeed, and that means the Ziggs as well as the Syndra have been banned away. Zanzara's Trundle, which he has played 5 times in summer, is in the ban pool, and I wonder if Lee Sin will join as well. White Knight has played that in 7 games. It will be the Victor instead, though.
He did say he was going to bonk tonight, so I don't think you play with these. You just have to ban out the Trundle completely.
Zanzara and Trundle definitely been an iconic duo this summer.
Mundo?
But a lot of those powerful picks are open. I mean, Thresh is still open and available. Mundo open as well. It will be the Lucian lock-in.
Viego went for, I'm surprised SK Gaming didn't pick Viego right here, because I personally find one of the most broken picks on this path together with the Mundo. Now you can pick Viego and Thresh on the first rotation, and then you have the absolute control of whatever you want to do in the bot lane, whatever you want to put Jeskla on. He's even played the Karthus if they want to pair that up with the Thresh.
And there's no surprise. Thresh, the highest presence champion in summer. It is Promiscue's most played professional champion. 43 games, now the 44. And exactly as you predicted, Viego is locked in. Do you expect that to go into the jungle?
Absolutely. He was, his Q was nerfed, but it was buffed. The damage was buffed against monsters in the jungle, so it's much easier for him right now to do that. Ooh, but I really like this from SK. They're putting Jesu onto the Kalista, something aggressive. We've seen Jesu the past week really take over the Reef for SK Gaming. He's been majorly stepping up, and Lilip on his Tam Kench last week was absolutely clutch with his ultimates to devour.
And as I can see, Jesu has got 12 games of Kalista under his belt, 8 of them victories. I'm going to assume that Tahm Kench goes with him in the bottom lane. We saw it top from Odoamne last week. Didn't make me particularly happy. But let's see how the rest of this draft plays out.
Don't blame the champion, blame the game, quick shot.
Okay, touche. I'll accept that. I still have to decide if I like watching Tahm Kench. I'm not sure. But I mean, Mundo still open and available. Let's see how that goes through in terms of phase 2. And what Jeskla wants to run in the bottom lane.
So what SK needs right now is some heavy engage. They've got the 2 primary damage dealers. They need some AP and they need some engage. So it's so clever because Genax has played the Gragas in the top lane and he could fill both slots. He could fill both the AP damage and the engage. So they're getting it out of the way. They get Diana, which is the highest tier AP jungler. So they're leaving Treats with the possibility of maybe picking out a Lilia, maybe a Rumble. We saw Selfmade running it as well. Or you can resort to Mundo, who also has some AP scaling in his kit.
And of course, we're talking about AP so much because of the fact that Lucian and Kalista are already sitting here for
AD profiles.
SK Gaming. So a lot of AD. It will be the Jinx banned away. So Jeskla has played that once, didn't win with it.
I mean, this looks like an Aphelios game. You've got the Thresh, you've got the Orianna, you've got so much protection. Put Jeskla on something that he can hardcore carry with, something like the Aphelios. They banned the Jinx away. The next hyper carry in my head is this emo dude.
Okay, so another great prediction there, Trouble. And now for SK, how do they get AP damage into this composition and where do they find their engage? Those are the 2 things you were looking for.
I was about to say Blue has played a really sick Syndra, but I forgot that was banned out in the first rotation. You still have the Victor to create space around your team if you want to. Whoa, that was buffed in 11-15.
Okay, so they'll fit some of the AP profile. Don't forget, Victor was banned away in phase 1. I'm not seeing a huge amount of engage just yet. Run at you, maybe throw a Tahm Kench is one of the options.
That is Sats. A big brain pick right here. I went through the entire patch notes quick shot, and I'm like, I don't necessarily see Mordekaiser coming back, so I didn't put it in my highlights, but we'll talk about it in game. And Treats is going to be ballsy enough to pull out a nerfed Gwen.
Nerfed Gwen. A little surprised to see that one.
Same.
And as a quick stat for you, this is the first Mordekaiser in 2021 in the LEC. It is obviously the first in summer. It's the first all year long. Is wait for this last pick to come in, and I want you to kind of explain to me how this composition is going to work from SK Gaming, because Astralis will be rounding theirs out with the Kennen.
I'm scratching my head with a pen right now. People cannot see, but that's what I'm doing. It's so weird that you pick the Kennen into the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser usually wants to isolate a target that's going to have a huge impact in a team fight, and one of these champions is going to be White Knight on the Kennen. A huge Maelstrom could completely destroy a fight, because as you can see, SK Gaming is full of squishy targets. So it could really impact the game. You can also pick out the Aphelios with the Mordekaiser. I think it's more on the execution type of style for SK Gaming, whilst Astralis are going for a very Astralis composition right there. They're throwing all their eggs into the baskets of Magifelix, playing later on with the Orianna. Then you have Zanzaro on something that's more aggressive, that tries to create a little bit of havoc in the Rift. And then, of course, Jeskla, your carry, onto one of the biggest hyper carries on the Rift.
I just don't know how Mordekaiser gets to the targets. How does he make it through?
It's fine, the target comes to you.
Oh, well, we'll have to see. I mean, Kennen, of course, yes, diving forward. Viego as well. SK Gaming, if they lose, they are eliminated from playoffs. Can they make this composition work? The first Mordekaiser of 2021. So this was not a composition I was anticipating, and I'm going to ask you to review this for me, because what we wanted was AP damage and initiation. How does the Gwen and the Mordekaiser tick those boxes for you, Trouble?
Absolutely not. This is why I said I think for SK they're going on to something more. They just want to play the brawl, and it depends on their skill and how they're going to play a fight, which is harder to execute, unfortunately, for them. Like, Blue has to come out ahead in lane, playing the Lucian 100%. Genax has to make the pick work because he blind picked that, which means he has faith. And I can see what they're trying to do, right? Treats is not going to care too much about the Maelstrom later on, because he's going to go into his Shroud and he's not going to take as much damage. Jez is not going to take too much damage on Blue, because Lilip is there to eat them if this happens. But, like, how both of these teams have such situational engages where I feel we're going to be seeing a game of ping pong. It's literally going to be these two teams trying to fight the miracle engage. And so far, Astralis have had way too many of these.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, Astralis, 6 wins, 9 losses this summer. And if you try to have a discussion with really anybody about how Astralis win their games,
question mark pink?
Like, I don't know, crazy plays, magic, you know, 1v9 performances, Astralis just managed to find really, really impactful moments. And now they've got a bunch of champions that can do the same. But let's see how long it gets there. I think, though, I am going to call you out, Trouble. I don't think saying ping pong is the best analogy, because I'm currently watching a little bit of the Olympics, and this pace and the speed of professional tier ping pong is very, very intense. This time around, this game, I feel we're going to be a little bit patient in the early stages.
Okay, I'm going to widen the field. I'm going to make it a tennis court. So the back and forth of the ball are a little bit slower.
I can give you that one.
It's going to be both teams trying to fish for something. It's either going to be the Tamkins trying to find a tongue lash. It's going to be Genax trying to get maybe flank and put someone in the prison, basically. And on the other side, you're looking for a hook. Maybe you're looking for a Gravitum ultimate from Jeskla. Then you have White Knight on a potential flag with a Maelstrom. But none of these things are easy. Both teams have picked something that's harder to execute. But Astralis thrive in chaos.
Yeah.
Just to give a little bit of context, again, last time these two teams met, week 1, the first game in summer, SK, the entire game ahead, 4,000 gold lead the whole time. One kick from White Knight's Lee Sin ended the game in 2 minutes.
And of course, White Knight's Lee Sin went on to be particularly legendary.
Oh?
Philip will step forward with that Abyssal dive and flash away from Jessley. He survives!
Ooh!
He survives! Flash and heal was used. Jesu and Lilip so close to setting that up.
Oof. Really nice try right there from the SK bot lane, because now they're gonna also deprive him of farm. Promiscu is level 3, he can protect himself. There is a teleport from White Knight if he wants to come in for that.
Oh, Promiscu being jumped on, snip, snip, snip. My treats, the ward was placed. Jeskla makes it out alive. And I don't know if observers can tell me what his HP was, but look at the summoner spells invested. 1, 2, 3, 5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah. And the most important thing is that Jeju still keeps his cleanse available, which means if a hook lands from Thresh, he'll be able to get away. But it's not the same thing for Jeskla, because now he's gonna be down in gold, down in experience, which is so important. And you give also Jeju a very free back, and now you also put Lilip onto the map because of that trade.
Really, really well played. Of course, 5 summoner spells used in the dive, the 6th from Promiscu to keep himself alive. Thank you very much, producer Kevin, for trying to correct me on that one. And of course, Jezu's the danger man for SK. When we take a look at his performance in recent weeks, the impact that he has had, weeks 1 through 5, a little bit of jungle proximity, negative goal difference, and damage per minute sitting at 421. Then week 6 and 7, as SK start to find their groove, as Lilip joined the roster, and Treats was investing some time. The proximity goes up, gold goes up, the damage per minute goes up, and now he's got an advantage already at 5 minutes.
And also, always when we see a Tamkens, we always gravitate towards the thought of, oh, they want to play a little bit defensive. They want to have the Tamkens to play further back. They don't want to use it aggressively. This is an LPL type of Tamkens. The one that's going to dive you, the one that's going to engage you, the one that's going to run you down. And this is how Lilip is using it in this particular moment. Now, Jeskla has to be extra cautious. Doesn't have any summoners available. Promiscu has actually backed for an early refresh right there on his wards and get some boots as well. And yeah, Jeskla is going to be deprived of more experience.
He will be. He's already down 7 CS. That wave is pushing slowly back towards him. Got himself the cull picked up, and I heard from our observers that he survived that previous engage with 6 HP. Now let's take a look at the rest of the map very quickly. Blue is ahead on CS against MagiFelix as expected. White Knight with the slicing maelstrom flashes forward, gets the stun backwards, pulled back by the hand. Genax still staying alive a few seconds longer, has got the minions in the tower to survive, and Genax literally just walks away.
And that is the reason why the Mordekaiser was picked. That W that you saw that was so large is what was buffed on Mordekaiser in 11-15. He has a bigger shield, and the damage that he pops when it explodes is much larger as well, which gives a lot of freedom on SK's bot lane. Now, this is the type of play that you usually see from Rogue and Hans Sama when he plays the Kalista, the more aggressive, taking your turret platings and using that pressure around the map. So I would say all eyes on Jezu, seeing how he will use that advantage that they created down the bot lane to bleed it onto the map.
It's going to be very challenging once the Viego and the Cannon start setting their sights on both Jezu and Blue. But SK Gaming, pressure in the bottom lane, they get the first Dragon, got some significant advantage for Jezu, but it is at the cost of Genax. I think Plate was picked up there by White Knight. He had a CS lead before Genax TP'd back into lane, but neither top laner has their flash, so potential targets everywhere.
We also have to remember, though, Genax doesn't have his flash, he has his ultimate, which is that one tool that creates a 2v1 into a 1v1 for the Mordekaiser. So I think it was very clever from Zanzara to make his way up top lane just at the cusp of Genax not hitting level 6 and trying to punish. I don't think at this point forward you can actually punish unless you bring 3 people with you.
Oh, I mean, the timing is very, very impressive. Didn't ultimately get the kill. For Zanzara, he's just hit his ultimate, same for Treats. Have to give some kudos here to MagiFelix. He's just 6 or 7 CS down after how much Blue has been bullying and pushing into his lane. This time around, MagiFelix burns through his mana pool just to get the ultimate out, but neither mid laners got mana to follow that up, so they're just farming this one out. Still, the cull for Blue, the cull for Jeskla. I'm telling you, we're going to be in for a slower pace here. I feel like everybody's going to want their ultimates, and I'm very intrigued to see how they start these fights. You know, we've already talked about the flanking opportunities, but that takes time. You know, you have to set it up, you have to maybe get some flashes down. It's going to be quite challenging.
Setup. It also comes down to the players and how they see the map, how they interpret, how they want to use their teleports, how they want to use their pathing. So far, Astralis has been the superior team to do that. They thrive in the darkness of the jungle, and they thrive in the chaos, because they will always find this clutch moment for themselves that we have absolutely no clue how it happens, but so far SK have been having a very, very, very solid early game. They've been able to push Jesklas Hypercarry behind. They've gotten so much golden experience onto Jezus Kalista. Again, all eyes, in my opinion, on Jezu on this game. How do you bleed the pressure onto the map?
Well, we'll have to find out, because Lilip will be able to make his way to level 6 momentarily. He's going to be able to impact those other lanes. It's a 1,000 gold lead for SK. They've got themselves that dragon we've talked about. Got themselves the ability to really just, again, take control. They just need to find the opportunities. Now, let's not discount the fact here. Talked a lot about the comp. On Astralis' side, if Zanzara is able to get a kill on really anybody from SK, with that ultimate, the ability to become...
Oh, it's going to be Reset
it's
City.
Huge.
Yeah.
And of course can combo with the Shockwave, with the Slicing Maelstrom. There's so much AoE damage to open up target selection for Zanzara.
And if you're also talking let's wait and go late game, oh boy, you've got an Aphelios. He's gonna empty on you full 200 years of bullets that he has in his gun, right? You've got the Orianna, one of the most hard-scaling AP champions in the mid lane. You've got Viego, who ultra-scales as well, and a cannon that does so much damage in the late. So all of their champions scale so massively much. The only thing that the... Oh?
Hold that thought. We've got ourselves an engage. Fate's Call used by Jezu. Lilith pops out, gets a small knockup. It's Sentence. I'm waiting to see where it goes. Defensive flashes away. The culling is pushing Magi Felix back. Still nobody down. The Rend will put some damage back onto Astralis, but nobody goes down.
Yeah, a little bit over-eager right there from Lilip. He oversteps his welcome. He's in between 4 members of Astralis. And remember, when SK was taking the Dragon, Astralis were too busy taking the Herald. Now they can use it to not only take tower platings in the mid lane, but to also take control of the bot side of the jungle from SK, because in 1 minute that Dragon's coming up. Setting all this vision will allow you to play a little bit more aggressive on the bot side of the map.
Well, Astralis have pushed all of those wards in. Waiting to see how Jezu plays this out. The rest of Astralis have backed out. So White Knight maybe hoping Jezu would step further forward. He's still got that flash and the cleanse available, which will be very impactful if SK commit to this fight. Taking a look at ultimate cooldowns, it'll be relatively close. If Astralis decide to start that one, they're only missing the Shockwave, and White Knight's got his teleport up as well.
And I was just about to say, if you look on your screens right now, oh, Lily, very clever. That ward right there could mean absolute death for SK, because when this Dragon comes, you can actually potentially play and engage, and White Knight TPs in with a Maelstrom, and everyone just dies. So that was really clever from Lily right there to try and clean the lane before that Dragon spawns.
And if you can make the minimap zoom for me, Georgia.
That's another one.
Take a look, if you do the minimap zoom, at the wards that Astralis placed on that last mid lane. There's 2 teleports available to them. They've got the opportunity, and now SK, they have to figure out how to either get control of the mid and the bottom lane or clear this vision out. Maybe they don't even know, because the Dragon has just spawned.
They have to know, though, because the Rift Herald pushed mid and the entirety of the Astralis lineup walked into Treat's jungle. So they need to know that there are wards lurking behind them.
Really nice vision toggle from our observers, highlighting what Astralis could see. Reminder, White Knight has TP, Genix currently does not. Dragon has been started, and this will get finished. SK either late to the party or not willing to. I think maybe not willing to. Blue kind of stepped into the river. And the call was, we got the first Dragon. Feel like they've got a lead. They do have a gold lead for the time being. And they don't commit to a fight that may have been suboptimal.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think the vision played a huge part in why SK did not want to move in there. There were being, actually there was like CCTV all over the bot side of the jungle, so Treats moved very cautiously. I don't think it's fine letting the stacking go, but you don't want to necessarily give too many kills for free. Again, when it comes to the scaling game, Astralis have got the upper hand on the scaling game in this particular game. But again, they're all squishy. This is why I said we're going to be playing ping pong later, because it's going to be both teams trying to find a squishy target to pick on first. But from my point of view, it's much easier for Astralis because they have a few more tools in their hands.
Oh, the thing is, how do you execute, right? That's what we're going to judge. I've just got an update from our stats team. The latest first blood of the summer season was 13 minutes and 22 seconds. It was Misfits versus Schalke back in week 3. We've just broken the record. The first kill in this game will be the latest first blood of summer, and there's no ways it's going to happen right now. Will Gen X be taken out? The answer will be a resounding yes. It's a matter of time. The Realm of Death has been used, and pop! The latest first blood by about 12 seconds immediately after the stats team set it up. Thank you so much. Astralis get the first kill.
That was also 13:37. Do you know what that spells out?
Leet! And of course, for Astralis, the important thing is it closes that gold gap. You know, they were marginally behind SK, but it is Zanzara showing up in the top lane, managing to pick up the kill for the cannon.
Yeah, and that is crucial, right? Because Gen X has been the recipient of all this pressure over and over again, and White Knight has been one of the clutch factors when we talk about Astralis and how do they bring this back and how do they fight and how do they find the miracle engages. Again, White Knight is one of these players in the team that will make it work for them, getting that cannon ahead. He's got his Proto Belt already. He could get into the deep depths of the backline of SK and absolutely demolish them.
Yeah, he can. And you know, White Knight has done that across the entire season. And a big reason why Astralis have picked up 6 of their wins. Of course, you can see the standings on your screen. 6-9 for Astralis, 6-9 for XL. And then SK sitting at 5 and 10. If SK lose this, they are eliminated. And I'm going to keep our eyes on Astralis for the time being, as there is some wave pressure. Astralis, the reason they are so favored, they play SK, then XL, then Vitality, and can win out and ruin the chances of everybody else. There was a potential engage there, but an easy lantern from Promiscu gets Jeskla out, and that will be the first tower. So very close game thus far. Gen X has been the target of Astralis. Repeated ganks. And now Lilip takes a dive over the wall, the hop out from Jesu, putting a bunch of stacks into Promiscu. He's going to hop over the wall as well. And honestly, now SK are in trouble. Flash is available here for Lilip.
Magic Phoenix dies!
Magic Phoenix is taken out by the culling. He was channeling the TP, and SK find themselves a kill. Now Zanzara is on the hunt. After 13 minutes and 37 seconds of relatively calm laning, we get ourselves 3 quick kills in a matter of minutes.
That was actually mistake after mistake. The Lilip Jesu situation. Jesu never got into the Devour to try and get onto Jeskla. He wasn't there to put down the damage. Lilip has to burn his flash right there because he's all alone. Then Magic Phoenix is like, it's okay, I got you guys, re-engage. But he's TP'ing really close to Blue, and Blue actually ends up killing him. Whoa.
Huge, huge, huge.
Okay, let's see this again, because Jesu does not hop into the Devour to take that channel. Oh, Lilip didn't channel it long enough for him to get in, which means that not enough damage can be done to Jeskla, and by the time they jump over, Promiscu is over the wall as well, and then Magic Felix is like, it's okay guys, I'm coming, and Blue is like, no, you're not going anywhere but the fountain.
I mean, so much damage. Blue's already completed his Mythic, has got himself a 27 CS advantage, got a kill to his name, and really has been trying to bully and punish Magi Felix as much as possible. Managing to do that for the time being. And as we now are 30 seconds from the next Drake, tower was answered by Astralis in the top lane, so it is 1 for 1 in that regard. This time though, Georgia, SK have got vision, they're inside the river early enough.
Do they though? Because look where Astralis is, they're lurking right there. They also have the Rift Herald, they can pop it down mid and force SK out of there.
Oh, I really like that little Sentinel. The Death Sentence connects onto Lilip. He's got no flash, remember. Great help is burned through, and Magi Felix gets himself the kill. Now all of a sudden, SK are routed and they are backed away. I mean, Astralis just get an easy pick, and using the vision, well.
That was brilliantly done. They knew SK was going to walk in. They knew SK wanted to get the vision. They just bunched themselves up in a bush, and then Lilip ends up walking into Fog of War. Obviously, Promiscu lands a really beautiful Q. And that's history.
It is indeed. It is the second dragon secured.
That is something SK cannot afford to lose. You need to be the one stacking up the dragons. You need to be the one going for the soul, because Astralis will do more damage in the late game. They outscale you. So that's really scary for SK at this point, and Astralis can actually chill.
And especially when you consider how much of a sort of advantage Jesu was able to build during the course of the early game.
It's all gone.
It has. It's been absolutely obliterated.
Uh-oh.
Now Promiscu not going to land the Death Sentence this time around. Jesu throws out the ultimate, flashes over the wall. Here comes Zanzara. The Shockwave won't find a target just yet. Slicing Maelstrom does. 2 people stunned. Jesu has already used every summon spell. Stays alive a few seconds longer before Magi Felix Command attacks him down. Astralis find 2 more kills, and Astralis are punishing SK.
Yeah, they're bringing everyone to the party to punish again Jesu and Lilip. This Kalista cannot snowball, and now Jeskla is allowed to get back a lot of experience. He's been farming. He's only 6 CS away from Jesu, but he's the one scaling more towards the late game. He's the one that's going to be the hyper carry, and Jesu needs to be the one bleeding the map for Astralis right now, and he's not doing that. Astralis are punishing that bot lane that needed to be out of control right now, and they're not for SK.
They're really not. Zanzara, 100% kill participation, invested a lot of time to get White Knight ahead and you know, dealing with this Mordekaiser, then transition to everywhere. And I have to say it, Treats on this Gwen has been invisible. I don't believe I have seen or felt his influence, and Zanzara has just had sort of free reign of the Rift so far.
No, he has pretty much camouflaged with the Rift at this point. Treats doesn't have any agency in the map. Treats hasn't tried to make any gank work in the map. And I think I also give it back to the pick. Going for the Gwen. Where is your engage? Where's your frontline potential? The Mundo was open up and available. You've got AP in the top lane with the Mordekaiser. It's one of his favorite picks as well. There will be so many more influential picks. The Hecarim, the Volibear, so many. And they choose to go with a champion that hasn't really done anything so far.
No, absolutely not. And of course now, they're farming and now level 11. It is still a small gold lead, 1,800 at 20 minutes. But the lead feels significantly larger because, first of all, SK have made some individual and some team mistakes around the map. Astralis punished. And also, as Astralis have created or initiated plays, they've made them work. They found the kills, they found the objectives, and just like this at the moment, they are being applying all of the pressure to SK.
I'm gonna give this back to what Gulbok said on the desk. He's like, they're untiltable. They've got Magic Felix. He refuses to lose because he will try to the very end. And the whole Astralis is playing with the same sentiment. They don't want to lose, they refuse to lose. Playing from a deficit is their comfort zone. That's why I'm worried that they're ahead here, Trevor.
I hate that that is actually true. We looked at some of the numbers last weekend, and I think Astralis in their wins still have a negative 2,500 gold difference.
Yeah, in their lanes as well. It's crazy.
It is a team that is right. I think untiltable. You're 100% correct on that one. And Astralis will always be willing to make that final stand, make that final moment. This time around, they're not going to need it, right? Because you've already talked about the composition and the scaling. You've talked about how Astralis can play, sort of have the tools to deal with SK in the late game. They've got a dragon lead, they've got a gold lead, and they are the ones that seem to be dictating what happens in the course of the game.
Also, what we haven't mentioned so far is how everyone from SK is short range. If you look at Lucian and Kalista, very short range AD carries. If you look at Treats, melee. You look at Mordekaiser, melee. White Knight is going to keep everyone away. You step into the Thunder, you're going to get stunned. And everyone has a very short range, so they have to in order to reach Jeskla, in order to reach Magic Felix, you're going to have to walk into that. It's just, for me, this composition is just so hard to execute from SK unless Genex gets some miracle flank and decimates Jeskla, decimates White Knight before he can use his ultimate. I'm sorry, but it looks quite grim.
It really does. It really does. Now, it'll be up to Astralis to actually execute, right? Because they've also got a relatively unique composition to play, but they have been able to make it work thus far. And I'm going to just go back to this Mordekaiser pick for a moment. All time in the LEC, it's 15 wins and 15 losses. And it's one of the champions that I'm always intrigued to see how it plays, but I rarely feel that it is hugely impactful. Zanzara's going to be able to sidestep the pullback, and Janus chucks out that obliterate. It is 3 seconds to Dragon. SK this time around have a few members nearby. Teleport is being channeled here from blue, right in the mid lane, but Astralis is set up. If SK step into the darkness, will be caught out, and here comes White Knight as well.
Yeah, Genax will play frontline right here, but I don't know if he's tanky enough, and seeing White Knight coming in from the flank, I'd be very scared. Look where the SK members are, they're all together.
Well, that's Astralis, they've pushed forward. SK will be able to secure the dragon, but at what cost? Treats is caught inside the pit. Shockwave won't really find a target, just by dashing over the wall, Treats goes down. Astralis get the first kill. Zanzara continues the chase forward. The Tom comes out, and not going to be enough just yet. Blue is stuck inside the Maelstrom. 1, 2, 3 members of SK Gaming are taken out for the cost of the dragon.
Yeah, no vision, no reason being into the bot side river. You do get the dragon, but you lose the Baron because Astralis kills 3 members, including your jungle that has the smite. So it's fine. Again, Astralis, #we scale. We don't care about losing the dragon. We need to open the map. And how do you open the map? You get baroned up minions, you spread them into 3 lanes, you start taking towers, you bleed your vision into the enemy jungle.
They played the map so well for the last 10 minutes. Still 100% kill participation for Zanzara. And I think if the replay does come up, I'd love to take a look at how Astralis stayed in the river. They were waiting for SK to step forward, and as soon as SK did, Astralis they were set up, ready and waiting.
I think at this point, it doesn't really matter if you have vision, because White Knight is threatening to come in anyway, so the entirety of SK need to back off. They can't do any damage. Streets isolated into the Dragon Pit and no one can help. And once you start running away, you split, and Astralis are picking you up one by one.
Of course, that's Zanzara getting those resets, turned himself into the Gwen, managed to continue the chase. Team fight damage.
I mean, before the Keck W0 start coming in, right?
SK Gaming will be eliminated from playoffs if Astralis close this out, and you have to feel that they've got all the tools to do so. Baron empowered minions, a teleport on White Knight, they get the 4th tower of the game.
I think that fight summed up how Astralis want to play this game. And Lilith might be caught out again.
See, Will, Fate's Call just for safety. That's one of the tools now not available for the re-engage. Astralis looking for Tower 5, are looking for Tower 6. They are daring SK to step forward.
They're bleeding 2 lanes. They're doing this right. They're splitting their Baron buff. They're putting their strongest members together. And look at White Knight and Zanzara. Anyone steps forward to defend that tier 2 mid lane tower is going to be instantly punished.
That will be the case. That will be the 5th tower secured. Astralis 6-9 in the standings. And we'll play XL tomorrow. They will play Vitality. Those games going to be so intriguing to see who takes that 6th and final spot in the regular season to advance to playoffs. We will be saying goodbye to SK in postseason if they don't turn this around. And I don't think that it's very easy. 7,000 gold deficit. Again, Baron doing very well. But getting into the inhibitor while Blue and Treats have a flank opportunity, it's not going to work out just yet.
Yeah, this would be the point where you're like, what does SK have to do to come back into this game? Honestly, I'm throwing my hands up in the air. I don't think there's an easy way, unless Astralis really badly mess up, unless Elder is up and they lose a fight, then yes, I can see SK probably winning. But if we're going to go toe-to-toe, if we're going to go team fight, Astralis have scaled.
Yeah.
All the important items have been bought. 2 items onto Jeskla. Guess what? He doesn't care about the Mordekaiser. He also has the QSS. 3 items onto Magifelix with the Hourglass, which is so important. Hourglass for White Knight's cannon. And of course, Zanzara on the Viego doesn't need anything more than the Sandara, but he has another item too.
Exactly, and he's got just so far ahead of Treats. 2 level advantage already. There was a level advantage very briefly there from Magifelix.
The only thing that has gone well for SK is Blue getting a kill on somebody who wasn't even fighting.
Yeah, that's the case, and unfortunately didn't pan out. So SK Gaming now down to their last legs. Zanzara chucks out the mist. Clears out at least damage for now. No further follow-up. Lilith did not decide to chase. Big chunk from Mordekaiser. Lands that Q down, but he needs so much more time. He needs so much more support. Of course, Astralis have got a big advantage. Baron is timed out. It's 40 seconds until the next dragon. It feels to me like Astralis are just stepping forward. They're looking for a target to jump onto if they have trouble.
And that will be Genox.
That'll be the case. Realm of Deathrod has been shut down. The box in the background. Treats tried something and it simply did not work. Astralis melted him before he could get anything done. Genox is the next to fall. Ravitsum comes out, Fate's Call to keep Lilith alive. 5 versus 3. Astralis are going to be pushing onto the Nexus. Astralis will push SK to 2022 as they will eliminate SK from playoffs if they finish this out. The flash forward, there's the slicing maelstrom. 1 is already down. Jezu goes golden for a little bit, but he's pulled all the way backwards. It's a double kill for Magifelix. The towers will fall. The Nexus will be the focus, and every member but Jeskla stays alive. The minions are slowly being thinned out, but the Nexus will be the target, and Astralis take down SK Gaming. Eventually.
The dream dies here, obviously, for SK Gaming. But props to Astralis. They pulled off this draft. They knew it was hard to execute. They knew they scaled better. It was still hard to execute. The only kill they let go through was when Magic Felix was not even fighting.
He was trying to teleport to support the team.
Yeah.
So Astralis, one step closer to playoffs. SK are now eliminated. As you can see the faces on your screen. Just before saying a word about SK, everybody at home, you can vote for Key Player of the Game at LEC on Twitter, White Knight, Zanzara, and Promiscu. And it's heartbreaking for SK when you think about the roster, when you think about the changes in the midseason, when you see the impact that Lilip had once he joined. The last 2 weeks, SK looked significantly better. What could have been is those questions you're always going to ask. But at the moment, they are now the second team eliminated along with Schalke. Unfortunately, Trouble, you don't get to say anything. We'll get back to you in a moment. And we'll learn more about this game after the break as Astralis took a huge step towards the summer playoffs. I'm so sorry. I talked way too long.
It's fine.
I talked way too long. Anyways, bye. See you on the other side of this.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. We can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
welcome back to the LEC. Astralis stay in the playoff race, and that's the end of the road for SK Gaming today as they were defeated by Astralis. And Jeskla, thank you so much for joining me. SK knew that they had to win against you today to stay in the playoff race, although I'm kind of intrigued by the draft they choose today against you. What did you think about this, especially the Mordekaiser blind and the overall maybe lack of engage against you guys?
I think it's a very hard draft to execute. It's they have to play like super well early game. They kind of have to snowball bot really hard, and then they just play weak side with Mordekaiser, and we can't really do much to him. But since they weren't really proactive, they got a Drake, a bit of CS lead. They actually can't win the game. They actually need to kill us on repeat and swap their bot lane to top. So it's just very hard for them to actually play. While our champs are way easier to actually play.
Yeah, I can imagine that you were not too worried about this game and the draft and how it developed. During the past few weeks, I said that Jesus was actually one of the good points for SK Gaming. What did you think about the matchup against him today?
I mean, honestly, it wasn't much of laning. Still, I'm a bit confused about Tomkin still, honestly. So, it wasn't much laning, but I think he's for sure like one of the stronger points for SK. But just wasn't much laning, honestly.
About Tamkench, you mentioned the champion, which is interesting because we saw the pick top lane, also support. When you say you're confused about Tamkench, do you think about this game specifically or Tamkench as a support now that it's been reworked?
I think just Tamkench in general. Like after the rework, I don't necessarily know the range and everything, and I think it's actually really strong. Just depending, have to be the right game. So it's for sure, it's tough to play versus on stage, I think, because if you misstep one time, if he's out of vision and you misstep, then you actually die, and then it can be a very hard game to actually play.
All right, well, we'll see how teams use the picks in the games to come. But talking about you and Astralis and the race for playoffs, everything's still open for you. So how do you see the next game develop for Astralis and you?
I mean, I'm very confident. I think my team is very confident, actually, that we will make playoffs for sure. I think this win today is pretty huge for us, and I think if we win tomorrow, which we should, I think everyone is very confident. Then I think we almost, locked in a way.
Yeah.
But I think we go 3-0 this weekend. I'm very confident. I'm very looking forward to the games.
All right, 3-0. It is. We'll see how it goes for you guys, but I like the confidence, Jeskla. So thank you very much for the interview, and good luck on the rest of Super Week.
Thank you so much.
And for more on that game, back to you, Sharks.
Thank you so much, Laure. Wonderful to hear from Jeskla, and honestly, also awesome to hear the confidence coming out of him and Astralis, because this should be a done deal almost when you look at the schedule and how effective Astralis has been against the teams around them in the standings. This does mean that SK are now eliminated from playoff contention. Ender, we heard it there from Jeskla as well. He said, I was a bit confused about some of the choices coming out of the draft for SK Gaming. What was your read on it?
I mean, I had the same opinion. SK Gaming went for this composition, like you just heard, that was like so focused on like crushing their lanes, like the bot lane and mid lane in particular. Like, yeah, you're going to get a big CS lead, but you're running double marksman. You don't really have that many great forms of engage. The Gwen sort of looked for a dive at one point in the bot lane, but it's really hard to play super proactively with a composition like that. That's one where you gather a CS lead very casually, like you're not really killing your opponents and gaining large advantages. And on top of that, it was just like no first blood for 13 minutes. We stayed in our lanes for like 20 minutes. Like that was crazy. They weren't really doing much proactivity on the map because they're like, okay, if we stay in our lanes, we gain a small advantage. But it just didn't really feel like there was a good way for them to win the game. And I actually saw like right after the game ended on Twitter, Jesus came out and said that it was a terrible draft, and he was not upset with the way that panned out. They're going to try their best to have a good performance in the last two games. But that is a really sour way to lose your playoff hopes.
Yeah, definitely is. I didn't know about that tweet, but that does make me think then, Goldberg. You kind of know because everyone can see what the blueprint is coming out of Astralis, and they did well in banning out some of the picks and making sure that Zanzara wouldn't be on Estrundle or whatnot, but it's not like you can't replicate that with other drafts as we saw here by Astralis. It does make me wonder, this is your elimination game. it's not good enough for me to say just afterwards, oh, well, you know, I don't know. I just feel a certain kind of way about it, but maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Obviously you can argue from both sides, but I agree to you with the point that you put yourself in a situation where it's so hard to execute. Ender touched on it quite lightly, but you are on the clock on a composition like that. They threw out some attacks we saw towards the bot lane, but they had Thresh. They let Thresh go through. You didn't first pick it yourself, right? Great. Then Promise Q is just going to land and just glare away. So every time you had an attack, there's just nothing you can do about it. Not only did you have struggles with your own draft, you also had struggles playing into Astralis draft with this draft.
Andrew?
Exactly right. Like I thought Astralis came in with a lot of fantastic answers from, you know, drafting the really powerful bot lane, the scaling in the mid lane, to even Viego and being able to reset and take over either marksman. That's a dream come fights later on to the game. And this Kennen, Trouble touched on it during the cast, but like everyone's very low range. It's a Kennen's dream to be able to run in against a team composition like that. Kalista won't be able to move. Even if she has a cleanse, she's going to get repeat CS'd. So it wasn't just like some mistakes in the draft I felt from SK that made their win conditions very narrow. It was Astralis recognizing that and absolutely tearing them apart within it.
Yeah, and I think it's always important also to look at what, you know, the enemy team then did right. If your draft wasn't good, but Astralis still has to win the game. Ender, talk me through this next replay that we have in the bot side where Astralis are able to turn it around.
Well, this is sort of what I was talking about earlier, where it just felt like... It felt like SK was just very content to sort of walk back in, you know, not do much proactive. They didn't really know where they wanted to go on the map. So like, okay, I guess Lucian stay mid. We're going to walk back into our bottom lane, but they have no control over this bottom side of the map. They're walking over Vision. They know they're on top of Vision, but look at that. Astralis have found a way to play proactively. So not only is SK not finding a way to, you know, step on the gas and play on the offense. No, it's Astralis that are managing to do that, that are managing to group up. And as soon as Astralis start to group up and start to hit their item breakpoints, there is no stopping that train. You know, you kind of have to look like, how can SK try to play through a side lane? But even then, like after the Tom Kench changes, he can't go that far to help out a Mordekaiser and stuff like that. So it's really tough.
Even on a side lane, it's not like Mordekaiser's greatest win conditions as well. And you know, you look at this from Astralis' point of view, you know exactly what your game plan is. It's really just a no-brainer coming into this one. You have the Orianna, you have Aphelios Thresh. It should be illegal to lose a team fight if once you get to that mid game. And you see it here, like they work at a goal deficit in the beginning. We talked a bit about it as well. That's Astralis' comfort spot. Yes, also that, but their team composition is also just designed to fall behind early. And once you hit that mid-game power spike, you just clearly saw there's nothing SK could do. Like, it doesn't matter how well you play. You can only play with the tools you have drafted for yourself.
No, Reckless was asked on Euphoria who makes it to the playoffs. He said Astralis because they seem on the same page. They just make every decision together, and it shows in the games because they adhere to their game plan that they've set out for themselves in every single game versus these teams below them in the standings. Let's take a look with that in mind at this Astralis fight. You said it would be illegal to lose a game, and they don't. They know what they have to do here. Yes, the dragon does get smited away, but it doesn't really matter.
It genuinely does, and it's also just the fact that it comes as close as it possibly can at this point. But Astralis, they're feeling super confident to just walk in on towards these objectives. And yes, you have this safety net of the Tahm Kench, but there's also so much CC that can disrupt the little whatever that is you call when he goes underground, right? So it's just incredibly hard to play these games. And yes, there's the safety of the Tahm Kench, but it's nowhere near as safely as it was in the past.
No, once again. And the Kia player of the game was Zanzara with 52% of the votes. I think, Ender, people were like, he's not on Trundle and he can win a game. Let's give this man player of the game.
This man's got a champion Ocean. He's got like 90% Trundle and then Viego on top. He's got some other stuff. It's all memes. But honestly, like Zanzara was able to find a lot of really good attacks in the top lane early on. The laning phase lasted for so long. He's like, yeah, I guess I can just gank top lane at 15 minutes. It's still a normal game, and you know, breaking the hopes of SK fans everywhere, even more than my door is broken.
Oh no, I didn't even notice it. See, sometimes you don't have to draw attention to the negatives, then other people won't.
Everyone
either.
already knows. Everyone knows.
Okay, there we go. In any case, though, I'm an optimist. The glass is always half full, and the glass is definitely half full for Astralis because they are in that race for playoffs in pole position, and the pressure is now on XL Esports, who face off against Rogue in our next game. Don't miss it.
Man, I hope it's full of coffee.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone, conversations with a stranger I barely know, swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes stare into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start. Falling over everything to reach the first time spark. It started under neon lights and then it all got dark. I only know how to go too far. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone, conversations with a stranger I barely know, swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes stare into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. We took the long way round and burned till the fun ran out. Now my bad habits lead to you.
And welcome back to the LEC, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else. It is XL taking on Rogue, and Troubleshot is once again going to guide you through the game. Now, XL are a team that got me really excited once Advien and Markoon joined, and their play style just evolved and got a little bit more aggressive, so much so that I bought tickets to the first ever XL playoffs train.
Where's the train now?
I think it may be derailing. I think it's not 100% where I thought it was going. And I think that for XL, they can still make it. They are the team that I think a lot of people were anticipating to be in that 6th spot.
So here's the thing.
It hasn't gone the way they wanted.
BTXL died. Their academy died. So this dream can stay alive. So for the sake of the organization, it better stay alive today.
That is a beautiful, beautiful sentiment, because it truly was the injection of Advien and Markoon that helped shift XL's approach to the game, their play style, their aggressiveness. But they are coming up against Rogue. Arguably, maybe defendably, the best team in Europe right now. At least in the standings, they are the top uncontested. And it's going to be very difficult to unseat one of the best early game teams in Europe.
I mean, they're literally the polar opposite. You've got XL on one side where it's bloody, man. Every time they walk into the Rift, now with Markoon in the addition of the team, it's bloody. He fights, he wants to get his team ahead, he wants to get his lanes ahead, and he will try for it. Rogue don't care about being flashy. They can be flashy, don't get me wrong. But they don't necessarily care about it. They don't have to care about it because they choke their opponent slowly and painfully. Rogue is sort of like poison on the Rift for their opponents.
I like that, and I think it's a beautiful analogy, because when you do see Rogue get advantages in the early game, it comes from very, very smart utilization of their lanes.
Okay, I'm going insane. Twice Lucian has been picked, I get it. But Viego has been 1v9 the entire time.
Well, maybe something has changed, obviously, as we are on 11-15. Akshan is disabled. Let's run through some of the other potential champions that could fit the bill.
Varus.
The Thresh was banned away, by the way, so both Advienne and Trimby have lost access to those.
Yeah.
The Alistar is up and available too, and Viego will be locked in here, expecting that to go to Inspired.
And you can also lock in anything like the LeBlanc, the Varus, the Mundo is still up and available. Anything goes right now. There's so many overpowered picks that are still up and available. Inspired, please lock in AP Shyvana, but I know that the Viego is not playable in lane anymore, so my dream dies. My prediction stays for the Varus, but my dream dies.
Very nicely done. While we've been preparing and looking at 11-15, one of the ideas that Trouble was floating was how Shyvana could be a jungler.
I mean, if anyone, I think Inspired would be the one to pull a wacky pick out.
Well, it could be. This time around, maybe not going to be, as the Diana and the Jace are now locked in. So got that poke, got the ability to impact the lanes. The bottom lane for Patrick and Advienne is what is left to play for. We're expecting that Viego to go in the jungle, so we're looking for top as well as support here for Rogue.
I would potentially ban the Rakan if Trimby is not planning to play it. I would keep something maybe like the Nautilus for Trimby, because Rogue is the one picking first after this set of bans. And I would ban out something that Advienne is really strong on. We've seen the Rel. Honestly, so many times I've seen a Rel somewhere. I call it Advienne, I don't call it Rel, because I have these two intertwined so much with each other from seeing him play so much Rel in the NLC. So anything that can engage, that Advienne can get his hands on, the Alistar, the Rel, potentially the Rakan as well, should probably get eliminated now.
I mean, you've also got those Xayah buffs that have come in, but that would be a whole lot from AD and not much frontline. Draven was taken out of the pool. I love that Rogue and Hans Summer banded against Patrick and XL. So the players love to run those.
They both play these two champions.
Correct.
But you know what? Hans Summer has picked his, so.
Yeah, he has indeed. That Varus was secured. Now we need to find out what sort of support will complement it. TK is still available. Malphite was removed from XL towards Rogue, and I
wonder if this is going to be an Aphelios Tam Kench lane for the side of XL. Banning Malphite. They banned the Kench as well. Banning Malphite to me screams immobile carries in our backline. That's why I immediately thought of the Aphelios. But if they want to get rid of the Kench themselves, a little bit questionable with Nautilus still in the pool. Rakan still in the pool.
Well, what do you think will complement the respective teams? I think when you look at Rogue, long-range poke, they've got some CC.
Oh, I'd go for Nautilus if I was Rogue here.
Oh, I love this remote Omne. One of the longest-standing Canon players here in Europe, and he got so excited once the PBE notes were shared. And he managed to lock this one in.
Tell them, Quickshot. Tell them about the notes. Tell them.
Of course, but come on, everybody knows and fears Odo Omne's Canon.
So, Canon was buffed in 11-15. I put it into my highlights, and the only reason I have Canon in my highlights for the patch notes, I've written Odo Omne's name right next to it. No other reason, no other player, just Odo Omne.
What does it do for this composition? As we got 4 out of the 5 pieces, and it's only the support missing for Rogue.
It literally stops the all-in, but the only one I'm seeing going all-in is Marcoon on the Diana. He's the only one that's going to be diving melee, but there's 4 extremely squishy champions on the side of XL and a cow. So, does the Maelstrom slip through and reach the backline? This is going to be huge trouble for XL. I think Rogue have drafted themselves such a stellar composition again. We've been talking over and over again how, teams that have secured playoffs, maybe they want to experiment in an official game. You have the right, you have the time, and you have the space to pull something experimental in an official game while you're locked in. Rogue are serious. Rogue are dead serious.
Now, of course, what's going to try stand in their way is this XL composition that does have the ability to really, really pull ahead. If any of the poke is able to land and Diana plus Jhin long-range curtain call finalizes those kills, I do feel that XL can press the advantage. The thing that I'm scared of is if it's even as this game goes longer and longer and longer, I just feel like there's more options in the Rogue composition. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm looking at the XL composition, I'm like, it's absolutely doomed. Because even the 2v2 from the set of Rogue is strong. Larson onto the Syndra, and then you've got Inspired onto the Viego, can take the 2v2 versus the Lucian Diana. Especially before 6, where Diana doesn't have her ultimate. Syndra can play pretty freely. C lands a Scatter the Weak. Viego will follow up with more stuns. They have the setup for Rogue.
Oh, okay, so feeling that the composition favors Rogue, let's find out how XL make theirs work.
Youngberg. Hi everyone, before we jump onto the Rift, there's something I would like to ask Youngberg, because I get that Rogue may not be the easiest opponent to go up against when you're fighting for playoffs, but I mean, I was watching the draft with your crew, and they were happy with the development of things, so tell me why you're happy with the draft you made and how it's going to be helpful against Rogue.
Well, we've recently performed very well with Diana and Lucian, so we actually thought that we were never going to get that combination of champions, but they gave us our bread and butter, so we're just really happy playing in our comfort zone. Do
you feel confident about this game and your guys on stage? How do they feel?
I do feel confident. Of course, we still have a lot of rookies on stage, and we play a very good team, so I think 50-50 at best and at worst.
Well, I hope things will go okay for you. Thank you very much, Youngberg, for the interview, and back to you guys on the Rift.
Thank you so much, Lord. It's great to have you back in the studio with our players, and it's great to hear from Youngbuck. I think, personally, a little optimistic there on the
Very optimistic, because Syndra does pretty okay into Lucian. She's one of these mages that does quite okay.
Okay, so I know exactly how you feel about the composition.
Oh, I'm gutted!
What does XL have to do to make this work?
They have to snowball. Nuktak and Markoon literally need to take this game and completely run away with it. They have to destroy Inspire, they have to destroy Larson. That mid-jungle duo needs to break from the side of Rogue, and they also need to keep their eyes open for map movement, because even when Rogue is losing in kills, their map movement is so sharp, which is something that we have previously criticized XL for, but if you're that far ahead in kills, you can actually follow map movement with people's advantage.
Yeah, you can, and of course then that also means XL will be dictating the pace of the game. Take a look at the early damage and trades for now. Using that fourth shot from Jhin, we'll be able to chunk down, and Hunt Summer and Trimby stepping forward, threatening and pushing back Patrick and Advienne.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you do, because Jhin and Alistar don't necessarily have the best of clears, and Hunt Summer onto the Varus, he has a lot. I don't know.
Great combo.
I mean,
Larson.
It might be the bread and butter, right? But Lucian is technically picked to get a lot of priority in the mid lane so you can move around the map. And again, Syndra does pretty all right against the Lucian, especially when because Lucian wants to press E to play a little bit more aggressive. That's your only movement spell, and a Scatter the Weak can destroy that entire thing.
Yeah, Larson's been able to bully Nuktak away from the lane. Got a small advantage, and Nuktak sitting with that TP will back and come to fight once again. Hunt Summer and Trimby pushing all the way forward. And I do want to just talk about how much of a difficult task this is for XL, because when Rogue play against the bottom 5 teams, they are currently 7-0. They have, on average, a 3.8 thousand gold lead at 15 minutes, which they then make 6.3k at 20 minutes, and spend 73% of game time in a major lead. So, with Rogue being one of the best early game teams, being incredibly consistent against the bottom of the table teams, that's why Trouble in particular is very critical of what we're seeing and talking about the draft. So it is up to XL to prove us all wrong and show how they can make this work.
Absolutely. I feel like there's two things that you need to keep in mind, especially when you're playing against a team like Rogue, who's 7-0, hasn't lost to any of the bottom of the table teams, right? You need ease of execution and comfort. And Youngbuck mentioned the comfort on the Lucian, the comfort on the Diana, fair enough. The ease of execution is not necessarily there. They don't have the tools and the front line to sustain a front to back to make it an easy to execute composition, right? And you see how Odoamne is so confident playing onto the cannon, moving a little bit deeper. And as you can see, I just want to highlight what happened on the map while we're talking. These both red dots, they belong to Inspired. Because Nuktak lost the priority in the mid lane, so Inspire was able to run from top Scuttle Crab to bot Scuttle Crab. Huge advantage right there. He's getting the experience and he's getting the gold. And we know that when the Viego reaches the Sundera, Power Spy is just so damn strong.
He really is. And of course, just before you talked about the scuttles from Inspired, Odoamne on his cannon. This year, 6 games played, 83% win ratio. And across his career, 24 professional games on that cannon. Very interested to see what sort of tools or how he can support the rest of Rogue. Nuktak continues to get pushed in. He's saying even on CS for now, Force of Will won't find his target, 110 HP. Oh, so close. Nuktak escapes for now, and Larssen continues to apply pressure and bully this lane.
It's so hard to see a Lucian lane falling behind, right? We mentioned it before. That is a Nuktak that has... Oh my god, that was so close to hitting.
Oh, Larssen is already doing so well. 42 CS to 20, and reminder, this was a first pick Lucian, and is currently not pulling ahead the way that XL needed to.
Yeah, the bread and butter is not working right now, so you need to keep your eyes on Marcoon, possibly play towards Kryze, maybe try to make the side lane work, try to punish Kennen on the top side, look for a bot lane dive with the Alistar as well. Like, Marcoon needs to make something happen when he's level 6, when he has the pull in, the sombrero for himself. I think all eyes on him to try and break the game open, because if they don't, all teams typically just bleed slowly out versus Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue definitely capable of maintaining the lead and pushing it through. Big advantage still mid, small advantage for Odo in the top lane. No TPs across the board for now. Inspired is just continuing.
Another Scuttle Crab
for opportunities.
Marcoon cannot do nothing. He's lost mid lane priority, which is one of the most important in the game. If you don't have that, you cannot contest in the river, because Inspired is bringing a friend over. The mid lane wave is shoved in by Larssen, and they keep bleeding that mid lane pressure into jungle pressure.
Well, of course, that will just allow Inspired to pull further ahead, getting closer and closer to that ultimate available. And Rogue are holding on for the time being. We haven't looked in this bottom lane for a little while. Hansama and Trimby.
I think it's a handshake down there.
I think that's fair enough here. At VN, of course, able to find the knockup for now. Decent damage from Patrick, waiting for that ult. Defensive flash from Hansama, chase forward. Patrick gets first blood. The handshake is ended.
Is that Caster Curse?
May just be. All of a sudden, Patrick pulls ahead here for XL.
Yeah, number 4 must be Patrick's lucky number right there, because he absolutely executed Hansama. And we said how something needs to happen on the Rift for XL that does not have to do with mid lane, because Nuktak is slowly bleeding out. And Advian and Patrick make it work. We've talked over and over and over again how Advian is a different breed of support. He will play for the aggression in lane. He will play for the 2v2. He proves it once again, making his ADC very happy.
He did indeed. Flash is traded between the ADs. Summoner Heal is on cooldown for Hansama as well. So for Inspired and Marcoon potential targets, both of whom now have their ultimates. Marcoon still continues just to farm up his jungle. He's lost control of the scuttles, but really not a huge amount of influence from the junglers as of yet. And all of a sudden, after Trimby and Hansama were first back to lane, they're going to start moving up through the river, setting up some vision behind the Dragon Pit. Maybe that is a signal of things to come for the Rogues.
I think it's technically like a back and forth, trying to find where Marcoon is. You see that Inspired takes Larssen with him everywhere he can, just so he can put pressure onto Marcoon's Diana, which he has been able to keep up surprisingly really well. He is ahead in CS right now. He has his entirety of the top side to clear as well, and he's been doing pretty well. So top side of the map is doing okay for XL. Bottom of the map is doing really well if you account the 2v2 kill that they also had together. So I think when Marcoon is done with this clear, they should probably try to look to make a play bot lane, especially now that Hansama has none of his summoners available to him.
Yeah, of course. And of course, the teleport's not available here for Odo or Larssen. Nuktak the only one with it up for now. He may need as much time in lane as possible, still down 20 CS. And you see how XL or where XL look for these advantages. We definitely feel like there's maybe a time limit on this.
Ooh. You've got the time right here. If Nukeduck backs right now, he can TP back with full mana, and they can potentially take this fight in the river. But Larssen has already back. He's got his blasting wand right there. Yeah, they want to do it. Markoon and Nukeduck against the world.
Gonna commit for this one. Larsen's behind the Herald pit. Odo can join the fray. He's first into the river. He's cutting off Cries. The engage from Inspired into the Moonfall. Markoon's now running from his life. Larsen's looking for the damage follow-up, and that means Inspired's been pushed away. XL bully their way into the river and take the Herald.
Markoon and Nukeduck against the world. It happens again. They bully Inspired away from that Rift Herald, and Larssen right there never pressed R, surprisingly.
No, didn't find the target, was pushed back maybe, not quite sure why. Now Edvian with the help of Nukeduck jumps onto Trimby. Second kill of the game, just available. Nukeduck's got flash, he's gonna hold on to it for now. But the flash and heal wasn't used, and that means that I was able to escape. Trimby's able to escape with his life.
Oh, Advian holding his trigger right there onto the Ignite. Trimby would have died. I'm gonna be honest with you, Trevor, I'm gonna have a really bad time distinguishing that it's Trimby on the rail and not Advian, because coming from a game where Advian would only play rail, now he's on the Alistar, it's kind of like they're all swapped.
But it's so great to see them here, you know, at the level. You were talking about the fact that BTXL,
they died for this.
They died for this, and it was Advian as well as Markoon that added some excitement to the game. But I think, I appreciate and I respect that XL not only pulled the trigger on the Heralds, did it at roughly the right time, were able to secure it, and that Rift Herald, plus some plates for Nukeduck, if possible, could bring him right back up to parity with Larssen.
So, Markoon said that he's entered so many engages that now knows how to make it right. You try and you keep trying and you keep trying, and this is why we keep praising them, right? Because Markoon is ballsy enough to make the crazy plays work. Sometimes they won't, but when they do, it's a wow moment. And right there, they pulled the trigger together with Nukeduck to go for the Rift. It looked doomed, I'm not gonna lie, but it worked.
It did this time round, and I want to put some numbers to that statement you just said, Trouble.
Yeah, look at the deaths.
Markoon and Advian joined in week 4, and if you look at the team fight kills and team fight deaths, overall KD went up, meaning that Advian and Markoon helped find more kills, but still conceding a lot of deaths.
See, I would call this the inting didn't stop, but now you can type in the chat worth.
Yes, exactly. Rogut can try do the same. Flash trade again from Markoon, re-engage, Moonfall comes up, pull back the curtains, second kill secured for XL. The fourth and final shot held onto, goes wide, doesn't find a target. All of a sudden that's a flashpoint from Odo Wame, gets the stun down onto Cries. He's not going to be taken out just yet. Finally taken down by Larssen. And XL trying to chase for more. They managed to come out ahead in that fight, but it was a close one.
Yeah, and that fight was after the Dragon was done. So again, you see how XL is eager to just take kills, try to create advantages. They grab 2 more kills in that, one on Markoon, on Markoon's Diana, and one on Nukeduck's Lucian, which he needs it a lot because he's fallen around 30 CS behind in the mid lane, 30 plus CS behind. So
well, is there potential? The root comes up from Patrick from the flourish. Nukeduck no flash to follow, but with no flash on Larssen, that could be a target. I don't know if we can swap over to the gold just to see how much of an advantage there is. 900, call it 1,000 gold now for Larssen in the mid lane.
Whoa, and if you look, most of that gold is in the pockets of Markoon. Both his cattle crops were stolen. He's been able to keep it up. He's been able to create opportunities for himself. And I have to give major props to the bot lane because Patrick and Advian are all over the map. Roots keep popping out of nowhere. It forces Larssen's flash, which means that now this is going to have an impact on Inspired because a Syndra without flash, you cannot pressure Nukeduck underneath his tower like you could before.
No, you cannot. Cries. A thundering blow to the skies. Hits one more. Odo's going to get the teleport support here from Larssen. Cries now needs to run for his life. No ultimate available just yet. Good damage from Cries for the time being, but he may have just committed to the final fight, and Larssen gets the kill. No way for Cries to run out.
Okay, but at what loss, right? Because he forces Odo Amne behind, then the Rift Herald is going to be popped in the bot lane for Patrick. Nukeduck is going to get a lot of plates in the mid lane. So whilst, yes, Cries died, he pulled a teleport from Larssen, he pulled resources from the top side, and his team is winning in other sides of the map. Nukeduck might have to run right about now.
No ultimate available just yet. Flashes over the wall. Nukeduck continues to sidestep. Scats of the weak if that stun connects. Not going to just yet. It may not even be needed. So much damage from Rogue. They are now in the lead with kills. They got the first dragon. Marcoon wants to try and get a reply back. Trimby not caught out by the flourish, but not yet taken out. Curtain call shots are being fired down the line. And it was be Advien that closes it out. It is still an even game at 14 minutes.
Excel are making Rogue be bloodthirsty. Excel are forcing Rogue to play their own game. They're playing for the kills. You see Rogue going to the mid lane, punishing Nukeduck. They're not trying to go for a side lane advantage. And if this continues, Excel are playing in their own stadium, basically.
They are, but then of course the pressure is on them to maintain the proactive plays. They need to ensure they don't concede any control or vision, because if Rogue manage to find and engage with that Magnet Storm or a slicing Maelstrom.
They've got Chains of Corruption. They've got so many ways to make a pick. This is why I feel like Marcoon is going to have to be instrumental in this game for Excel to win, because he's going to have to pull something out of a miracle to make that engage work.
Well, so far, he's found influence.
Prize.
3 out of his team's 4 kills. Prize once again finds a target, jumps onto Hans Summer, caught by the Chain of Corruption, and not going to be able to get the kill just yet. Prize not able to find the last hit, and is taken out. Now all of a sudden, Marcoon jumps into the fray. The rest of Excel make their way up. There's no curtain call for Patrick, and Larson was making his way top lane, and now starts to back out. All of a sudden, Prize, I'm not quite sure why he couldn't get that final hit down.
Oh, that was a little bit too optimistic, and now the rest of Excel are in a lot of trouble. I've been caught as well.
He's caught, he's got his ultimate for safety, and I think now with the support of Marcoon in the river, as well as Nukeduck, Rogue are the ones hesitant to go further forward. They concede the Herald. That'll be the second one here for Excel.
Again, they don't have to do much. They've got a composition that loves to teamfight 5 versus 5, and there will be a time that Excel will have to root. The Dragons will start stacking, the Baron will come up, the Elder will come up. One of these objectives is going to force Excel to want to 5v5, to have to 5v5, and this is where Rogue will have the upper hand. All this time, Odoamne has been going completely invisible on the map, and for no other reason rather than he's going to farm, he's going to get his 2 items, the Rocket Belt and the Zonias, and then he's going to be unbeatable in these fights. He'll find the correct flanks and he'll met the bulk line. Again, Prize right here engages onto Hansama, and I think Hansama locks him into place, and Kryze refuses to choose back to his range form.
I think he had just swapped to then go in for melee.
I wish we could have like the cooldown or that, because to me it felt like he could have very easily swapped, but I might be wrong on the cooldowns, 100%.
I'm not sure he didn't step forward or whether or not, you know, Hansama just stepped out of the range of that Mercurial Hammer. Regardless of that fact, it's Kryze's 3rd death of the game. Patrick is the one that has received all of the support for XL, 1-0-3. The tower falls in the top lane. And I think if Patrick can help set up the picks that XL need, then they can dissuade Rogue from getting the preferential team fights that Trouble was talking about. The thing is, they cannot lose control of the Rift, and it's feeling like Rogue are pushing on multiple lanes.
Exactly. When you get a tower on the Rift, usually the entire map around that tower goes dark, which means the opponent team will be able to put down some vision, and of course Rogue want to take control of the bot side of the map due to them stacking the Dragons. They already have 2. At 3, XL is going to have to try and pull the trigger and try to come up with a team fight for themselves, and again, this is where Rogue do excel in general. Their team fights and their composition really favors them.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue are just really, really strong at the moment. If they win this game, it will guarantee a top 4 regular season in Summer. It's just going to help them out for championship points and then look into playoffs. And I think I want to see how they set up around this dragon. It's still 3.5 minutes away. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the mini-map, see whether or not XL can find a pick beforehand. Because Trouble, I'm so with you. I don't think XL want to set up for a straight-up 5v5. But if they can surprise before the objective, maybe then they'll feel more bold.
It's just really hard to walk through a choke point when the spheres are there from Larsen, when you've got Chains of Corruption and a lot of poke coming in from Hansama. Now they saw Marcoon enter the jungle. You're going to have to exit some way. Now, dead or alive is up to you.
All right, dashes onto Odo and is instantly blown up. No flash, no ultimate, just a really easy pick, punishing the awareness and the vision. So Rogue pick up their 6th kill. It's still even on gold, but very scarily, Larsen Syndra, 4-0-1 right now.
That's scary.
Yeah.
And he's also got his Void Staff completed as well, which means that any sliver of a Ma that you could have had is going to be absolutely shredded. These ultimates are going to be feared in choke points because Syndra is so good at just pressing R on a choke point and then scatter the wick. And there's going to be like 3 or 4 spheres you cannot walk through. You do walk through, Kennen is there. You do walk through, Rel is there. They just have so many tools. Excel are pulling the trigger again.
They are indeed. Larssen this time around doesn't have a lot of mana, so he may not be able to push all the buttons. Gets enough for the knockback. Nukeduck jumps all the way forward, gets the shutdown gold and the kill. He's at the cost of his own life. However, Cries was teleporting in. While that's going on, tower was secured as well. So Nukeduck, crucial, getting that shutdown goal.
It's just so beautiful seeing Rogue play. I think Rogue's LCK meets LEC. They're somewhere in the middle. Their macro is insane. The way they play is insane. They don't go for more than they need. Marcoon might look for a pick on Hansama. Whew.
The Flash got the ultimate. The trap will slow down Trimby, but as Inspired arrives, that means Patrick as well as Marcoon can't find the kill. So 3 towers to 2, 7 kills to 5, 2 dragons up, and we got 2 minutes until the next Drake. It's starting to feel like Excel are not going to have the tools they need.
That was a really good trigger right there. They pull, Larssen.
Oh, now he's going to be the target once more. Marcoon is going to buy some time going golden. Here comes Nukeduck, the culling available in just a moment or two. Marcoon will lose his life. Hansama's got flash, dashes away from the culling. Now all of a sudden, there's a stun into Advia, no ultimate available to him. He'll buy time for the rest of the team to escape. Yes, that's a kill for Nukeduck, but you lose 2 members and the TP.
That tier 1 tower in the mid lane for Rogue, it's like it's in a horror film. It has seen some shish over there.
It feels a little bit...
Excel just want to fight under this particular tower.
And of course, I think because of the pressure they're under, look at the standings here. Excel 6 and 9. They need to win to stay in touching distance of Astralis. Of course, they will have themselves the ability to play them tomorrow. You see how the rest of this game concludes.
Again, I have to commend Rogue right here because that's again a really clever pick. They're trying to pull onto Larssen. They've seen him TP, and if they kill him instantly, they can move down and start setting up their vision. But Marcoon is a little bit way too deep. Patrick cannot follow up on his Jhin. Nukeduck is on the side, but he gets chunked down, and then Advian is somewhere in between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower, and Rogue had just back. They were all there, ready to re-engage. Again, I have to commend Rogue over and over again. I know it gets so boring because their games are slow and steady and methodical and textbook, but man, this team, that's why they look good. That's why they're winning, because they're not bloodthirsty. They know exactly how much they want to get, and that's what they do. And then they bleed their pressure onto side lanes, taking the towers. So suddenly you have no vision and you wonder why.
Yeah, of course, Rogue, they absolutely can play for the kills. They have the ability to do so. They're just very, very well-rounded. It's 10 seconds till the next dragon. Observers are showing how little XL can see. They need to step into the darkness. Oruwamne just joined the rest of his team, has his ultimate available. And it does look like Rogue will be able to secure the dragon.
I think at this point, you just take the mid lane tower. That river does not belong to you if you're XL. You've missed way too many kills. You've died way too many times trying to go for this extra plays for the objectives, but now they're on a timeout.
Yeah.
That is an Ocean Soul. An Ocean Soul is one of the most precious because Rogue can play that back and forth, regen, go back in however they want. In 4 minutes and 40 seconds, XL are going to have to figure out a way that they want to play this fight and they want to play around Rogue. They know! Rogue has vision! Rogue always knows!
Oh, follow Oruwamne, looking for the opportunity. At the end now under a little bit of threat. Does Trimby look for the engage, holding on to it for now. Pays his attention to Inspire, and Advian will be able to make it out. XL, they don't want to wait those 4 minutes for the next dragon. They were trying to create a scenario, but the amount of vision from Rogue denies it.
This is like one of the teams that has vision literally both around the dragon and around the Baron at the same time. It's insane. You just cannot flank Rogue.
No, you can't. And even though the game on gold, at least, is even, it has not felt like XL have really been in this game. It is Rogue that have been able to move around the map and secure objectives. Yes, XL have counted. It's 3 towers to 3. It's 6 kills to 9. But we're at 23 minutes, and now you start looking at the compositions. You start figuring out, how do XL possibly clear out the vision, control the river, prevent Rogue setting up, and then win a fight?
Yeah, this is the most important thing. This is why you see a lot of times Advian trying to get a flank behind Rogue, is because XL doesn't want to walk through a choke point. They allow their Alistar to try and walk in, get some vision. He might have to block his ultimate if he gets found out, sure. but they need Advien to make his way through to try to find a flank, because Excel absolutely do not want to walk through a very tight spot with Syndra there, with Viego there, with Kennen there, with the chains and arrows from Hansama there. It's just a big no-go for them.
Yeah, it really, really is. We're not going to have to follow how they set up some picks.
Try number 2.
Look, two items a piece.
Oh my god, Odoamne knows. This is just...
The XL members. Odo 104, the weak side king, as we have crowned him, on his 4th or 5th most played champion ever. Paying the respect to XL to ensure that he doesn't concede that extra kill, doesn't give that small advantage.
And people wonder why we always commend Rogue. We compliment them on that. That takes knowledge, and that takes patience.
Yeah, you need the information.
And Odoamne has both.
Yeah, need to be able to be aware of what is happening. Okay, keep our eyes on the minimap now. Trouble, let's see, 2 minutes until Dragon. It feels as though Rogue have already started to push these waves out. They've only got shallow river vision for now. They may be trying to push this a little deeper, and XL look like they want to contest.
Again, if you see at the bot side of the map, they're trying to catch Hansama in the mid lane. Trivi might pay for that.
A lot of damage. He does get taken out by the culling. Ended up needing 2 ultimates.
Paying the tax for his support, for his ADC.
5 versus 4. And XL
Larssen has TP.
Potentially flip this at the Baron. Toward inside the pit. Larsen's in the bottom lane. He can join. Odoamne's making his way.
They have vision.
On top. Teleport is now being channeled. Piercing arrow comes out from Hansama, and XL back out. They've got 1 TP already. That is a win at the moment.
Guys, that is a win for Rogue, because Advien has to stay out to possibly push Inspired away so he can't smite it. And we've mentioned how squishy the entirety of the XL lineup is, which means the second Marcoon tries to tank the Baron, he gets so chunked out that if Larssen throws a sphere in there, he's pretty much really close to dead.
That will be Rogue now, pushing the advantage, 1,500. Another item picked up here for Patrick, 105. He's got the Rapid Fire plus Collector. He's going to be the danger man in this next fight. Curtain Call and Culling should just about be available. And there you go. Thank you, production. Patrick, the most gold in the game, but significant drop-off for Nukeduck and Cries. Trouble set up the expectations for this fight. It looks like Rogue are going to have to fight through the vision, but they've got the tools to do so.
That's what XL needs. XL needs to fight in the entire width of this river. But then walking down the river, there's a Baron on the top side. Rogue have 3 dragons. They don't necessarily care about taking the soul right now if they can take the Baron and then open up the map much more for themselves. So I think XL here have to make a choice. You either fight for the dragon or you fight for the Baron, but you can't concede your vision.
Well, they did. XL trying to look for a fight, maybe. Rogue pushed the mid lane. They managed to push the wave far enough that XL's attempt at maybe a setup is thwarted. 8 seconds until the ocean spawns. XL have got to push through the darkness. And remember all of the AoE.
Water Odoamne.
Inspired gets tagged for 2, as well as the Shock Blast. He makes his way out. Odoamne threatens, but doesn't yet pull the trigger. Finally does so. Marcoon goes golden, and now all of a sudden, Rogue are split. Odo have lost his ultimate and manages to lightning rush away to safety. Shock Blast tags 2. Cries doing so much damage. Trumpy goes in with the Magna Storm, but everybody from XL splits. They get themselves a kill numbers advantage to XL, and they continue to step forward. Rogue have not yet backed away. Odoamne's got the teleport. Nicks some damage onto Cries. He flashes away. Scout of the Week will not stun him. 4 versus 5, and Rogue are still holding on to the river.
Larssen and Inspired still have their ultimates available, and this could be the game-winning button right here for Larssen. Hansama also with massive poke, and XL have used all their means for engage.
They have indeed. Nukeduck has got himself the culling. I think Cries is landing so many shock blasts. Dragon down to 3,000. Advien is very, very low. Still got the flash available to him. Culling pushes Larssen out of the pit. Manages to pick up the Dragon. XL by themselves. 5 more minutes. Odoamne teleported as well. So that is now on cooldown. XL stay alive.
That was Marcoon start to finish. I'm so happy we're getting this replay again, because as you can see, Odoamne wants to come from this flank, but what does Marcoon do? You're not getting engaged if you're the one engaging the one that wants to come onto you. He takes Slicing Maelstrom all to himself in a Zonias, which means that Odoamne is going to have no impact in the backline of this fight. And then Inspired flashes through the wall, everyone flashes away from Trimby's ultimate, and suddenly Metal Horse Lady is all alone between 5 XL members. Marcoon played this so well to stop the flank, to take one of the biggest ultimates to stop Rogue from getting the soul.
And so crucial from XL to be aware of it. Because they didn't have to deal with multiple AoE threats at the same time, they were ready for that Trimby engage. And it allowed XL to pick up their first dragon. They are still trailing in gold. They are still trailing in dragons and towers. But they have shown a tenacity that is surprising.
That's what they need. They need that spark. They need that second engage where you make the decision to go for that flip play, like Marcoon did there, onto Odoamne, to stop your team from getting decimated by one spell, the Slicing Maelstrom.
And of course,
can they replicate?
I think we've got to give some credit here again to Kryze. I know I mentioned it already, but I do think he hit a number of shock blasts that were very powerful. And just a reminder here, XL. Playing Rogue right now, they play Astralis tomorrow.
That's rough.
Play G2 on Sunday. It's going to be very, very important to win every single one of those games. Larssen will not get taken out by the culling. Find himself the stun onto Nukeduck, but Curtain Call and culling, there's no major objectives unless someone starts Baron. So that's not the end of the world. But again, there's a sense of, I don't want to say desperation, but a sense of like really trying to force certain things to work.
But that's XL. I don't think that's it. I don't think that's desperation. That's literal XL style where Marcoon and Advin have joined the fray, right? They want to fight, they want to take kills, because you know what, Trevor? If you're not on the map alive, you cannot defend your map. So this is the mentality that XL is going for. I can't blame them. They have the guys to do that. They have the fired up rookies to do that. They want to fight, they want to play brawl. Rogue don't though.
No, they don't. Buy more time. 2.5 minutes until Ocean Soul. Marcoon, no flash. The Moonfall is there. Can look for someone to jump onto. Odo can come over the wall. Level 16 as well. And that advantage over everybody on XL. By the way, Larssen level 16 as well. Nukeduck level 14. Down 70 CS. That laning phase and the extension of the lead that Rogue have built up has really just built a control advantage. Obviously, those Scatter the Weeks could be game-changing against the very, very squishy lineup. So I think we sit tight, we wait for the next dragon. And once again, look at the vision of the setup.
I don't think we have seen yet Larssen press R on a target. And when he does, I think it's going to be extremely explosive, because now he also has added the Death Cup to his inventory. 4 squishy members, you only have to pick one, and it could be serious trouble for XL. Again, you see, they're looking for these cheesy picks on the side of the map, but over and over again, we know how Rogue plays so methodically towards the other side of the map of where you want to make the picks on.
Oh, but now you can't pick the wrong side, right? At 32 minutes with Baron, with Soul, I want to call viewers' attention to how many stopwatches and hourglasses there are on the side of Rogue. 2 hourglasses, 2 stopwatches, so 4 of them. Just remember all of the burst damage, how much XL needs to eliminate a target. Larssen, that's the flash engage. Advin almost hesitated, I wonder. Larssen was able to escape. Now there's a counter teleport into the mid lane.
Patrick has no mana.
A bit of trouble. Patrick will flash, will use the heal, holds on to the flash. Now Rogue are in the mid lane. 45 seconds to Dragon, and yeah, that was a little strange, but no flash on Larssen, so a juicy target in this next engage.
Yeah, in this next engage, but then he can play in the safety of his own jungle if XL want to walk into this river. Again, XL have been roaming around the map, not setting down vision on the most important objective right now, which is that dragon. Because if Ocean Soul goes to Rogue, it's going to be really tough to fight against and throw to back.
Or XL picking Baron over Soul. 5 members making their way to the top of the river. Infinity Edge was picked up by Patrick. He's level 16 as well.
Oh, Rogue is coming.
Sensed this one and sniffed it out. Advian's got Hex Flash and Ultimate. Baron's going low. 9,000, just about halfway. 8,000. Trimby's got the Magnet Storm. The Flash, that's a stun onto Advian. He throws out the Ultimate. He needs to interrupt. That's a 2-man knockup. 2,000 hit points on the Baron. Advian's dead. Inside the pit. Pick up the Baron, but the follow-up fight is fantastic. 2 more kills to Rogue, and all of a sudden Nukeduck and Patrick have to watch Rogue go to Dragon.
I honestly think that the head of Larssen might be reaching the ceiling right now. How in the world did he know that Advian was in this bush? Instantly destroys him. Rogue will take everything. They'll take the... Oh, sorry, they didn't take the Baron. Okay, it wasn't stolen, but they'll take the entirety of the XL roster. They'll push down mid to open the map and create absolute darkness in the jungle of XL. and get one of the most precious possessions, which is the Ocean Soul.
The Ocean Soul, indeed. I wonder if on Advian's route up, there was a ward in the tri-bush.
What? Wait, he doesn't touch him. He knows he doesn't touch him in the Scout of the Week. Towards the right, that was so... 10 head, not even 5 head. That was insane by Larsen. That's your whole engage. And what keeps Inspired out of the pit? Dead. And even though, yes, you secure the Baron, everyone almost dies.
Yeah, they lose 3 of those buffs. Rogue complete the Ocean Soul. And what can Nuke Duck and Patrick do with this? The Curtain Call gets some damage. It's simply not enough. And the gold lead for Rogue, the Ocean Soul, the invisible advantage, plus deep vision. When we were in that replay, Trouble, I saw there was a Rogue ward in the tri-bush. I wonder if they saw him go over it, speaking about Advian.
But still, how did he know where to target the Scout of the Week?
100% agree. Very, very intelligent play, understanding where some of the risks could come from. And also, it is an Alistair. It's one of the only tools of sort of disengage there as well. So
keeping Inspired out of the pit as well. It's so important.
Man, okay, 35 minutes. XL still trying to stay in this, but they're going to now go through the Soul. Grouping up their Baron buffs. No teleport for Nuke Duck. He's just left the base. 3rd item completed, and that will be the 4th tower secured. XL trying to now find another target. X-Flash, Deadly Flourish, won't root him down. It will, in fact, after the animation. But once again, the respect Rogue is showing means they've got out of almost every one of these long-range engages.
Yeah, the good thing is that they have still the Baron on Patrick and Nuke Duck, and Nuke Duck is very slippery, so he can stay around the minions without being necessarily too threatened as Patrick would. But the thing is, you're pushing some towers, you're still not necessarily setting down vision in your own jungle where you know it's gonna go down. 4 minutes from now, Elder is going to be one of the most heavily contested objective on the map, and you'll see that Rogue will push all of their waves, they'll set down their vision, and they'll go chill on their side of the map.
They will, and I think the thing that you've got to remember now is this late into the game, with 3 and 4 items being completed, working towards 5.
Everyone is almost level 18 as well.
Even in gold, at least, XL can surprise. They can find a shocking pick. They can potentially punish Rogue. So even though it feels and has felt for a long time like Rogue are in control, do not discount. And at this stage in the game, and we've seen it several times this summer already, XL are not yet out of it. Still fishing for opportunities. Odo level 17, by the way, 305. Is quietly dominating the course of this game, but honestly, his Slicing Maelstrom hasn't had a chance to have a huge impact.
XL are so aware of where Odoamne is, and this is what is really surprising about this team. Even though they're so bloodthirsty, they know exactly what their win condition is in a fight. They will take the ballsy call over the safe call every single time. And that's a thin line between a hero and an Inter. We've said it a lot of times.
Yes, indeed. Quick update, of course, if Rogue do win this game, they'll guarantee themselves a top 4 placement. What you can see on the side of your screen is the championship points, and we have already added the minimum number of points that a team can secure based on their current standing, which is why you can see Misfits there in 30 points, their minimum placement. Regular season could be 5th. For Rogue, sitting right near the top. They want to get as high seeding as possible, increase their chances of making a deep run in playoffs, and obviously getting to the World Championships.
I'm going to take us away from the championship points back into this game because the Baron is coming up in 1 minute 20. And if we look at the minimap, you'll see that Rogue is pretty set up. If Odoamne wants to have a flank, wards are already down and available, waiting for him to pick up a fight. Advin has not cleared that far back. And Rogue are using and brute forcing the way into the jungle to make sure there is something behind XL that their carries can TP on. Not necessarily Larsen, because she wants to play the front back, but Odoamne, I think for Odoamne is so important. You've said it yourself as well. He hasn't necessarily had an impactful Maelstrom yet, but he has to if XL want to win the fight.
Especially...
sorry, Rogue
want to win their fight. Kryze will be the target. Flash over the wall from Trimby, as well as Inspired. Kryze buys some time to the stopwatch. The rest of XL pushing the mid lane. Not enough damage to find the kill onto Hans Sama. And Lawson's going to be able to try side swipe XL. A tower for the death. Nutak will get press on, will get scattered the weak and flashed on. 2 kills for Rogue. 25 seconds for Baron, a minute for Elder, and 50-second death timers for 2 members of XL.
Oh, this is really bad for XL. Rogue, yet again, they're gonna pull the trigger. They might even look to end. I don't think they care about the Dragon. I don't think they care about the Baron. It's all about finishing that game.
5 versus 3 and not the greatest wave clear on the side of XL. Marcoon has got the Moonfall and the Flash available to him. Inspired dashes forward, doesn't find Patrick, uses the Hourglass, the Slicing Maelstrom this time round, splits up 2 members of XL. That's already a dead Marcoon, and Advian trying to disrupt Rogue. I don't know if he can do it just yet. Odoamne uses Hourglass to buy some time, and Patrick running for his life in the bottom lane. He's pulled 4 members of Rogue. It's a 15-second death timer for Nutak and a 10-second for Kryze. Patrick will continue to bring
Hans Sama is killing the Nexus towers.
The 4 items available to him. The crash down, the pullback, and Hans Sama left alone on the Nexus. Rogue, a couple shots away from taking it out. Here comes Odo as well. And Kryze simply does not have the ability to stop it. Finally, the Nexus will go down and Rogue defeat XL.
He just let his teammate die. He wanted to give Odoamne 1 death, yet 0 deaths.
There's an element of showmanship in that last hit. That captures...
No. Hans Sama just inted Odoamne 100%.
Yes, but it captures the essence of the game. It was like completely in Rogue's control for so long.
I think it was completely into their control. They didn't have to team fight. Up to the point where they were at the Nexus. Every single fight, every time they would lose a member, a tower would go down. Vision would go down. A dragon would go down. They stacked their dragons up so early. They always had that win condition. They always knew that if they wanted to fight XL in their terms, they could pull them down the bot side of the river.
And then you have to think about the decision making. XL opted into the Baron, knowing or expecting, I believe, that soul would go the way of Rogue. Rogue were able to win the team fight at Baron despite losing the buff. Get themselves the soul. They guarantee themselves a top 4 seed in the regular season. The members of Rogue will finally take to the stage. Everybody at home, you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Odo, Larson, and Hans. And I have to once again commend Larson. He picked the Syndra into the first pick Lucian and simply controlled the entire time.
I'm sorry, but I don't like seeing Hans Sama's name right there because he inted Odoamne. Odoamne would have been 0 deaths for that, but I agree with you. I think Larson had an absolutely incredible showing in this game. Yes, the Lucian is such a strong pick, but again, head scratcher, Viego wins again. I think Viego is just so strong right now that it seems like the Lucian picks in the mid lane and the prior that are meant to give you in the early game don't matter too much once the Sandra gets locked in, once Viego gets a little bit stronger. So unless you snowball it out of control, which the team hasn't been able to do so far today, Viego wins.
I mean, that's exactly what happened. Rogue end up taking the victory. They guarantee top 4 for XL. They play Astralis tomorrow and then G2 on Sunday. Remember that XL took down G2 already, so for XL's shot and hopes at playoffs, next 2 games are going to be crucial. We're going to find out what Larson has to say. Excellent Syndra performance. Law, over to you.
I have to agree with that. Excellent Syndra performance and excellent performance overall. Although I want to say it's like a typical Rogue game. Really good early game, and then slowed it down a bit, the pace of the game. Why so? What do you think that's XL?
The interview started? Oh.
Yeah, the interview started.
I mean, I wouldn't say typical Rogue game. I think we have, out of games, we were also close at fast, which people don't appreciate. They focus on the games where we don't end the game fast. Usually we don't throw the games, usually we win the games, but it's against Mad, especially, that we tend to throw the games, that we actually have big leads. I forgot the question. What was it?
Why did the pace of the game slow down a bit after you got a good early game?
Oh, I mean, it kind of slowed down because we were playing for Drakes.
Yeah.
Because we had a kind of early soul, and then we fucked up the soul. So that made the game very slow, because that was kind of our game plan to like get the soul at that point. We also died a bit here and there. I lost my shutdown, so it's kind of my bad. I slowed down the game. If I play cleaner, I think we get all the outer tier 2s, and we'll be way ahead in gold, maybe even get Nash. Just some small mistakes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of times you can experiment, I feel. I mean, you locked in playoffs last week, so maybe... how did you see this week, actually, with the games you had? Maybe trying out some stuff before being ready for playoffs? I don't know. How was this week for you? What was the plan?
I mean, for me and for us, I think
Yeah.
it's definitely about getting the first place, so we can choose who we play in the first round.
Okay.
If we win the next 2 games, we will get first place for sure. So that's on the thing on our mind, and just play 2 good games. Hopefully, stomp enemies in the 2 next games. Clean out against fast. That would be nice.
Yeah.
I think we are on a good path to clean out against fast and have very good snowballs. So yeah, just working towards that.
I have a last question about the game because I was talking to Youngberg before the game and he told me he was happy with the draft because you guys let them go away with some picks they've been successful on lately. So I think about Lucian, Diana, picks like that. Why did you think they would be okay with this pick and you would win regardless?
It's kind of their comfort,
Yeah.
so they were happy with it, right? But we had good answer to it. I mean, Lucian was not having fun in lane, that's for sure. So even though it's a comfort, I didn't mind because I knew I could stomp it. And yeah, I mean, I guess both teams were happy with the drafts, and usually draft is not that important. It's usually about the gameplay anyway.
There's something I want to show you. Production can tell me if we can watch the replay right now, but you did something super smart actually here. Scouting, yeah, Alistar was going in the bush. You were scouting with the Q and they're scattered the weak. How did you know he would be in there?
I mean, it's a very slow game, and I think flankers tend to get bored. Like flanking champs, they tend to get bored in slow games. They were like always look for flanks because nothing is going on. So they'll be like, okay, I will go for flank. So it's kind of obvious, like they'll be on the flank, especially when they start Nash. So yeah, I was just scouting and seeing if I was on the flank, and this bush felt like a bush Alistar would stand in.
Honestly, like smart plays like that is, I feel, the reason why you got Kia Player of the Game today. Quickshot was saying it got an insane performance on Syndra. And I feel like you had a really good split overall, Larson. So what do you think about your development? You don't seem to agree with me.
I mean, I have a good second half of the split. First half was not that good, but it was good because I improved a lot from not having that good of first half of the split. Like I changed a lot of things, and I have very good habits now, and I'm very, very confident in myself now. So like I usually didn't struggle in my past in a regular split. So at the first half split, I kind of struggled a bit, and that was a very good thing for me, I think, because I changed some things, and I'm super confident now, and it was just for the greater good.
And you were talking about how Rogue is looking to get first place here. You locked top 4, which means you're going to play in the upper bracket anyway. How confident are you about locking top 1 in the games you have left?
Yeah, we should definitely lock the rank 1 spot, hopefully with some clean games, fast games. But I mean, it's just focus on next game tomorrow. I think it's against Vitality, so that's the next focus, and just take it game by game and play by play. I'm not gonna think too much ahead. I'm just gonna take it step by step, and yeah.
Might be a bloody game knowing how Vitality is played, but we'll see about that tomorrow, Larson. Thank you so much for the interview. And for us, we're gonna take a short break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with Mad Lions facing off against G2. Stay tuned.
G2 as players are insanely skilled, so I think you can never count them out. They should be stronger than ever.
Larson can TP in. The Dragon's down to 1700. The engage catches 3. That's gigantic, but there's not enough follow-up. There's not enough damage. The Dragon is secured by Mad Lions. They get the soul.
With Mad winning, it could bring more hope to other teams that they can potentially win as well, because G2 isn't winning anymore, but we're here to crush their hopes.
Remember Strong had to fight against 4. Jankos, the greatest Cinder in the game apparently, as he manages to get Caps a double. A beautiful scat of the week.
My bad habits lead to late nights and in alone conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use, or do my bad habits lead to you?
Welcome back, everyone, to the final week of LEC Summer. Yes, it's already the final week. I know time flies when you're having fun, and we're about to have a lot more fun as we'll soon see the reigning champions, Mad Lions, take on G2 Esports, which is a preview of a matchup we were very likely to see in the playoffs. Now, going into this game, we wanted to take a closer look at the two supports who have really helped define the play styles from both teams over the last couple of years, haven't they, Goldberg?
I genuinely think they have. You go back to the prime of G2 as well. Mickey always been a vocal point. Was even if Caps was the AD carry, if Pert was the AD carry, now when Reckless is the AD carry, this support is always shining. And you can see on the other side of the map, you get Kaiser from Mad Lions. And I think ever since we had the Mad Lions enter the LEC with Kaiser coming through as well, this guy has just always been a talking point for this team. He's genuinely good in any meta we've had. He had only 1 point or 2 points where he genuinely slumped, but then every time we get near playoffs, right, he starts ramping up again. He starts coming in with the flanks, the highlights plays. I think his Alistar is usually what we think about when we think Kaiser as well, or Rakan. Both these supports right now are pivotal points in getting victories for their teams.
And as you say, they bring something to the table no matter what meta or no matter what situation the team is in. So we specifically wanted to look at Mickey X and his Rakan from last week. What are you going to show us?
Yeah, so this time with Mickey, I'm gonna basically just take a look at everything he does perfectly on this Rakan going into this team fight, because he really utilizes the kit very well. But before we get into that, I want to take a look at some of the setups before we reach that pivotal team fight against Misfits that they had. So going into this one, it's a situation where there's 1 minute until the Infernal Drake is respawning, so they're setting up for the objective. But the problem is right now, as you can see now, that Misfits, they're here a bit beforehand. Even if you take a look down on the minimap, there's always also hear it down in the bottom. So with this in mind, G2, they're just going to continue and straight down to the mid lane turret where they're going to be taking it, where they know it's going to be uncontested because of the fact that Misfits invested so many resources to try and catch them off guard while they were looking for vision around the objective, because that's what they're looking for. So G2 right now, what they're trying to do is stall. Just because you have Wonder that needs to join the fight, Hero is also coming, so we need them to back up beforehand. So as soon as they feel confident to join this fight, have a look at Mickey, because what he's going to be doing here is going to be pivotal. He's got the Orianna ball on him, he's got the quickness already. He flashes forward, gets the charm on towards the Renekton, continues down. Remember, he does still have the ball onto him, which is going to be pivotal when we continue the clip here. Gets on towards the members here, gets the shockwave down. He already used the E one, he gets the W, and he gets the second E out again. Every kit you had in Rakan there is utilized to perfection. The engage to get forward, the engage with the grand entrance of the quickness, and then again the E to get out of it. Everything you wanted from Rakan's kit there was utilized.
Beautiful by Mickey, and I think it also goes to show that, you know, sometimes when G2 is on the same page, I say sometimes because it's not always been like that this season, but definitely has been in the last games, in the last few weeks. But it's not just Mickey doing his job. He does it expertly, and the team follows up immediately. Let's take a look at the drafts then, because Kaiser has said no slouch either. What is your expectation as to what we may see out of Div 2 on the Rift?
I think it's going to depend on a lot of what the comms has already built. Where in a recent interview with Mickey as well, he was talking about how he feels like the support champions right now is not only just to counter the lane, it's to counter what the enemies are doing. So for example, you see his Poppy here. Diana is a huge champion in the meta right now, so he's going for something like that. Sometimes you need a greater engage or more map pressure on the side of Kaiser. There's the Galio as well. So it's all these things and the flexibilities we see from the different supports here, how they're unique, but it's also how we see them pair up together nicely with some of the meta champions like the Leona, like the Rakan, or the disengage you get from the Braum.
I've never been this excited for a support matchup. Thank you so much for that, Mikkel. Of course, Kaiser versus Mickey, and two of the best teams in the second round robin so far. Going to be an amazing matchup. And Matt, they have already secured a top 4 seed in the playoffs, but for G2, every win counts. Will return in a few minutes as the current and former EU champions face off.
And welcome to the caster desk for the final 2 games of the day. We're in a super week, Vedi, and there's no one I would rather have beside me apart from any of the other color casters who currently work on the LEC. I'm Medi, he's Vedi. We're here for the final 2 games of the day.
It's going to be a series of excitement, entertaining, and what I would call excellent games, because we have G2 versus Mad, and we also ran out the day with Fnatic versus Misfits. So our Super Week comprises largely of games that matter a lot. A lot of these teams finding those top spots. Now, right now, G2 is 1 win behind Mad, but a win here could be very valuable for them. Of course, Mad already locked in top 4, but G2 want to secure that top 4 for themselves. Getting a win here would be instrumental in allowing them to do that.
Well, of course, there's only 2 top 4 spots left for playoffs. We already have Rogue locked in. We already have Mad Lions locked in. We'll see out of Fnatic, Misfits, and G2 who joins them up in that top side of the bracket. Let's get on into the draft. 11:15 is where it's at, Vedi. And so far today, we have seen a much deprioritized Gwen.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of priority on things like the Varus, very strong AD carry as he has been across the last few patches. And apart from that, I don't think we've seen too much change.
Well, yeah, I think that we're still seeing Lucian being a very high priority combined with the Diana. Nerfs to Diana are becoming in a later patch, but right now we are, of course, on 11:15. The Tahm Kench being removed is a little surprising. I think there was a lot of debate among the pros that I spoke to around how good Tahm Kench actually was, but after last week on the LEC and teams getting to practice it a little bit more, and it even showing up today, it seems that that priority has increased, and now teams are even willing to take it off the board. So Tahm Kench can be removed. Thresh, still a classic. There were the nerfs this patch, I believe, to Thresh.
It's a 2-second cooldown reduction. Like, yes, it is.
I think it's pretty big. Okay. I personally think it's a pretty big, but it seems that G2 thinks that Thresh is still a very strong champion, and they're going to remove it alongside the Viego, with Mad Lions removing the Camille away from Wonder, the Xin Zhao away from Jankos, and Tristana very targeted towards Reckless. So let's see what their priority is, given that the meta has shifted and we don't expect the Gwen.
There is the Varus straight away locked in here for Kazi. He has played that 2 times already this season, has won both times. He has brought it to the Rift. So no real surprises that Mad Lions want to lock that in. Of course, the flexibility of Varus with the poke and the on-hit build being equally as effective, depending on the opposition team comp, gives you a few more options. Once again, Reckless is going to bring out the Callista here, Vedius, alongside what I expect to be Jankos' Lee Sin.
That's what it looks like. So G2 already going for a little bit more of an aggressive composition, options around playing towards the bot side of the map. But let's see what Mad Lions do. They could just get themselves a strong bot side. They could grab the Nautilus early if they wanted to. They could get themselves a good jungle matchup. Instead, they're going to prioritize the Syndra. She did get some small buffs this patch, which seems to have risen her in priority. When Syndra is strong in the meta, she's often very valued as an early pick, simply because it's very easy for her to get prio in a lot of lanes. She has really good gank setup thanks to her QE combo, and she scales pretty well, given that her ability to burst a single target down is always going to be relevant as the game progresses. They're going to pair that up with a Graves.
Okay.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is the first Graves of the LEC that we have seen so far, and it is going to be in the hands of Elyoya. I believe Graves did get some buffs recently. I don't know if it was this patch or if it was last patch. I want to say that he got like +2 AD or something. I'm trying to recall exactly what the Graves buffs
I will say,
were.
this patch, Sentinel Graves was released. It wasn't buffed or nerfed on this specific patch, but I'll have a look back in a second. It is the first Graves we have seen this summer as well, Vedius.
Okay, so Syndra Graves, I think, has quite a lot of power in terms of the mid-jungle 2 versus 2. I want to say that it's a little bit stronger than that of the Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate has really good setup thanks to the gold card and is not that great in terms of the straight-up matchup. I think TF can struggle. You can be poked out because you don't have any dashes. Syndra has a lot of easy setup against you, but Caps clearly feels confident in the matchup, and you know that you have so much more roaming power. Syndra, while she can often gain priority in the lane, she's not the fastest when it comes to moving towards the sides and can't always follow the Twisted Fate. So Caps looking to go back to his, I guess, iconic playstyle of being that heavy roam mid laner that loves impacting the side lane. So when you have a Lee Sin and a Callista, definitely suggests that G2 is looking like a bot-sided play, or focus rather, in this matchup.
Let's see if that continues through the rest of these picks. They've already banned out 2 supports. Another will follow in the form of Alistair. There's Rakan taken away by the Mad Lions. Graves, Betty, I did look it up.
He was nerfed originally on 11.1, where his base attack damage was reduced from 66 to 68. And then on 11.11, his attack damage growth was increased, and on 11.14, his base attack damage was increased once again. So he's actually stronger.
Right. So it was.
Yeah, he's actually stronger than he was at the start of Season 11.
Oh, well, there you go. But yeah, I knew that he recently had some small changes. Cool to see that Elyoya is picking the champion up. We'll see how that one works. I haven't seen a Graves for a while now. But the support bans continue to come through. G2 is looking at a Nautilus or a Leona right now to be paired up with the Kalista. What will Mad Lions choose to remove? Because you expect G2 to grab one of the two, whichever one gets banned. I imagine G2 will go for it if Mad Lions even want to ban it. Looks like they're not going to. They're going to leave both options open, so perhaps they can go for the other one themselves. Now, what will G2 prefer? Right now, it's looking like that Leona, strong, powerful CC, very good setup, very powerful all-in against low mobility champions in the form of the Syndra and the Varus as well. And when you pair that up with the Kalista, you have a very powerful 2 versus 2 lane in the bottom.
Gives your opponents a little bit less reaction time as well. The Leona engage just a bit quicker to come down than a Nautilus engage. The hook can take a little bit of time to connect, giving Mad Lions the opportunity to dodge away from it. Also, Leona naturally slight bit tankier than the Nautilus, and considering she's really the only tank so far on this G2 lineup, might be a bit tricky for...
That's a Trundle medic.
Yeah. So that's Trundle...
Support, I think. I think that's Trundle support.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that just because of his ultimate, you literally just talked about how Leona being super tanky.
Yeah.
He can literally steal all those stats.
She's the only tank.
Right? Yeah. I mean, like, Pillar as well. I mean, do you think... Pillar, is it strong into Kalista?
I'm trying... Okay, so it's strong into Kalista because it has an attack speed slow on it.
Yes.
Or movement speed slow, so that's an attack speed slow for Kalista. So Pillar is strong into Kalista.
Okay, okay.
I'm trying to work out how it works with Zenith Blade, whether if the Zenith Blade connects and then you Pillar between you and the Leona, whether it cancels it.
I don't know.
So that's what a match, something I want to look at as we get into the game as well. But I will ask quickly, Marcus, if you could check when the last Trundle support was that we had in the LEC as well, because that has been a very long time. Final pick is a Gangplank here for G2 in the top lane. Wonder has already brought that out once this season and was able to pick up a win on it. Elyoya back to comfort on this Graves. I looked it up, Betty. His most played, 24 games, 63% win rate on the champ.
Yeah. Okay, so let's start with G2's composition. We talked about how they were edging towards a bot focus with their first round of draft, and by rounding out with the Gangplank and the Leona, it is looking like an early game bot side focus for G2. So I expect a lot of roaming. The level 6 are going to be very clear spikes that we're going to be keeping our eyes out for. Mad Lions, they're going to have Prio in the mid lane, and they're going to have Prio up towards the top side of the map. You expect Elyoya to be a little bit more focused that side. Maybe they can look to try and punish and shut down this Gangplank early. I think that the Gangplank ultimate in the late game fights is going to be very difficult for the Varus and the Syndra to be able to play around. When you look at Mad Lions' poke, they do have a lot at their disposal, a very long-range composition. We'll see if G2 have enough engage tools, very much reliant on the GP ultimate and the Leona to be able to successfully close the gap and get the fights that they're looking for. The TF can also be used to attack the side lanes alongside the Gangplank, so they will have side lane options, and we'll see if Armor gets caught out. Very similar to how he was often against the rogue comp. It's going to be a good one. It's Mad versus G2, so without further ado, let's jump onto the Rift.
And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Mad Lions and G2, two teams with a storied history against each other, although it's only been a couple of years since they first met. Mad Lions
last year, even.
Well, yeah, but it's a couple of years since last year. Like, it's, if you count it as seasons, they met all of 2020, and now they've met all of 2021.
I'm just saying that, like,
your
it's close.
Your pedancy wasn't needed there, Venice. I was building a story.
Okay, continue building.
Came in with the pedanticness. No, you can do it now. Go on, off you go.
No, go.
No, you know the graphic we're going to bring up. Go on.
All right, we wanted to ask you at home who you think will win, right? So you can vote in chat whether you think G2 or whether you think it's Mad, right? So while you're all talking in chat, there's a reason why we asked
you need to spam Mad if you think Mad are going to win, and
yes,
G2 if you think
G2 is going to win. We do see a bit of a delayed invade here, so before we talk about this next thing, let's have a look and see if anything happens here. A ward was dropped onto the top side red. Caps will be spotted out by humanoids, and Elyoya continuing with the delayed invades. It looks like G2 has spotted out. They recognized it. Jankos is going to disengage, not going to choose to overcommit. And Elyoya is going to be stealing away that blue buff. So it looks like that Mad are creating a bit of a split map here and are looking to try and cut Reckless and Mickey off from the bot side focus that G2 have drafted for themselves. But the early push here from G2 could deny Mad a lot.
There's the Guardian on Kaiser. Mickey's ignited, he's ticking away, flash forward into the chomp, and Kaiser flash away. No vision from Kazi on Mickey. First kill goes over to Reckless. Mickey trying to dodge around. There's some Alcove gaming, but it's just going to be a short break here for Mickey. You have to think, has the stun back up. Kazi uses the cleanse and exchanges it 1-for-1.
Oh, and Reckless even collapsed onto Elyoya, tries to poke him out. Stun Q comes out from Cap, so a bit of trading in the mid lane. Already a lot of action, but it ends up being Reckless that draws first blood as Kazi's able to trade in return. Every summoner spell was burned in the bot lane, and overall you can see that G2 with a bit of an early gold advantage. But we wanted to quickly bring it back because this matchup is really... Oh, we won't have time. Let's look back at the replay and see exactly what happened. So you can see that because the late invade came through from Kaiser and Kazi, they were obviously late to the lane. G2's bot lane shoved it in early, but the power of Trundle's early dueling is very potent. But because Reckless was able to build up so many Ren stacks, he was able to get that kill. And then Elyoya and Reckless were forced to change blows a little bit. And Reckless actually ends up flashing.
And I love the start of this game because it already shows us quintessential Mad versus G2. It is neck and neck, bit by bit, inch by inch between these two teams every single time. Across the course of their matchup history, they've gone 11-13 and they're looking to add a little bit more spice to the table. Jankos diving under the tower, flashes forward, one turret shot. The second won't follow. Elyoya flashes, smoke screen! That's why smoking kills! A great kill there for Graves as Armor now looks for a fight at the top lane. It's such a bloody game when we're only 3.5 minutes in. Wonder dodges the shock blast, Armor flashes forward. 3-2 to the Mad Lions.
The gold is even, but Mad lead in kills, and we've had action all across the board. We had some really cool stuff prepared, and both these teams have
just said, we're not doing that anymore.
No, we're not going to allow you to talk about it. So let's take stock of what has just happened. Jankos, he did a full clear topside into mid lane gank. He was only level 3. They hard committed onto trying to shut Humanoid down. By getting Caps even slightly ahead, it makes it easier for him to roam around the map, and by removing Humanoid's flash, it gives him a little bit more of an opportunity to set Caps up for success. Of course, Jankos had to commit his flash in order to get that kill. And that means that Elyoya was able to come in and clean up that answer. Meanwhile, Armored in the top lane was able to find himself a solo kill. And that was just because Wonder was slightly overstepped in the lane. You'd hit that level 4 mark. The wave was in a bit of an awkward position for Wonder. So there was very little that he could do as Caps now, with support from Jankos. Ooh, Humanoid just sidestepping there. Gets a very nice trade back onto Caps. And now Elyoya, as we talked about, finally making his way up towards the top side. No flash on Wonder. And the wave is not a good position for him. And he's going to face check into Elyoya.
Yeah, Wonder no flash, as you say. Elyoya on the chase. The red buff slow will be ticking away. And Wonder, it's the end of the line for him. Elyoya gets his second kill on this Graves. And I think a few fans in Twitch chat might be ruining the decision to vote for G2. It was 70-30 split in their favor, and G2 are trying to award some of those faithful fans. Mickey tanks up the tower, Caps coming in with the gold card lock. Mickey the first to fall. Kaiser will be rendered to oblivion, and Reckless picks up his second kill.
Wow, so Caps, not even level 6, hits level 5, and immediately uses that as an opportunity to set up the dive. Ends up being an 80 carry trade once again. Reckless 2-0-0, Kazi 2-0-0. The gold is dead even between the two, and the gold is slightly in favor of Mad up towards the top side.
Yeah, you can see 300 gold lead for Armor over Wonder, 200 in the jungle as well. But Betty, oh, please tell me. Come on, Jankos, I have a graphic I want to bring up, mate. Please. They're going to fight. Okay,
yeah,
we're going to wait on it for a second. Here comes Elyoya, blast coning over. Wonder pushing in the wave. You can see Jankos was just acting as a bouncer there for Wonder, trying to make sure Elyoya can go in. The smoke screen, so effective versus Wonder and Jankos, because you can't hit what you can't see. Lee Sin has lived off that for his entire playing career, and now
he really has that experience. And now Elyoya's just like, no, I'm going to use your stick against you. Caps, level 6.
They're going for it. The Destiny, Mickey here as well. It's still only level 3. They're going to root Armor underneath the tower, and he is gone. Elioya cannot do anything to stop the G2 oncoming storm.
Okay, so G2 relentless with the aggression, constantly going back and forth with Mad Lions, investing up towards the top side because that's where an opportunity was. And look at Reckless, just get out of there. Doesn't want to run the risk of getting dived on. Kazi is now level 6, has this huge wave. Kaiser's only level 3. Reckless has moved into mid wave so that he's able to get some farm. But this is going to be huge for the Mad Lions bot lane. Because that top investment, 4 members from the side of G2, Reckless is going to lose so much farm, so much experience because he's losing another wave as well, and Kazi's going to get himself 2 tower plates. So, observers, let's have another look at the gold and see what happened between the 2 AD carries. Only a 300 difference, so that means that Kazi's effectively at 3-0-0 rather than 2-0-0 at this point in time.
But you see the top lane's evened out, Veddy. Armor and Wonder now even on gold. Wonder actually slightly ahead. However, jungle for Elioya, he is still 400 gold or so ahead of Jankos. Quickly, before your point, I need to celebrate supports. Mickey, great job, mate. You've died 1,000 times. Incredible stuff. Good job in the LEC. 1,000 deaths. Incredible. Just amazing.
Amazing.
Just superlative stuff from one of the best supports in our league. Now that's out of the way. Hit me, Betty.
Okay.
Great job, Mickey.
We've had a lot of action happen so far, and I just really wanted to use this brief window to talk about what happens every time these 2 teams met. So you saw us talk about the wins losses earlier. Don't bring the ruin up because it's going to ruin everything. Basically, what happens is they're very even because every time they meet in the regular season, they go 1-1. G2 wins the first game. Mad always wins the second game throughout their history. Now G2 on the offensive again.
Humanoid stand underneath the tower. The chase is on. Mickey with a shield of Daybreak will be enough. Reckless pings over to 6 on that dive.
Now, G2 is doing everything in their power to break that curse.
Yes,
they have tied the kills up. The gold is dead even once again. And it's crazy that the bot lane is even coming mid, but the entire side of G2 is constantly looking to be proactive throughout the map and look for plays wherever possible. The thing is, Mad are not going down without a fight. They're getting things elsewhere on the map. Kazi's continuing farm. Kick.
Jankos kicks him back, and that is a very dead Elioya. Shut down going over to Caps as well is huge for G2.
Very smooth play there from Jankos. Glides his way in behind Elioya. Doesn't have time to react. Gets kicked into the lineup of G2. And then Cat signs himself another kill. But notice that the gold continues to stay pretty even as Kazi continues to get plates. Do they have a TP? Doesn't look like it. Mickey's not likely going to be able to collapse onto Kazi. He's going to walk that one off. And he is the primary gold benefactor right now. You can see that Elioya is still a level ahead of Jankos because he has primarily been farming. Still ahead in gold over Jankos. And Armor, this could be an opportunity for him to grab a plate himself. So while G2 is making a lot of plays, Mad is still picking up a lot of gold everywhere on the map. We continue to have a very close game, and you know that the bloodshed is only going to continue to fall.
Why is this game so important for both teams, you might ask? Well, you can see G2 sitting below where they usually would in the standings coming into Week 8, coming into the Super 8, 9 and 6. If they win this, they catch up with Fnatic, with Mad Lions, with Misfits, and of course, one of Fnatic and Misfits will go up to 11 wins, but those championship points so important for these teams. Mad Lions picked up 90 in spring. They are guaranteed top 4. G2 are not. They only got 50 points, and they need to be placing close to Misfits, close to Fnatic, or ahead of them to make sure they get the top 4 going into playoffs.
And as a reminder, how our playoff format works, and when it comes to Worlds qualification, top 3. You just finish top 3 at the end of playoffs. Those are the world spots, and that is who will be Europe's representative. And if you end up in the upper bracket in playoffs, that means you only need 1 win in the best of 5 to qualify for Worlds, because then you're guaranteed a minimum of top 3. So just being in the upper bracket, it matters a lot when so many of these teams' goal is to get to Worlds, because you can learn so much and compete against the best that the world does have to offer. So let's bring it back to the game now. We can see gold continues to be dead even. The first strike of the game yet to go down. Both teams posturing around mid. And with the control that G2 have around the bot river, it is suggesting that G2 is looking at it, but they don't want to commit right now. They're going to push out that bot wave, and Elioya, expecting sort of what we were just talking about, decides to go for the cross map. Invests in the Herald up towards top. Good stun here from Humanoid.
Caps underneath the tower, stopwatch. Bought that early, had a big gold lead in the mid lane, was able to invest some of that into going gold and keeping himself alive. You can see G2 able to force Kazi away from this. Solar Flag coming out. I think that was more of a warning flare. Yeah.
I think he was just doing everything that he could to keep Kazi away from Reckless. I think also in his mind, if he gets Kazi's cleanse, that's also a big advantage as well, because the ult's definitely going to come up before the cleanse does, and it gives G2 control over this Drake that we were just talking about a little while ago. But now, Elyoya reset on his way towards the bot side of the map. G2 needs to recognize the potential for the collapse as Wonder gets a really good trade onto Armut.
Armut really doesn't have the mana, does get the knockback. Wonder can chase him, but with the minions there, he decides against it. And for the moment, it is quieter on the Rift than it has been for the rest of the game. I will say G2 able to pick up 3 plates in that bottom lane. Although Reckless was pushed behind a lot in the early game, he's now only a level behind Kazi, has equal plates on the bottom side of the map, and has stayed around even on CS as well overall. So although Kazi has already got himself an Eclipse, Reckless will be going back and getting that first completed item pretty soon. Now more gold being funneled into the Mad AD carry.
I like this investment from Mad Lions. Played towards the side of the map that has kind of been stronger in the early game. G2, I think that when you look at their comp, we very much expected them to play towards the bot side of the map. And while we did see some plays there, they've actually just been moving this bot lane around a lot. They're playing around top, they're playing around mid, pretty much playing everywhere that they can. And Mad has just been trying to answer every play that G2 has made. And huge props to Mad, kind of weathering all this pressure that G2 has been throwing out at them in the early game. Because over the last 2 weeks, Mad haven't had the strongest early game. That when you compare it to their first 2 weeks of the split, you can see they were super bloody. They had high kills, high deaths, high combined kills per minute. But in the second half, they actually slowed the game down a lot. They found themselves at a couple early game deficits. They were quite close in a lot of their games, and it wasn't until the late game fights where they were really coming out on top. Kind of how they won the split last season, relying very much on their 5v5 prowess. But in this game, they've really shaken things up, and they've been going toe-to-toe with G2 in the early game.
And a lot of it comes down to that delayed invade that we saw from Mad Lions early on, because you said it at the time, this will split the map. This is Mad Lions trying to isolate the bottom lane of G2, and we saw that isolation beginning to happen, and then Mickey and Jankos started making plays on the rest of the map. Jankos especially, around mid, around top, really finding the opportunity to influence the map when he was not put, well, his game plan was put a little bit out of whack. And once again, we see G2 moving away from the bottom lane. Their tower already gone, a minute left before plates fall off. Where are we on total plates picked up? Well, 5 plus 2 for Mad Lions, 7 overall, whereas G2 have got 3, 4 so far. And they're looking for more, as Reckless will be the beneficiary of more gold on that top side.
Well, G2 did invest around 4 to 5 members on the top side of the map, which means that Mad have control over the bot wave and the mid lane. They're going to get themselves another plate, may very well be a second one. As Wonder now goes to catch bot, Mad use this time to invade in the enemy jungle. They have their eyes set on Mickey and Reckless, but with the positioning of Mickey, I think that the bot lane should be fine. Mad, though, playing the map very well. I like that they've been doing in the early game. They have been trading well across the board, funneling as much gold wherever they can to try and make sure that even though G2's going for plates and kills, they're actually just trading very evenly. Now they have pressure in mid. They're roaming up towards the top side of the map. They have the numbers advantage.
Safety of the Fates call there from Reckless just gets Mickey out of a precarious predicament, as he is able to walk away, but Mad Lions can now push in all 5 members strong in this top side.
Yep, Mad just committing members to securing this tower. Wonder looking to make the cross map happen. I do like this TP from Armut. Nice collapse.
The Destiny as well. Demolish not going off on the tower. Armut clears out the way. Humanoid comes in with a TP. Scout of the Week not yet used by Humanoid, but the wave is cleared out. Mad Lions able to hold on to their turret. Wonder puts a little bit of chip damage down, and there's the stun card. They know where Humanoid is, and Humanoid cannot escape the Pirates. A stolen kill there by G2 under the tower, and they're looking for more as Armut has nowhere to go. Still has the flash, might hold on to it until the final moment. The wild cards are just enough damage for Caps to find his mark.
Oh, wow. I can't believe Caps actually got that second kill as well. The solo laners from G2 end up coming out on top, and they will secure themselves this bot tier 1. Very well played. I thought that once the TP from Humanoid had come through, G2 would disengage from this dive, because when the Syndra is there, it becomes a little too risky. Both Wonder and Caps are very squishy, and you can see how much damage he took from the tower. Armut plays that initial exchange very well. But you can see Caps drops the stun card, throws out the Everfrost, just buying time, creating gap between him. But look, they have very little vision on the Syndra here. Then the bomb comes through, which provides vision. It gives vision long enough for the gold cards, and then the flash in auto into Q gets the kill onto Humanoid. And now they're back in the situation they found themselves in the first place, which is a 2 versus 1. Caps has the heal. and is able to support his top laner as they go for the dive. If Armin just presses S, he could have lived. But he likely would have died anyway because Jankos was hovering around. So little he could have done in that situation. Very well played from G2 solo laners. They've now extended the gold lead to 1k, about the most significant gold lead we've seen so far in this game, as the next Drake spawns in 20 seconds. Let's see if Mad try to answer with a fight or whether they hold off for the time being.
Well, in terms of items, teams actually relatively equivalent here. Importantly, Humanoid does have a stopwatch where of course, Caps used his earlier, and it looks like Mad Lions want to take this fight. There's a Mountain Drake. The soul will be either Infernal or Cloud for the moment, though. Caps hiding out of vision. Kaiser stepping forward. Mad Lions control the top side of this river. G2 control the bottom. There's a good shot blast. Caps and Jankos take a bit of a chunk. Wildcards coming out as well. Dodged the side there by Mad Lions. Reckless stacking up the Ren, stacking up the spears. Scuttle Crab down. There is the Dragon secured. Chain of Corruption going wide. Mad Lions were disengaged, but Solar Flare has been used. Kaiser the first target. Kazi flashing away. Kaiser stunned up, rooted up. Jankos tries to dive onto the backline, but can't quite kill off Kazi. Reckless, though, is on a rampage. Another Sonic Wave connects. Elioya now running for the hills. Mickey dies to the tick from Elioya. But now G2 with 2 kills are looking for more. They get 3. It's a triple for Reckless. Another Ren could make it 4. Immortal Shield Bow on Elioya. Reckless will not get his 4th kill of the fight. Caps takes it away.
And G2 just execute the fight flawlessly. Great combination of the Rend from Reckless into the execute from Jankos' Q to help them secure the Drake. Then, once Mad realize that they can't leverage their poke anymore because the objective is gone, they try to disengage, but G2 gone on the offensive. A beautiful ultimate from Mickey. Look at this hit onto Kazi and Kaiser. Sets up, forces the cleanse out. Jankos lands his Q, but the Gangplank ultimate also splits Mad apart. So they're just in shambles. They're completely separated. G2 can just focus one target at a time. There's no way for Humanoid to escape.
Another Sonic Wave.
Just a very well executed fight from pretty much everyone on the side of G2. And this is where, if you're a G2 fan, you can start getting excited, because I think that this is the kind of team fighting that we've been looking for a very long time. They've definitely been returning to form in the second half, but what a well-played team fight from them. And this is going to give them firm control with 2 Drakes now and a 3.5k gold lead.
Huge lead for G2. Mad Lions team fighting not coming to the fore, as we've seen it do so many times before in this season. It's been their strongest point throughout summer, and there they struggled, just a little bit separated by G2 when it came to the final moments of the fight.
And we've seen this with G2 before. They brought out the Gangplank last week, and it worked to great effect against these low mobility carries, and I think we're seeing it again here, where just the impact of it, the moment an engage comes through, you immediately force the enemy team to split up. And I think Wonder did a great job of it last week, and he's doing the same thing here. And this is where we get this strong engage bot side, we have the roaming mid jungle, it feels like this type of comp just works very well for G2. And huge props for Mad, because in the early game they were going toe-to-toe, they were playing the map very well, they were keeping the gold even, but when it comes to that fight, they needed to leverage their poke, they weren't quite able to pull it off, and now they find themselves at a pretty significant deficit that they now need to claw their way out of.
I mean, the good thing for Mad as well is because of their points that they earned in spring, they are already guaranteed a top 4 spot, an upper bracket spot when it gets to playoff seeding. G2 really need a high finish to get it, and a win here would give them that 2-over versus Mad Lions, which would mean they win the tiebreakers, but also stick them up alongside Fnatic and Misfits in terms of total score.
And I do want to bring up that I think that Humanoids being attacked was a very big thing. We talked about how G2 didn't play around bot lane as much, but he was focused a lot this game. Yeah. We saw the level 3 gank mid, where multiple flashes were committed. We saw roams from Reckless and Mickey multiple times. We saw the collapse happen down towards the bot side of the map. He hasn't really been able to play this game, and I think that he's been one of the star performers of Mad throughout the split. I think that in the first half of the split, he was by far and away the best mid laner. I think that while his second half hasn't quite been as dominant as other mid laners, he's still been a very strong contributor, and I think that teams are getting better at trying to shut him down and limit his impact, because when he gets going, he really is a force to be reckoned with. So by keeping him out of the fight and making it much harder for him to play, you can see how much easier G2 is dealing with this Mad 5v5.
And now Mad Lions that have to try and find a way back into this game, sitting 4,000 gold behind. Only 1 item complete on Humanoid. Kazi, who a lot of the gold was funneled into in the early game, has got his Manamune sacking up, and that Eclipse complete. But the Poke Varus can only do so much, especially since we have seen just how effective G2 are at engaging on him and making sure that he cannot contribute to these fights. Right now, G2 pushing in mid, pushing in bot, pushing in top. Mad Lions resigned to have to sit in their own jungle and not really explore any more of the map.
You can see how difficult it is for Humanoid to even step past. I mean, look at all of Mad, actually. Kazi's sitting underneath his tower, Humanoid sitting underneath his tower. They know that with the double globals of Twisted Fate and Gangplank, all it requires is one other person to show up, those two ultimates to drop, and you're dead. So Mad have to respect this. And look, here's the ultimate.
Ping, ping, ping. The dinner bell is ringing. And Caps is looking to get a little bit more fed. Reckless going to be gifted the kill as Armor jumps in. Reckless goes godlike. 7-0-1 on this Kalista.
Exactly what we were talking about. Humanoid respected it, Kazi respected it, Armor did not. He ends up being the target that gets collapsed on. G2 find themselves a pick, and now they can look to siege onto these tier 2 towers. Well played by G2. And at 20 minutes in, they are looking dominant. And they're looking to break the curse. Often been 1-1 against these two organizations every single split. This could be the first time that G2 get a solid 2-0 over their new budding rivals in Mad Lions.
Yeah, even through playoffs, they're very even as well. 9-8 in favor of G2 across the course of their careers. That second tower goes down, gives G2 a little bit more gold. 5,000 stacks in their back pocket. Oh, 5,000 individuals. If you made 1 gold a stack of notes, it would be 5,000 individual stacks of notes. But you can't really have a stack of a single note.
Who uses cash these days, man? It's all like cards, you know what I mean?
It's just going up to Boris being like, yeah, chip and pin, please, mate.
It's just so much more efficient.
You know what I mean?
It's just so much faster than just getting a bag of coins out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a bag of coins is more, you know,
Rift. You need to get up with the times, you know what I mean? You need to be faster. Well, in any case, the Baron is being set up for right now. G2 have the mid control. You can see the Gangplank pushing in through top. Mickey and Reckless. Reckless is just that bodyguard for Mickey right now. Has the ultimate to pull him out to safety just in case as he gets deeper vision. Mad Lions just doing what they can to scrounge whatever vision is available to them as Caps has his eyes set on what looks to be another out-of-step Armut.
Wonder doesn't have the cannon barrage. Caps actually running all the way down here. No destiny for him. Armut, I believe, saw him going over a ward here. He's going to try and TP out. That was...
Oh, no.
That's not how you get out of that one. Wonder TP's down. And Armut, no 1v3, doesn't win these. Wonder TP'd in just to be donated the kill, it seems, as Caps lands the stun card and Wonder takes it away.
That was not good.
Yeah.
We saw this last week with Armor. He was getting caught out in a side lane against Rogue, and Mad were actually able to make that work in their favor, given that it kind of screwed up Rogue's setup for objectives. And to be fair to Armor, from his perspective, he's like, G2 setting up around Baron right now. Why would they collapse on me? Because there's the risk of his starting Baron. But G2's like, no, there isn't a risk. There's no risk here because you still have the Gangplank ultimate. You still have the Twisted Fate ultimate because they walked to bot lane. And while they did invest the TP from Wonder, the second that Mad tried to even start that Baron, it's not going to go the way that they think it is. So bit of a misjudgment there from Armor. He ends up getting picked off once again. G2 extend their gold lead to 6K.
You can see it didn't even give Mad really any time to gain vision control over the top side. With 3 minutes left on the Cloud Soul. G2, they might just want to wait that one out. 3 items on Reckless. Caps has his school book. He's going to write some pages, write some notes in that as that Magi continues to stack up. It's an interesting combination of items, you know? So I've got my Frosty gun, like my frozen hose, as Mickey gets caught out a little bit. Kaiser's going to chase him down. That Subjugate doing a lot of damage, but Mickey can still flash across the wall. Caps switches away from the cleanse to a TP as Mickey is able to escape. And, Mickey perhaps stepping just a little bit too far up without the support of Reckless there.
He didn't have his get out of jail free card available to him, so he ends up almost losing his life.
Oh.
Ooh, the knockup doesn't quite interrupt the base. Feels bad, man, for Kaiser. Is a level up over Mickey, but yeah, it feels like that from start to finish, G2 have kind of been the more proactive team, and while Mads have kind of kept the game even very early on, it was that one big fight around the second Drake where G2 really swung the game open. But I think that what excites me is that Mad have progressively, I feel, been getting back into form after their struggles following MSI. They've kind of been slowly ramping up as we get closer to playoffs. And while this game doesn't look convincing, I think it also showcases the strength of G2 as we get closer and closer to playoffs. We are, of course, in the final week of the regular season. A lot of our top teams are going to be playing against each other. Mad's schedule is not an easy one. They go up against only top teams. They play against G2. I think they also play against Fnatic and Misfits. And so we're going to see how they stack up. Right now, they are struggling just a bit against G2, given the gold deficit position they find themselves in. But you know they're a strong team, and you know they're going to be fighting for those top spots. And as we get into the best of fives, I think is where we're really going to get to see the strength of this Mad Lions roster. But I think it's going to fill a lot more people with confidence about G2, as they have only looked better and better each week. Both teams now setting up for the Baron, the poke coming through from Mad, but without really strong vision control, they don't feel super confident setting up for already pushing into the river.
It is great to see that we have 4 pretty strong teams at the top of the LEC right now. Misfits.
Well, 5.
I mean, I think I would like to see Misfits have a good best of 5 performance or a good performance this weekend for me to really have faith in them, because the second half of their season has looked just that little bit weaker than Fnatic's, Rogues, Mads, and G2's. So if they can continue to challenge, if they can pick up some wins this weekend, then I'll have a little bit more faith in Misfits. But it's been a while since we've seen them make a deep run at playoffs, and until they do, I think a bit of hesitancy is permitted.
I mean, when you think about it, coming into this week, both G2 and Mad in the second half were 5-1.
Yep.
And so the winner of this goes to 6-1, and you can really see how dominant both these teams really have been in the ramp up to playoffs. And that's kind of why when we look at these teams, especially when you look at how convincing Rogue has been, when how Fnatic have had such a strong split, Misfits is kind of seen as the outlier team, and they have a lot to prove as the stun card lands.
Caps stepping quite far forward here as Jankos goes in for the chase. Dragon's Rage kick was used there. Kaiser now on the retreat. Armor low as well. Doesn't have the TP to rejoin the fight, and the cannon barrage. Death's Daughter finds its mark. Shutdown's going to hit there for Humanoid as Wonder will fall as well. But with 5 seconds left on the Drake, G2 are in a much better position to fight it. Of course, no Unleash power available for Humanoid.
Good stun cards.
Stopwatch. Gonna delay things for a second here. Humanoid tries to get away, but Reckless once again finds his mark, flashes forward, has the face call. You're being chased by the Destiny, and G2 decide that they can turn back towards the Dragon.
So Mad had control over mid and wanted to use that prio to move into the river, but the second that Humanoid did, he got stunned up by Caps. He's really been utilizing this rapid fire cannon to get so many great picks, but now Mad are forcing a decision out from G2. The TP comes in from Caps, and now Armut is responding in kind.
Jankos there, has the smite. Mad Lions, you're going to disengage this. Guys, it's going to eat some honey fruit. Try and make this okay. Mad Lions continue on it. TP in by Wonder to the mid lane. That Dragon is low, taken by Elioya. And now in a 3v4, G2 have to fight until the rest of their team can arrive. But Mickey is already down. Baron has gone over to Mad Lions here, and you can see the poke coming out from them as well. Looks like it's going to be a Cloud Soul for Baron exchange.
And just like that, 5 members of Mad sit with the Baron in their back pocket. They still find themselves at a huge goal deficit, but
Humanoid didn't get it. Humanoid didn't get it.
Oh, he didn't quite come back up. Okay, so he wasn't quite... Wait, really? Oh, yeah, okay. It looked like it... Okay, whatever. He doesn't get it.
I'm pretty sure it was Kaiser.
He doesn't get it. In any case, Mad got a Baron, which is pretty significant considering their position in the game. I'm very surprised that G2 just gave that one up, but Wonder was still in the respawn timer. He wasn't able to TP in time. They said, hey, Reckless, you can go do Drake. And I think that Mad's sitting there like, okay, so you have bonus movement speed, sure. Twisted Fate, Gangplank, I can see why that's super useful, especially on Kalista as well. But it's not something like an Infernal Soul, it's not an Ocean Soul. It can be managed. Whereas a Baron gives you more time to ramp up in the game, gives you more opportunity. Your poke is only going to get stronger. The Graves is going to continue to scale. That Infinity Edge looks like it's going to be completed very soon for Elioya, who probably only needs a little bit of gold left to be able to complete that item, and it gives them more opportunities to come back. Ultimate onto Reckless.
Reckless rooted. Oh, almost goes down. Does still have the GA. Guardian Angel popped, and now G2 will pop the cannon barrage themselves. Reckless able to escape, overstepped a little bit there in the mid lane.
Good poke there from Mad Lions.
Subjugate going down. It's going to be a very squishy Leona, but the minions get in the way of Elioya's shotgun shots, and now Mad Lions pushing in with the Baron, 5 members strong. Caps is split pushing, doesn't have TP, does have heal. And of course the unsealed spellbook to switch that one over. Has the Destiny as well, but this is 2 quick turrets over to Mad Lions. Still a 5,000 gold lead for G2. They are still in a commanding position. The Mad Lions have shown us what they can do with this first minute of the Baron.
I'm amazed at how quickly Mad have almost reclaimed control over the game. Now, G2 do know that they should be in there. That ward is over the wall, but it's Wonder who's forced to flash.
Flashes away, able to get away. Now Caps pushing in.
Oh, but they're just stopping the bases so that the split push can come through from Caps.
Armor's back, he clears the wave. Now will G2 take the fight, because that Destiny is going to be able to get Caps in range pretty soon. Armor does not have TP. Destiny still spots them. Caps on the flank, that's Humanoid. Pops the stopwatch, Armor on his way, G2 pushing forward, Wonder doing damage, Caps with the Everfrost. Jankos trying to dive onto Kazi. Humanoid locked up in spot, stunned down, and he will fall. Caps on a rampage, but Elyoya able to get a kill in response. He killed off Reckless all by himself. Who is still alive? Armor survives, Kazi survives, Kaiser survives. And Caps, Wonder, and Mickey do on G2.
Bear in mind, without Armor there, Mad ended up trading 2 for 2. Yes, they lost some Barons, but they were able to get a very big kill onto Reckless. That is a shutdown. That is shutdown gold into the back pocket of Elyoya. I think he's even level 16 now. This Graves is only continuing to get stronger, and Mad, that Baron call ended up being so huge for them. And we can see here, Caps split pushing in the side lane. Armor able to get back to base thanks to the Baron recall. But now, G2 see a window where they can force a 4 versus 5 fight. The Twisted Fate ultimate range at level 16 is so huge, but just watch what Elyoya does here. So he split off from the team. Kazi's kind of left to fend for himself. All of G2 are focusing onto Humanoid, and Elyoya takes so much damage. But then look at him, Reckless and Caps, they just think, okay, this is a free kill. Look at how much damage he's doing to Reckless on the backline. Ultimate, autos, Q, he's able to get that execute. 1,000 gold goes into his back pocket.
It's pretty hard to kill that which you cannot see.
Yeah, like, so well played from Elyoya and showing some of the late game power that Graves has to offer. The gold deficit now, only 4.5k. We were singing the praises of G2, and then they made I would say a bit of a mistake around the Baron. They made the choice. They said, hey, you know what? We can contest 3. I mean, I think it was even 3 versus 3 around the Baron. And then Mad was still able to secure it, but now they're looking for a pick onto Humanoid.
Great scout of the week there from Humanoid. Cap smashes forward into the cannon barrage, and Humanoid doesn't have a flash of his own. He's been left to die to the cannons.
Oh, they were respecting it so well early on, but you can see the power of it. The GP, like, you don't even need the GP to be there.
Off cooldown now.
Unlucky timing there from Humanoid. Wasn't even able to flash out. Ends up losing his life. Now G2 can look to go on the attack once again. They're attacking all 3 lanes. Wonder pushing in mid. G2's bot lane attacking the bot. And Caps and Jankos attacking the top side of the map. Oh, but G2 actually disengaging on all 3 facets. They're just going to steal away as many Caps as possible. And she look to go for a reset as the Elder spawns in a minute. They've been here before. They know.
It's not a 10,000 gold lead, it's fine.
But they've been in this position and they know that Elder is going to be an important fight. But Medic, run us through the items because I feel like the poke this time around for Mad is going to be a little bit stronger.
Yeah, just a tad. Armor sitting at 3 items, Cerilda's Grudge and the Manamune all the way stacked up alongside an Eclipse and a Serrated Dirt. Hasn't even decided to upgrade his boots. He's just like, no, I need the flat lethality, I need all the damage I can get. And Kazi 1 item ahead of him with that Edge of Night complete. Also, Humanoid almost has himself a Rabadon's as a 4th item here. I wonder how long that is away. Can we just switch over to Humanoid's gold, please, observers, and see how close he is to that Rabadon's?
No.
Can Vetty do it for me? Oh, he's a long way.
He's a long way.
Around 1,000 gold still away from that, so he's not going to have it in time for this Elder. However, Caps is 1 page short of a full novel. He is George R.R. Martin'd the hell out of this game with 24 stacks on his Medjais. And if he can manage to get a single stun card down, you have to think G2 will win the fight.
So very quickly going to bring up the minimap. Look at all this vision that's sitting behind as well. The potential for a TP flank is real, but the flash engage.
Flash, stun, Humanoid locked up with the solar flare. Humanoid does not get a chance to react. Mickey dived in first and immediately dive bombed onto Humanoid, who dived. And now G2 can fight this 4v5.
I like this from Caps. Go back to base, TP back in. Elyoya loses his life.
No, Elyoya wins these. Elyoya wins these.
Yes, he does.
Have you not seen what Elyoya can do on a damn Graves? He can do exactly that, and he's still got the smite coming up in about 5 seconds time to fight this one out. Caps in with the Destiny, but G2 are split. They're on opposite sides of the fight as the Elder is the target. Rend available for Reckless. Elyoya's in there. Jankos gets it, and now Mad Lions is the mad dash to flash away from the fight. Reckless diving in. The first laser finds its mark, and the Mad Lions have been neutered. Jankos hits Armored. Reckless goes in the 2v2, and that is it. G2 win the fight.
A huge secure for G2. Reckless and Jankos together are able to secure the Elder. It looked dicey, it looked close, but Mad, G2 have been in this situation before, and they're not going to lose the same way again. The moment they get that Herald, Reckless flashes in. He's looking for more kills, and G2, they're on the warpath.
Man, Humanoid has been a punching bag for G2 this game. You said it so well, Betty. So often the reason the Mad Lions win, this time G2 have struck him down at every single opportunity. G2 with a I was going to say convincing, but it wasn't quite that. A strong win here against Mad Lions as they put their name forward for top 4 in playoffs. They will tower dive and the base call will bring Mickey back out, but he's not done. He goes back in. G2 fighting Mad on the fountain will take the win and go to 10-6.
1,003 total deaths now for Mickey, for those keeping count. But yeah, a very dominant early game from G2. The mid game, they were very patient around the Baron. You could argue that like perhaps they could have been a little bit more aggressive. Perhaps they were worried when playing against that much poke. If you commit to the Baron, the risk of doing it is how you can end up throwing the game. But they end up losing it anyway. Mad with a very decisive call as G2 end up securing themselves the Cloud Soul, and that was the opportunity for Mad to come back in. Very tense game, very back and forth, but honestly, I think the solo laners was the real difference. Caps and Wonder really getting the better of their counterparts, Humanoid and Armut this time around.
I entirely agree with you. Mickey, the best player on the Rift. Kia player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Caps, Reckless, and Mickey are your options. Yeah, Caps.
Like, Reckless had a really great game. I know he did. He really did play well.
Here's the thing, Betty. Here's the thing, right? Reckless and Caps had great games, right? But who was always the one setting them up?
No, again, this is what
Mickey
I think.
set up 2 players. Yeah. Caps was great, Reckless was great. Mickey was always there making them great.
I just don't think...
Behind every good Caps and Reckless is a great Mickey.
I don't think he's going to get it,
That's what we've learned.
I think Reckless is just going to get it because he flashed in on a Callista. I mean, he had a great game. He had a great game.
I mean, they all did.
They all had a great
both
game.
teams had great games. A couple of blunders here or there, but not as many as perhaps we would have seen at the start of the season, which is encouraging to see coming into playoffs.
Anyway, coming up next, the Analyst Desk will break down G2's win as they came out on top in an action-packed game.
Vote for Mickey.
Movement is the heart of the most creative plays. I'm back again with Kia to give you the chance to show millions of viewers around the world your ability to move like no one else. We're inviting you to show your biggest and most inspirational plays. And if you've truly got what it takes, then your play will be cast by me during the LEC Finals, just like a pro.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
on to the LEC, where G2 continued their win streak in the LEC as they took down the reigning champions in honestly one of the best games maybe we've seen here in summer. Let's just take a minute at the beginning of this post-game analysis, maybe Ender, since you were in our Slack channel just going like, this is such a great game, this is so fun to watch. What was so exciting for you, or the most exciting about this match?
Honestly, it was just like full-on limit testing the entire game. Like the first 15 minutes, especially, like both teams were just playing to the absolute limit of their champions and showing just such a great grasp of knowing how far they could push their individual picks. It was also like a great showing of how these teams were like playing with their lane priority. I think Mad Lions did a great job of that early on. G2 the same. It just felt like one of those great regular season games in the past, like a G2 and Fnatic in like 2019. I feel like, where it was all about these just fast-paced skirmishes, bloodbath across the board, and at the end of the day, there's kind of an arms race in draft in a lot of those matchups where it's like, if you can grab globals, if you can grab a TF, like if you remember G2 Fnatic in the past, like whichever team gets TF is going to have a really good shot, and I felt like that was kind of the deal breaker for G2 in this draft.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I also love the fact that with the way where it kind of felt like they were on a timer in a sense that G2 realized with the Kalista pick, with the tools that they had in their champions, it was all about getting that productivity going from the early game. And, you know, going for a game like we had earlier with Rogue that was a bit more slow and fundamental, this time around, it was just like we were 10 minutes into the game, we had 10 kills, the skirmishes all around, first blood already happened level 1. It was just a crazy brawl to witness from what they set up in draft and how they executed on them.
Definitely so. I want to take a look at this first replay, which you selected, Goldberg, to kind of show in your own words when we were discussing this, and how G2 really wanted kills. They wanted to make it happen, and they were just like a deathball squad from minute 1.
Yeah, I mean, Cap's kill participation in this game was absolutely insane as well. And the fact they were willing to throw their entire bot side up towards the top side to find these skirmishes, the fact they're using Caps so often to find these picks with the gold card. We often talk about this Twisted Faith, how it's a pick where, you know, you run around, you get some gold cards every now and then on the side. This time around with Caps, it feels like if you wanted to encapsulate something that was close to perfection, that's kind of what we got every time he was walking around the map. It's been a while since I've seen someone play this clean of a Twisted Faith.
Do you agree with that, Ender, on the Twisted Faith?
Oh, absolutely. Like there were some side steps along the way, like just on a mechanical level, I am completely in agreement there with Goldberg. Caps played a phenomenal game, and I think Wonder also showed a lot of really good stuff. After the tanking tower shots and losing the 1v1 to Armut, like that was a huge blunder, but after that, it was very clean all around the board. And I felt like everyone kind of in this game was playing their champions at such a high level individually.
Definitely so. And I think if you're hearing us talk now, you might say, well, Mad was also playing well in the fight. Yes, they definitely were. Mad was actually playing very well in the early stages of that game. But it did feel to me, Ender, that as we got a bit further into the game, and as you said, the arms race then translating into game, into item points and power spikes and whatnot, and how to approach the team fights, G2 seemed like they had it under control.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did. And I think a large part of this is when you're playing against like a double global composition, especially when it's the solo laners and they just have free reign to run around the map, the Twisted Fate and the GP. Once you fall behind, it is really hard to gain space back on the map and make plays proactively, because G2 can effectively play multiple different lanes. They can cheat priority by using those globals. And we saw just a mastery over that after this Drake fight, because this was a big turning point. And watch this, Carzzy steps too far forward. This is a big mistake from him in range of that Solar Flare. And yes, he has the cleanse, but then you have the GP ult and everything coming down. And this was the major turning point, because up until this point, Mad Lions were going blow for blow up against G2. But once this fight happens, G2 get a big gold lead. All of a sudden, those outer turrets start to fall. And it's once those outer turrets fall that you start to see those globals absolutely look monstrous. And it's important to show that it's not just Caps using his ultimate to, like, you know, gank a side lane, get a kill, and pick off. No, it's also using that ultimate within team fights to reposition, get into the backline, and just cause so much chaos. TF is a champion that, you know, usually gets outscaled by a lot of other mid laners because his damage profile just isn't as high as a lot of other mages you can run in the position. But it's his ability to get into the backline with stun cards, you know, layering that CC from a very far away that you can just stop them from dealing damage and set up your team for kills.
Yeah, it just looked like he had more damage than the TFs that we usually see. Now, in this next moment, and I do want to preface this by saying that Mad Lions, even when they were falling down a little bit in the game, they found clutch moments like we've seen them finding clutches in the past. But this was a trade in terms of Drake versus Baron. And Ender, I'd love you to talk me through tactically if this was the right decision or not on either team.
Yeah, so this was a tough one, right? Because G2 are going to get the pick onto Humanoid initially, and it all looks good. Madline's able to dodge away, and watch this. Caps' gold card times out, so he's not able to get the stun down onto Elyoya. If that happens, completely different situation. Very easy one there where they can probably just go on to Baron immediately, and they can let one player go over towards the Drake. But here's the problem, is you're sending Reckless, who I think at this point is 7-0 and something. Like, he's an absolute machine, and they're turning it into a 50-50 around the Baron pit. So you say, okay, you get the Dragon, and at 50-50, that seems pretty decent, but not with the lead that G2 had. I feel like if they just played it a little slower, didn't commit anyone into the Dragon pit, they can wait for the respawns to come up. It's going to be all right, but I think they're worried that, well, Humanoid is going to be coming up relatively shortly. So Mad Lions are able to capitalize on that situation and take away the Baron, and they had to make that play happen. Otherwise, G2 were going to get the Drake for free and get out with it. But I do feel like that was one of the times where G2 either made an error in thinking that, you know, taking this 50-50 is all right, or just made the decision, well, if we get the Drake on top of it, we're going to be fine anyway. So at the end of the day, it's fine for them, but it did give Mad Lions a window to find some advantage when they had been losing for the last 10 minutes pretty much nonstop.
And I think that sets up our last replay, as we can just hold off before we get into it, because Mikkel, you and me before, we're talking about the supports and how Mickey and Kaiser respectively were going to make an impact in this game. Yeah, well, Kaiser was on Trundle, so the potential for extreme outplay there, you know, it's there, but it's like not high. But can you set up this next replay for us and what Mickey does?
I mean, to me, Mickey in this replay, it's honestly mind-blowing how much of an X factor that really comes through. The pixel perfect flash on this scatter is absolutely crazy. In the moment, when you watch him walk forward, you think to yourself, he's inting. He's going to send it blade, he's going to get stunned by the scatter of the week, and there's nothing for him to do. But the pixel perfect flash comes through, and this is the X factor we often talk about in supports, especially at G2 with Mickey, either if it's from a flank or if it's from engages like this. And then the way it continues afterwards with Humanoid not being there from the side of Mad Lions, it becomes incredibly hard for them to find a skirmish near a Dragon Pit here.
Yeah, I'm just completely flabbergasted that Mickey was able to get in and get away with that as well.
Smooth
you also
criminal.
had like Elyoya somehow winning out on the top side of the fight, but as soon as you land that smite secure, you know, using the Ren plus the smite, the timing on that was picture perfect. They're going to be able to wipe up the rest of that fight. Very nicely done, and look at that. Right out of the brush, flashes straight on through, just punches him in the face. Like, no reaction time there whatsoever. Poor Humanoid did not stand a chance.
I love it. Fantastic play out of Mickey, and what a fantastic game to watch from both sides. Hope we get a best of 5 of this, honestly. But that said, G2 walks away with the win, and when we return, I'll be joined by Laura for a closer look at Adam, a frontrunner for Rookie of Summer, before Fnatic and Misfits face off in Game 5. Woof! What a game.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after 2. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. My bad habits lead to you. Every pure intention ends when the good times start.
everyone to the analyst desk, where Misfits Gaming and Fnatic are neck and neck in the fight for seeding, and I am joined by Log for more on this match. And Fnatic's top laner. Specifically, now we're going to look at Misfits versus Fnatic, and in the race for playoffs, this is so important.
It's a super important matchup, especially for Misfits, because they missed out on playoffs in spring. They won against Fnatic the first time around in summer, so they want to keep the head-to-head. Therefore, they could keep the chances to be on the upper part of the brackets because, again, they missed playoffs in spring, though they don't have any championship points so far, so they need this win today.
Yes, and they want to be in a good position when they do get to those playoffs, of course. But we wanted to take a closer look at Adam in the top lane. This was such a big deal in terms of the acquisition coming out of Fnatic and Whipple going to the jungle. But Lore, you are going to make a case to me about Adam deserving to be the Rookie of Summer. Why?
Why? For multiple reasons, honestly, because when he arrived in the LEC, all eyes were on him. I mean, he had an amazing showing at the EU Masters. He was replacing Bwipo on the top lane, as you said. And I feel like he didn't disappoint on his first games in the LEC, even though he had a lot to work on. He worked on a lot of his weaknesses and proved that he had everything to be a good match and a good top laner in the LEC.
What would you say specifically did he work on, and have you seen improvement of?
Well, I feel like when you have a rookie top laner arriving in the LEC, usually you hear about how they were carries for their team and how dominant they were in the regional league. So you expect them to be able to play carry matchups. But what I like the most about Adam is the fact that he adapted his champion pool. He came into the LEC, brought in his key picks and the picks we knew him from in the LFL, but he also adapted because he had to play a different style than the one he was playing at with K-Corp, because we often talked about this with Bwipo. They left him on his island because when you look at the strength of Fnatic, they want to play mid to bot side, and I feel like Adam adapted in his champion pool because he played the carry tops, he also played the Munder lately and proved that he was able to play weak side champions, which is why, I mean, he developed in the sense that he became a more complete player than when he arrived in the LEC.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for that breakdown. It's also a tall order because when you come into an organization and a team like Fnatic, especially with their pedigree in the LEC, you have to perform immediately. Now let's take a look at, as we take a look at some great pictures behind, it could be like a before and after, right? Before, at the beginning of joining and now, and how more comfortable Adam feels. How would you summarize the journey that he's made so far? And at the end of the day, why does he deserve the Rookie for you over other players that have made an impact on the other teams?
Well, I mean, Fnatic went from being a shaky playoff team in spring to actual maybe contenders for title in summer. And I feel like it's due to Adam's work because he adapted to the team and he proved that he could fit to the teams of the needs Fnatic needed for him. And I mean, he came up as a very aggressive player, maybe playing a bit shaky in lane sometimes, but he learned, helped by Bwipo, and right now I feel like he's one of, maybe not one of the best, but he proved that he could compete against the best top laners in the league within 3 months.
And shortly then, this matchup versus the Misfits that we're about to get into. What are the cliff notes? What are we looking at from either side?
So Fnatic is... Misfits has side selection here, so I expect Fnatic to put Adam on a weak side top laner because they want to contain Hirits and play the Fnatic playstyle we're used to seeing them, which is playing from mid to bot. And yeah, what you want to do right now is have like a strong mid jungle duo that can cover the weak side but also impact the strong side of the map.
I think the game plan is clear, but they have to see what curveballs get thrown at them in the picks and bans, of course. Thank you so much, Lore.
Thank you.
We will be looking at Adam and how far he gets in that race for Rookie of the Season, but not yet, because Adam and Fnatic are looking to bounce back after an 0-2 week. So let's see if they can take down Misfits in our final game.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yay!
Yay! I'm happy to see me too, Sharks. Thank you very much. We are, of course, Medic and Vedius, joining you for the final game of day 1 of our Super Week here in LEC. We're going to be rounding out the regular season very, very soon, and day 1 is going to be rounded out with a banger in Fnatic versus Misfits. We heard a lot about Adam. We heard a lot about the young player in the top lane, and we'll see as the pressure begins to mount for Fnatic if he can come up clutch today. Very important games throughout the weekend. A top 4 spot on the line. Let's see how things pan out. We are nearing the draft, and I think this is going to be an exciting one.
And before we get on into the draft, I do just want to talk about a very simple thing between these two teams, Vedius. With every other team, we're talking about championship points, how it's hidden behind this veil of mystery. whether or not teams will get into the top 4. It's pretty easy for these two teams. Whichever of Misfits and Fnatic places higher at the end of the regular season will be guaranteed a spot in the top 4 in playoffs. The other team might get it depending on how the rest of the results happen, but whichever team of these two is higher on win-loss or in tiebreaker scenarios will get a spot in the upper bracket.
That's why this match in particular is so important, because Misfits, they have no championship points, whereas Fnatic is only sitting on 20 because they finished 5th last split. So finishing as high as possible is really important for both these teams because so many of the other teams they're competing against in Mad, Rogue, and G2 all have a lot of points from last split. So enough about that. We'll talk more about it later on throughout the weekend. Let's dive into the draft. Kalista and Thresh being removed from the bot lane of Fnatic. No real surprises there. Twisted Fate also being taken out of Niski's hands. Meanwhile, Varus, very strong bot laner for Kobe, going to be removed. The Lee Sin from Razork, and of course the Viego going to be removed from Misfits as well.
But it means Razork immediately gets to pick one of, if not the strongest jungler in the meta, banned in almost every game right now. The Xin Zhao locked in immediately for him, and considering how good a split he is having, that's exactly where Misfits want their power to lie. However, Fnatic would immediately answer with a Dr. Mundo. Could go jungle, could go top, and alongside that, it seems like they are looking towards an AD carry.
Yeah, normally I would expect something like a Tristana here, but instead they're going to go for the blind Ezreal. Perhaps Fnatic looking to play a little bit more on the weak side with their bot lane. We'll have to wait and see as the draft progresses. If they go for something like a Leona support, then perhaps my perception of that 2 versus 2 will shift. For now, let's have a look at Misfits. They've gotten themselves a very strong 2 versus 2 mid-jungle. They've got themselves a safe AD carry. Trist, Syndra, plus Xin Zhao. Wow. What a powerful way to start off your draft. And Niski's gonna answer with the Akali. Okay, so let's hit an LEC rewind to the beginning of the split. The first time these two teams played against each other, it was Vito's Akali that popped off.
Yep.
Right, we were like, wow, look at Vito. He's on his way back. He's on his way to climb up, to challenge some of the top spots here in Europe. And now we're getting to see that put in Niski's hands. Of course, the Akali nerfs have come in. We saw Leader playing it earlier on in the day. But let's see how Niski does. I think that Niski's last Akali game wasn't that strong either. He didn't have the best performance on it. But regardless, perhaps he will be able to make a bounce back. We're moving into the second phase of bans. The Jace is going to be removed from Misfits, a champion that Hirit often goes towards. Let's see what other direction. Will Fnatic continue to remove those topside champs, as Misfits actually looking to remove some from the jungle pool, both Volibear. They could also consider something like the Karthus if they are worried about it. Of course, that Mundo can still be flexed into the jungle role, and I imagine that Fnatic is going to hold on to that top lane pick until the very end.
Yeah, I do like this Lulu ban coming out from Fnatic as well, just denying some of that facilitation for the Xin Zhao. Maybe a Karma or something for Misfits here could be an okay support pick. Pyke taken away from Hylissang, one of his signature picks, although not something we see him on too often. And there's the Renekton in the top lane for Fnatic. I wonder, it's a little bit odd to save your support for last. It's not something we see too often. Perhaps Fnatic are just looking for a support that works well into the enemy team, you know, CC or a good 2v2 lane, but there's always the possibility that they'll flex something. Mundo, I have heard rumors of him going support, not something we see too often. Just putting it out there, because if it's correct, then I sound like a genius.
I'm just going to make rumors up, and hopefully if they pan out, it's great. If they don't, who cares? It's a rumor.
Here's the thing, Benny. Mundo goes where he pleases.
True.
So
that is true.
Be understandable. Instead, it will be the Morgana in the bottom lane here for Hylissang. Denies some of the engage potential out of the Alistar with that black shield. And alongside that, we'll see Camille in the top lane for Misfits.
Okay. This is quite interesting. So, typically, Misfits don't play around their bot side of the map, and that's probably a good thing in this matchup because they're not going to get a lot of priority early on. The Alistar is going to struggle to play into that Morgana lane. I think that instead they're going to try and leverage their very strong mid-jungle duo to actually invest in Hirit, something that they've been very successful at this split. And when you have a Camille who's going to be very strong as the game progresses in the side lane, it's definitely a smart investment towards the later part of the game. Fnatic, they have pretty decent range, with pretty good access onto the back line. I wonder how easy this game is going to be for the Akali. When you have disengaged with things like the Alistar, the Xin Zhao, the Tristana ultimate, and the Syndra potential burst, I think that this could be a very difficult game for Niski to play, but we'll have to wait and see. I think that Fnatic have gotten themselves a composition which is a little bit all over the place. I don't think they have the strongest, like, bot lane with the Ezreal. I think that it definitely has potential. We know they're going to have Prio in the 2v2. We also know that Upset is a very good Ezreal player. It's one of his, like, most notable throughout his career. Adam is on a big comfort pick towards the top side, so they have a lane that they can look to play around early. They have Prio top, they have Prio bots. So I think that this early game is going to be an explosive one. We often see that when we get Fnatic in a game. Let's find out. We're jumping onto the Rift for our final game of the day.
We're going to get on to Summoners. Rift, Razork, and VTO just teaming up in the pixel push there. Looks like Fnatic just sending a little scouting ward into that bottom lane tri-bush. Razork will step in, ward the red, and we're not going to see any of that early action that we saw in the last game. But let me hit you with some facts, Vedi. Fnatic and Misfits both tied at 10 and 5 in the LEC right now. 3 games to go for both of them, and of course getting the higher spot so important, as we mentioned before. Whichever of these teams manages to get a higher spot at the end of the regular season will get at least the 4th position, the 4th seed in our playoffs seeding. And with Misfits facing off against SK and Mad Lions, they have a slightly easier road than Fnatic, you could say, because Fnatic, of course, play Misfits today, then play, well, I was going to say slightly easier. They have Schalke at the end. So the question is, do you want Mad Lions first or second? That's where the real battle comes here for Fnatic and Misfits.
It certainly does. But this game is going to be a really important one for both teams. You've already mentioned it. And I think that for Misfits, it's a lot about proving yourself. Whenever the conversation comes up about top 4 in Europe, Misfits is not a part of it. They are often left out to the side. And I think a lot of teams do not have a huge amount of faith in them. We're seeing the blue buff actually being stolen away here from Razork. Bwipo actually starting on his blue side. What is Razork doing right now? He's starting his red into his Raptors. So he's doing a pretty standard clear from red in towards the top side. He's not going to expect these to go. The thing is, the only thing that he does know is that
Bwipo isn't on
his red. The moment that he does show on that ward is, well, obviously, Razork is going to gain a lot of information, but now he's on the top side of the map, and that ward is sitting on the blue buff as well. So that means that it's going to be way too late for him to get that. And remember that they don't have Prio in the bot lane either. So
I mean, Razork doesn't know at all because the ward expired. As Bwipo went round to the red buff, he didn't even see it. So Razork was going to walk around here and be like, excuse me, there was a toad here, there was a grump, and there was a blue buff.
He's annoyed.
And this is so big because Razork has been such a key part of why Misfits have been successful this year. He has been the leader of the charge in the early game for Misfits, and now he's trying to step into Bwipo's jungle, but Bwipo's already cleared his top side. There's only Krugs, and I'm sorry, but you can get some blood from a stone, but it doesn't give you that much gold at this point in the game.
Yeah, Razork already being put very far behind in the early game. Smart pathing there from Bwipo. I like the fact that they put a ward on the blue buff to see if Razork would go for the cross map, or the split map rather. And now for Adam on the weak side, as Law was talking about, is going to take a not so favorable trade here. Is at risk of getting dived here.
He flashes forward, flash away from Hirrit. Razork flashes in, wind becomes lightning, goes wide. Adam's going to try and heal up. He survives, he kills Razork. It's over, it's done. Give it to Fnatic.
Oh, he hits him with the sad B. Oh, Adam, that was fantastic. And now Razork's early game has gone from bad to worse. Flash invested for Razork, flash invested for Hirrit. The wave is in a perfect spot for Adam as well. That's going to force Hirrit to TP. But let's have a look back at this one. So Adam, he's level 3. He has all of his abilities. He uses his Q here, doesn't use his stun. And I don't think that he knows that Razork is there, but he flashes away from the W from Hirrit. Then he sidesteps Razork's W, and then he has the W for when Razork dives underneath. The red buff isn't quite enough damage, and then the Triumph is that I don't think the red buff was going to be enough to kill him anyway, because I think he actually popped a health pot, I think. But in any case, it was, oh God, Adam, you just...
You didn't have to do him like that, Adam.
I mean, he did. No, he really did. I mean, props to him. That was so big for Fnatic. Now they find themselves with 1k gold. They remember that their bot lane, 20 CS up.
I haven't been focusing on it, but that is a huge lead.
Yeah, this is the problem. I mean, you know this, right? If you've played Alistair into Morgana multiple times, right? And like you just don't get to do anything.
What's Hero gonna do?
Cry.
Is UTP. Like, this is a 3-stack minion wave. There's 12 CS there, Vedius. Does Hero just walk away from this?
I mean, he has to. Like, what are they going to do? They don't win the 2v2 either because Razork is so weak.
But this is so, well done from Fnatic. After the blue invade, into Razork not knowing his camps was gone, into Adam mechanically outplaying Hirit and Razork, into now Bwipo coming top to force Hirit off the tower.
I mean, I would say that it's one of those things where this is now a result of Adam making, as you rightly said, a mechanical. I don't think the outplay was part of the plan. It's kind of the point. I don't think
it's Fnatic. It probably was.
You know, like in the meeting, Yamato's like, okay, so we're gonna steal this camp, and then he's gonna clear his top side. Oh, and then Adam, I'm gonna need you to outplay the 2 versus 1. And then Adam's like, oui,
sure.
You know,
yes, sir.
magnifique. And so
formidable.
I'm out of French. I've extended all I've got. I've got ça va bien.
Je sais pas, Vidi.
Yeah, great stuff from Adam, and now Bwipo doing a great job of playing through him and taking advantage of it while the bot lane continues to dominate. Of course, Niski is being put very far behind, as you would expect in this matchup. VTO very comfortable on the Syndra, one of his go-to picks throughout the year, and the Black Shield really showcasing why this is so much harder for the Alistair. And I was thinking a little bit more about the comps as we get later into the game, and I think that one of the big things is how much access do you have onto the Ezreal. Remember that whenever you talk about Ezreal, his scaling is often determined by how much backline access you have onto him, because so much of his damage comes from his consistent poke and DPS. And you think that when you have a Xin Zhao and a Camille, you have a lot of backline threat, but because of the Black Shield and because of his E, I think he's going to have a lot more safety. And then what you dive onto him, Morgana ults, then the Morgana exhaust comes down. That backline threat onto the Ez is actually very weak. So I think the later this game goes, he's really going to be set up for success. And I think a lot of the early game depended on Misfits getting their solo laners ahead. Right now, Hirit is very far behind. So we'll see how the game goes, because Hirit definitely does have some late game opportunity. Of course, the Tristana, no slouch in the late game either, so it's not like Misfits don't have options, but they need to stem the bleeding right now, because Adam is only going to continue to get further ahead. This bot lane is going to continue to abuse the matchup, and Fnatic is going to use that opportunity to get these early objectives. It's going to be a Drake first, and likely going to be a Herald shortly after.
Yeah, both teams really do like getting these early objectives. Bwipo should be able to secure this one. Just gets it before Razork can get it. Now can dive forward. Bwipo's going to try and get away with the maximum dosage. Or has already hit that level 6. Niski coming in from the side as well. And we've seen what Akali's can do when they get these early kills. There's one for Niski. And that lane disadvantage has now turned into an advantage for Niski. Flash away from VTO. Perfect execution already used as well from Niski. So VTO will just have to walk away, but Fnatic get the Ocean Dragon and another kill.
Can't help but feel like a bit of frustration there for Razork. Goes in, a level down, sees Bwipo. He would have had the damage to get that kill, don't get me wrong, but of course Fnatic with their permanent priority in the bot lane and Niski having already roamed down mean that the moment he committed to that play, it was way too difficult for the rest of his team to assist. Good stuff there once again from Fnatic. They continue to extend their early leads, and again, you can see kind of why, like, this just looks like frustration. He's trying to get something back. You can see that the bot lane from Fnatic is going to collapse first. While VTO is moving, Niski's there at just the right time, uses the ult into E combo. Good knock-up from Razork onto Niski, but he actually does him a favor, because that means that the E actually isn't that far behind, and Niski can just land another very easy Q. Forces the flash out from VTO. And now, with him losing that flash, the moment Niski gets ultimate again, he's going to have kill threat in the mid lane too. So everything going right for Fnatic right now. 1.5k is the gold lead, nearly a 30 CS advantage top lane, 20 CS advantage bot lane. While it is a deficit in the mid, Niski securing himself a kill means that the gold is likely going to be dead even. So all across the board, Fnatic find themselves in a very good position.
And it's why when you asked me earlier about the top 4 teams in the LEC, I didn't list Misfits in that number, because over the last few weeks they have struggled with Vedius. They went from 7-2 at the halfway mark of the split to now 10-5, only going 3-3 in the last 6 games. That's just a little bit difficult there.
You started confidently and then you tapered off towards the end.
I think it's 3. I almost said 4, but of course this game not yet done. Still only 1,700 gold lead for Fnatic. But Misfits have struggled, and it's difficult to identify where that weakness has been, where that struggle has been, because there have been games where, you know, Hirit has struggled a little bit. There have been games where their mid lane has struggled a little bit, and I think a lot of us asked whether VTO would find his form in summer compared to spring, because in spring he had a really good start and then fell off a little bit in the second half, and here in summer he hasn't really been able to find a decent run of form after once again having a good early start.
Well, hang on, he might have his opportunity here. Maybe not. Bwippo just going to disengage. Yeah, but I think Vito is a really interesting character because I think a lot of people want to see him become the next superstar mid laner here in Europe. And while I'm not going to count him out just yet, of course, he's still a very young player, only started last split after all.
Never played in front of a crowd.
Yeah, exactly. And like only recently getting his opportunity to play on stage as well. I think that he does definitely have a bright future, but I think that we're still yet to see from him that superstar performance that we do get to see glimpses of every now and again. And often a lot of the early game success does come from Razork. We talk about him pretty much every week because of how impactful he is in the early game. And while he does invest into Vito, Vito can have an impact, but right now he is struggling to do so. Of course, not really his fault this game. His side laners aren't really working out the way that they intended to, and his jungler has definitely been shut down in the early game. Props to Razork for staying even in the levels, but that farm is slowly starting to creep into Bwippo's favor, and Fnatic are just continuing to dominate the laning phase. 2k gold is the lead that they now sit on. The next Drake spawning in about a minute and a half. You imagine that Fnatic is going to look to try and set that one up. Still the Herald in their back pocket, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Bwippo actually drop that one top, put Hera even further behind, deny that potential late game avenue that Misfits do have. And we can see Razork right now covering for it. Perhaps he expects this play coming out from Bwippo. Perhaps they believe they can win in 2v2, but I don't think that they will.
I mean, the big question is really if you can keep Adam under wraps. Sheen finish for him, it means that precision protocol, that Q will do a little bit more damage, but it might not even be a 2v2 because Niski's on his way up. VTO does almost have the TP back off cooldown, but it won't be up for this fight. Fnatic land a cleaver, back away, step back forward, land a cleaver, back away. He's a businessman doing business, and you are taking his calls. Hear it. Oh, he's able to stand under the tower for now.
I think they want to drop the Herald. That's why they're kind of awkwardly sitting around here. Is the TP going to come through?
Hextech Ultimatum is available. They dive in. They're looking for Adam, but Adam with the dominance will be popping it. Niski going in. Razork's able to kill off Adam now. TP comes out. BTO walking his way up. Razork looking for the knockup, but can't quite get it. And the chase is on here for Niski. Has the flash, has the perfect execution. Instead dives back to the Shroud, and there goes the Herald. Niski wanted to get close enough so that he would be given some of this gold.
Now, Fnatic did stay there in a sort of awkward amount of time. They didn't decide to drop the Herald on the wave that they pushed it underneath the tower, so they stayed for another wave, and Misfits was like, you know what, we can just force the fight here. Oh, another engage down the bot lane, counter TP.
Yeah, Hivit has TP, VTO has TP, counter TP has been used, VTO is the first one to join, Hivit is back up, has the TP, but with the Rift Tower pushing in, won't be able to join this fight too easily. Black Shield stops the scatter of the week, and it's TP trade in the bottom lane.
But I think that Fnatic aren't too upset about that one because it's now going to bring the Renekton down for the Infernal Drake, which then makes it very easy for Bwippo to make his way down here. Upset and Hylissang can just push in this wave. They can also threaten a dive. They have information now on where Razork is. But yeah, I think that the Drake is a smarter play here. Instead, they're just going to gain information and say, all right, Misfits, you have to back off, and Adam can now make his way back up towards the top lane, where Hirit is now pushing the wave, and it should actually be in time for Adam to catch if he just heads straight towards the top lane. So overall, Fnatic continue to extend their early game lead.
Yeah, and Fnatic, a team that's shown us just how good they are around these early objectives. Both they and Misfits really enjoy playing for these neutrals, and you can see here, Fnatic, first tower of the game, first two dragons of the game, also were able to pick up that Herald. They continue to perform well around those neutral objectives, and through it, they've managed to pick up about a 3,000 gold early lead here with only 3 kills to their name.
Yeah, and again, a lot of it started with the very clever early game pathing coming out from Bwippo, setting up for those invades, really shut down Razork in the early game and his ability to have impact. And the reason why we see so much focus on things like the Drake and the first Herald is because of how well these teams have proactive junglers, and also how they utilize their lane priority very well to secure these early objectives. So Fnatic getting the upper hand in this early game means that they sit with a 3k gold lead. Niski finds himself at 2-0-0 while a level down and a bit behind in CS. Definitely not behind in gold, as he has now completed the Proto Belt. You can see the Sundra being finished for Upset as well, and the Gore Drinker. So with these first major items being done across the board, Misfits is just going to have to chill out and scale a little bit. They're going to have to wait for the late game. I think that Misfits still have avenues to fight in the late game. They do still have that Tristana that, you know, as the game progresses, you know is going to be able to melt through things like the Renekton. Perhaps maybe not the Mundo. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the Syndra, I think the problem with Syndra is the only targets that she can hit are the Mundo and the Renekton. And I think that they'd be quite happy to receive that immediate burst. The only other person is Akali. And that's the one pick that I was a little skeptical of in the draft. How easy of a time are you actually going to have into a comp like this when there's so much disengage? There's so many ways to actually just lock that Akali up, potentially one-shot her. But when you're fed, that matters a little bit less. And you do have so many other options too, especially with this Ezreal, I think, really being threat-free as the game progresses.
There is another cleaver landing. VTO dived on here by Niski, who will chase him down. Perfect execution goes wide. The Scatter the Weak will not be enough. Hibit looking for Niski, who flashes away. I think that flash may have been a little bit wasted. He does manage to walk around the side here, and with Adam actually there, flash was justified as Niski manages to escape.
They get the TP out from Hirit.
And they get a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and they'll also get the flash out from VTO. And we talked about how that Akali will start to have kill threat once the level 6 mark comes through. But a really good slow is applied from Whippo. And that just gave Niski the window he needed to start the execution. Well played from Fnatic. They find themselves another pick. And Misfits just continue to lose more across the map.
It's measured from Fnatic as well, which I'm sure is something that they wanted to see after last week, where perhaps they were a little bit too gung-ho, going 0-2 on the weekend here. A little bit more methodical, and because of it, a 4,000 gold lead at the 15-minute mark, Venius.
I think that many Fnatic fans also love to see this, where it's the top side of the map that's really stepping up for Fnatic as well, especially when they invested so much into their bot lane last week. It's a playstyle that has worked for them a lot, and it looks like they're going for a fight.
Going in, Adam in the midst of 3, one on his lonesome right now. Vander has to flash away his healed. Kobbe hit with the shuriken, and that chase is coming. Niski looks for the first kill on Vander. Kobbe will be next on the menu, but now Niski caught out by Misfits, trying to chase onto Vander, and Kobbe couldn't quite get the damage down. Upset now joins the fray, flashing forward as the sacrifice will be made. Razork dives in, and Niski will pick up that kill.
Okay, I think Niski had what I like to call a buffet situation, where there were so many tasty things.
I want the Alistair, but I want the Tristana, KFC, McDonald's, there's too much!
Right, and he ended up not getting anything because he just couldn't decide what he actually wanted. Of course, he does end up getting the kill onto Razork at the very end there. It does cost Upset his flash, but yeah, a little disappointing there.
We've all been there.
We've all been there, yeah. His ultimate wasn't quite up at the start of this fight, and you can see that Adam was saying, we are so much stronger. Level 11, look, all of these level 9 players, level 7 players, this is free. Vander's very low, and look at this. So the E lands onto Niski. He's like, okay, what I'll do is I'll auto ult. He levels up, that's why. So he levels up, thinking he gets the kill. Then he's like, oh, wait, no, but I need to go back. And then, oh, wait, no, wait, I can't kill Kobbe next. Oh, Razork, and here it is here. And yeah, it was a little awkward. I think that he expected to get that instant execution onto Vander. And yeah, he ends up only getting 1 kill. I think he could have gotten more. I think he knows he could have gotten more, but it's not the end of the world for Fnatic. They're still going to come out on top.
Just a bit of a glut of choice there. Too many options for Niski, but Fnatic slowly closing the options away from Misfits here. 4,000 gold ahead. The mid lane tower now down. Rift Herald has been killed off. And it's 11 seconds on the 3rd dragon of the game. It's a Mountain Soul. Not the most impactful in the world, but will obviously help the Mundo get tankier and allow that Fnatic front line to be that little bit stronger.
Certainly will.
And the shield against Syndra. I didn't think about that, but yeah, big buff.
I mean, I think one of the biggest things for Syndra is like, we already talked about target access. If her goal is to try and one-shot this Akali, who now has the stopwatch, if you then put a Mountain Soul shield on top of that, her job only becomes so much harder. So yeah, definitely not going to be very nice for the Syndra. VTO. I mean, again, I don't think he struggled in this game. I think he's actually played the lane very well. He did a great job of putting Niski behind in the early laning phase, but everything around him is just kind of fallen apart. The Misfits 2 versus 2, not that favorable. Really good Morgana pick to sort of like punish the Alistair blind that it seemed Fnatic expected. And yeah, as we mentioned many times now, sitting with a very comfortable early game lead, sitting at now 4.5k. And as you rightly said, a bit more measured from Fnatic. Now it's a matter of can they close it out cleanly with a gold lead like this, and with these amount of Drakes and with this amount of map control, you would expect them to be able to close out this game. It's really their game to lose. So can they now actually do it? Can they be the Fnatic that sits at 10-5 in our league?
Oh, but they'd sit at 11 and 5 in our league if they.
Okay, it was like a.
Currently,
it was like
they are the Fnatic.
It was like it was.
10 and 5 in
It was
our
like a
league.
poetic thing, you know what I mean? Because like they were sitting there like second place, tied with so many teams. You know, they've had like a really dominant split, and like the team that made it to 10 and 5 has only been like really dominant. You know, like it was a, you know, it like.
I mean, they claim sole possession of second if they win this. So. Actually, wait, yes, sole possession of second. So they would be the 11 and 6.
Okay.
Second best team.
TP!
In our league. TP, double TPs coming out here as Fnatic look to back up Adam, who flashes away. Nisqy diving onto VTO, knocked back with the scat of the week. And Nisqy, he doesn't know that Vanda's there, which is, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is going in as the rest of Fnatic push in the mid lane. Remember that the winner of this sets himself up very well when it comes to championship points. Getting ahead of Misfits would mean that Fnatic are pretty much guaranteed a top 4 spot. Not certainly, though, as Adam goes in once again. Vanda looking for the knock-up here. Adam already down to half HP, and he's going to die before he can get off that Q. VTO chased out by Nisqy. Bwipo now fought by Kobe and Razzle up towards the top side of the fight. Bwipo still surviving. Has that maximum dosage. Popped, he's healing up. Look at the healing on that Mundo. He has to flash across the wall. Upset being chased out by Razzle. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the fight, Nisqy and Hylissang. They bought tickets to the wrong show here. They're on the wrong side of the rift. Nisqy tries to get onto VTO, pops the stopwatch. The binding connects, but Hylissang will die. Nisqy now in the middle of the shroud. Will fall 700 gold over to Razzle.
A really good fight here for Misfits and a much needed one. Fnatic, they got a little greedy. Something that we have definitely said a few times this split. And it starts off with the 2 solo laners from Fnatic. Remember, Adam no ult, Nisqy no ult. Adam is basically 1v3 here and is asking to be one-shot because Nisqy can't join the fray until he gets some range to use his E. VTO then flashes out, and now you can see Razork and Kobe in a 2 versus 1 against Bwipo. Upset dashes over the wall, immediately gets knocked out, and then Bwipo's forced to flash. But now Nisqy and the bot lane find themselves in an awkward position, but here we see Hirit likely getting caught out.
Yeah, has the flash, but a cleaver will connect. And Adam, just looking for that stun. Hirit flashes away. Vanda's still here. Is Vanda going to go in? Razork not in the vicinity. Hirit with a good jump away, and it's a very good escape there from the Misfits top laner.
It's cost him his flash. Overall, a bit of a blunder, but they end up trading it for a TP from Adam. Fnatic continuing to look to fight.
Bwipo does have the ultimate.
Get engaged on a little bit there. Adam now coming in for the collapse through mid. Where's the Camille in base? Does have the TP, gonna use it.
Here comes Hirit, and here come Misfits. A minute 30 on the Dragon. Not really too many neutrals being fought over here right now. Maybe that mid lane tower, Misfits' key priority, but for the moment, Fnatic are able to hold them away from it. Razzle still stepping forward. That extra gold injection that he got a moment ago, maybe making him a little bit braver than he was in the first 22 minutes of this game.
I will say, it's a bit awkward right now because there are no TPs, and these side waves kind of need to be cleared out.
He's in a good spot. Kobe's going to jump. Nisqy still looking for this. Cleaver hits onto Razzle. Has the Crescent Guard. Nisqy going forward. Razzle look for the wind become lightning, but that Scuttle Crab was just out of range. Dives forward, smites it, heals up. Vanda on the front line now as Nisqy dives in with a black shield. Here it coming in from the side as well, and Nisqy's down. Fnatic over Chase. We said they were more measured, but they went too far. Adam goes in onto the back line. Knocked up with a Hexagon and made him knock back. Bwipo still very tanky, but you can just ignore the Mundo. Don't take his calls. Leading on red, because VTO cleans up Adam, and Kobe is still healthy. Bwipo now trying to do what he can to keep Misfits at bay, but their appointments are all booked up, and Dr. Mundo goes down.
And we talked about it, that this is the risk that you run when picking a Kali into the Syndra. Every time you close the gap, you have to make sure that Syndra isn't only focusing you, because you're going to get one shot. The CC that is available for Misfits comp is more than enough to get that kill down, and Nisqy throws away everything. Adam now sitting at 1 and 4. Fnatic have thrown too much away, and they're likely going to throw away the Baron.
I'm just going to try and poke across the wall here. Do we have any TPs? No, we do not. Vision available, True Shot Barrage coming out, but I just don't think an Ezreal can steal this away from a Smite. There it is, Misfits secure it, and with it, Vedius, they gain the gold lead. However, they will sacrifice Soul for this, so Fnatic will be able to get a Mountain Soul, and the question is, we saw in the last game...
though?
Yeah, 100%. There's no way they get there.
But look at where Mundo is. They've already recalled, and they're on their way.
There's no way Razzle gets to this. There's just no way, Vedius.
I think you're right. I think it probably dies a little too quick.
Let's see.
Yep. I was just... okay.
You were so excited.
You weren't as confident.
Do we think of that? Guys, will Razzle get here? Will they say... Oh, I'm really sorry, man. It was close. It was close.
All right, so... as I mentioned, the sideways were a bit awkward. You can see Hirit actually going to go clear one of them. Misfits arguably a little overstepped here. Fnatic then see their opportunity to force a fight. Now watch Nisqy. So he sees an opportunity to engage on a Razzle. He gets the black shield as well. and he's like, okay, I can just one-shot someone here. So they're committed to this fight. Adam is nowhere near. So he then dives in. The black shield still on, but there, the knockup from Vander, the moment he comes out of vision, the second that that black shield is gone, and then immediately burst out. And now Adam arrives, but it's too late. He's just fodder for Misfits to clean up. And watch Kobbe here, he's positioning fantastic, sidesteps the binding, flashes in to make sure that he gets the damage down onto Adam, then uses his W, all the while not getting hit once. Fantastic positioning from Kobbe, the quiet carry on the backline for Misfits, helps secure them the Baron, and now they're in control of the game.
And we so often talk about Kobbe and Vander when it comes to teamfight. Vander there with a split-second knockup to make sure Nisqy couldn't get away. Kobbe with the perfect positioning, dodging binding after binding to make sure that Misfits were in a spot to take that Baron.
And this is the thing about Misfits, right? A lot of people don't give them a lot of credit because, oh, hang on a second. Here, taking a lot of damage here. Loses the E as well. Doesn't have flash.
Doesn't have E, doesn't have flash, doesn't really have anywhere to go. As you say, he is dead. Adam. Oh,
I lied. Or did I? I did not. Adam gets himself a solo kill.
C'est vrai! Adam says he is dead. C'est mort. Il est mort? Il est mort.
I don't know. I speak Welsh. Now, Misfits didn't want that to happen. They had Baron, and now they've lost it on one of their split pushes after Adam was able to punish Hirit in the 1v1. And just as I was about to praise Misfits, they end up getting punished. But I think it still stands that the thing about Misfits is that they are a pretty consistent team. They do the same thing pretty much every game. You know you're going to have an early game thanks to Razork. You know you're going to have reliable team fighters and carries later on into the game, largely because of Kobbe and Vander, as you highlighted. You know that if you give money to Hirit, he can be a big carry. And you know that Vito, like, while still in his development phase, when he's on a comfortable champion that he knows how to execute on, in the team fights, you know, he's going to come up close. We've seen it so many times last split. Let's not forget his Silas, where, like, he did some crazy things on it. Syndra is one of his favorite champions. So I think that Misfits have really been able to just punish the over-aggression that we've seen from Fnatic, and this isn't new. Yeah. Like, we've been talking about the over-aggression from Fnatic multiple times, and they really didn't need to be over-aggressive. Like, investing so many TPs just to get kills, Nisqy going for, like, kind of like ego plays with Adam in the bot lane, trying to like outplay situations where they were at a numbers disadvantage. They just made the game much harder than they needed it to be. And now I think these fights are going to get harder for them, especially now that Misfits find themselves in the gold lead.
And so important for Fnatic that they do win this game, because they lost the last time the two teams faced. All the way back in week 1, they lost to Misfits, so they're 0-1 in the head-to-head. And if they lose this, they'll be 0-2, and they would lose any ties between the two teams. If it was just the two of them, meaning they would lose that spot, those extra championship points, that possibility of making it into the top 4 in playoffs. Fnatic, a bit more on the line for them this game than for Misfits. Of course, both teams want the win. But my expectations are we will see Rogue, Mad, G2, and one of these teams, the winner of this game, as our 4th team in playoffs.
Because what you're saying here is that let's say Misfits win this game.
Yep.
Fnatic, if they tie, will lose in every situation.
Yeah. Assuming it's just Fnatic and Misfits in that tie on the same win-loss, Fnatic lose that tie. In fact, they would probably lose in a 3-way, but I can't promise that.
Right. But what you're saying then is then if you're in Fnatic's position, what you then need Misfits to do is lose both their games, and then you have to win.
You have to get ahead of them in win-loss. You can't tie them anymore. Whereas now, at the moment, you'd be able to tie them, and because you have more wins in the second half of the season, you would actually take the tiebreaker between the two of you.
Yeah, and we already talked about how important this game was before, but like, you know, we're trying to give it a little bit more context to try and highlight it. And again, we will keep you updated as the Super Week continues, but the simple matter is this is really important for both these teams when it comes to locking that top 4 position as we move into playoffs, because again, neither of them really had many or any points from last split. And when we look at the state of the game, VTO 2 levels above Nisqy. Razork equal in levels. Hirit has now at 2 items and is at a point where he can probably beat the Renekton in a 1v1, you know, if he doesn't make a couple blunders, as we've already seen. A level advantage for Kobbe, or actually Upset just about to equalize that. You can see Kobbe actually about to crest over to level 15, likely after this wave. And there it is, like, Misfits is in a really commanding position. The Elder is spawning in a minute, the Baron is spawning in 30 seconds. Like, Fnatic have to execute flawlessly if they want to come out on top.
And it's not just levels, it's items as well. 3 items complete on VTO with the Rabadon's Death Cap alongside the Seraphs and the Ludens. 3 items now on Kobbe, the Lord Dominic's with the Kraken Slayer Infinity Edge combo. And of course, don't see a lot of attack speed there, but Tristana has that natural AS attack speed steroid, the Q.
Yes.
Does so much work for you.
She's a hyper carry, right? The range that she gets as well. We often talk about backline access, who's exactly going to dive onto this Tristana, you know, and with the amount of disengage they have as well, you really just have to play the front-to-back team fight, and you kind of just give that edge over towards Misfits with the comp that they have, unless some crazy stuff happens. Team fights between these two teams is always going to be explosive.
Where are we in terms of flashes? Everyone has theirs. TP, apart from Adam. TP was just used by VTO to join Misfits in the mid lane. 10 seconds on the Elder. Here it has pushed in the bottom lane. And you can see there's no priority for Fnatic. They're trying to get mid-prio. Bot lane is pushed against them, so they have to clear that out. They do have a ward here on Razork, who's now going to jump across the wall, and this could be the deciding fact. Vander, stepping in and out of the bush, was spotted by Bwipo. Hops down the infected cleaver. There's the Unbreakable Will, but the Elder's going to be gone. Bwipo tries to steal it away, but he can't get it. And now Fnatic, you've got to run. Unleash power onto Niski. He pops the stopwatch. He flashes immediately, but his weakness is scattered to the winds. He tries to dodge away, but there it is. On a killing spree, hear it diving in, just needs a couple of auto attacks for the Elder Dragon to do its work, and you see Misfits coaching staff overjoyed with this. Misfits clean up the fight in the mid lane. Adam trying to get away, but here it has his number, and Vander has the flank. Bwipo, you may go where you please, but go back to the damn fountain. Misfits win the fight.
Misfits was able to punish the Fnatic aggression. Misfits was able to weather the storm, and they were able to come back into this game and likely setting themselves up for a top 4 spot moving into playoffs.
A huge performance from Misfits as they've been able to fight back in this game. Fnatic only upset alive. There are 8 seconds on Niski, but that Elder Drake still ticking on Misfits means Fnatic cannot overstep. Upset jumps away, the Nexus Tower's first, targeted down, the second now as Misfits will take it. Fnatic still trying to defend, but Hylissang's already dead. Niski, what can you do? Can't get onto VTO, can't get the damage down. The perfect execution is not enough, and Misfits beat Fnatic.
Such a big turnaround for Misfits and such an important win as well. Fnatic had such a great start to the game. They shut down Razork. Adam was able to make a huge outplay top. They were dominating the bot lane 2 versus 2. But Misfits, it felt like they were just waiting. They were just waiting for that one slip up to happen. And they were granted many. Fnatic was way too over-aggressive, way too often. And Misfits took advantage of it at every single opportunity. Misfits now sit in sole possession of 2nd place as we get closer and closer to the end of the regular season. And given that they have zero points from Spring, having not qualified for playoffs, ending as high as possible is so good for them. Yeah. And it makes things so much harder for Fnatic.
We will have to see if Misfits and Fnatic can find those extra wins over the next couple of days. Misfits have obviously SK and Mad left to play.
Both teams have Mad, and that's not going to be an easy one for sure.
Both teams have Mad and someone who's been eliminated, because Fnatic have Mad and then Schalke. We will see which team comes out on top in the end. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. VTO, Kobe, and Vander are your options. Any one of them a very good choice.
Yeah, we'll soon hear from VTO before Razork joins us in the post-game lobby. So don't you go anywhere. More LEC action right after this.
Systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And welcome back to the LEC after the last game of the day. Misfits take down Fnatic for the second time in the row this season. And Veteo, wasn't an easy game, I feel. How did you turn it around?
I can't really say we turned it around, but we did. And at least we keep our 100% win rate against Fnatic this season. So yeah, I'm really, really happy about the win and the fact that after such a hard early game, we won it.
I can imagine. I mean, the casters were talking about how you capitalized on Fnatic's mistake. Could you identify some of them, maybe some moments where they misstepped and you were able to take advantage of this?
I can't really know. I think we had like just a better teamfight comp, and we teamfight better. And when they did a teamfight mistake, we really punished them. But I don't think they did like big mistakes in the game that cost them the game.
All right. Well, honestly, about the draft and the game overall, I had the feeling that you would play Syndra. I want to know about this matchup versus Akali because you were stomping everyone on Akali at the beginning of this season. So what is your state of the champ right now, and do you feel that it's as strong as it was before?
I think Akali is weaker than before. Of course, she got nerfed, but I think the champ is like really good still. And I think it's hard in the matchup against Syndra early, but she can really do a lot like she did in mid game. And after, when it's late game fights, if you don't have a lot of engage, it's like really hard to fight, and we saw it. But I really like Syndra, and I'm really happy that I could play her.
Yeah.
It's like my favorite mage, I think. And after the buff she gets, I think she's really strong, and I'm really happy to play it again.
Yeah, I was about to say that the buff did good on the champion, and with the new patch we had, do you expect more changes on the mid lane and new champions to come up, maybe?
I don't think there was a lot of change except Syndra, maybe a bit of Sylas that we will see a bit less than before. But I just think Syndra will be like high prior for sure.
All right, well, enough with the game. You just beat Fnatic. You needed to beat them to stay in contention for the top part of the bracket in playoff. Now you just need to win against SK tomorrow to lock it. Tell me about the mindset right now and how you're going to keep the head cool in the matchup tomorrow, because SK are out, so they're going to play fearless against you. You know that.
I mean, we know now that SK has nothing to lose, so they will just like have no stress, and we have some. But we all knew that the most important game was today, and if we wanted to keep going and like have good playoffs, we need to be on winner bracket, and we needed this win. Now we just need to have one win against SK or MAD, and we'll be in really good spot. So yeah, I'm really happy that the team managed to get this really important win, and I'm really looking forward for tomorrow.
All right, well, last question for you. The weekly Misfits checkup, because every time I interview you guys, you tell me, yeah, it's going well, but we want to improve on some stuff because we want to get stronger for playoffs. How is it going right now? Are you satisfied with the progress that you've been making?
I mean, honestly, this week was really hard. Probably one of the hardest weeks since we started in December. So it was very hard, and that means a lot to me that we managed to win this one, even with the hard early game. I think that proves that even in hard time, we're still here. And I'm really confident for the last two games and for the playoff, to be honest.
Well, I can imagine. And now producers are telling me that you won the Kia Player of the Game, this game with your Syndra. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who've been voting for you and cheering for you for the past season? Right there.
I mean, I'm not sure that I deserve this one, but I've seen like I receive a lot of message and a lot of people supporting us when I see like the beginning of the split where we're not hyped a lot, and now there is hope for us, and like that's everything for me, and I'm so grateful for everyone, and I just want to give my best to thank them.
The Misfits hype train, everyone's on board. Well, thank you, Veteo, for the interview, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with Razork and Shox in the post-game lobby. See you tomorrow.
Welcome everybody to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shax and I'm joined by Goldborg as well as Razork after another nutty game out of the Misfits, where they get behind, but somehow involving an Elder Drake, win a game. We were talking before, and you were saying, Razork, I really don't understand why people, think that we can't burst down Elder, or like that they have the wrong idea about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they feel like it's like NAS, and it's not that tanky. Like the game we played against G2, we actually got the Elder in like less than 7 seconds, and I think in the Fnatic game that we just played, we got the Elder like really fast. And once you get Elder, like the fight is lost, and you know it.
Yeah, you know it indeed. So they're underestimating the power that Elder can have. This game, though, was kind of crazy. I think from the outset, you got put behind enormously. Talk to me about specifically not having your top camps.
Yeah, it was a surprise for me when I went for my blue buff, really happy, tried to farm my camps, and I realized that Dr. Mundo started there. Then I was like, okay guys, let's try to do something on top. And then I griefed on top, I died, and then I was already thinking like, I'm trolling, you know?
How the hell do you come back from that though, in communications as well? Because we were talking, you were saying, I didn't actually tilt. I went 0-3, I didn't tilt. How was communications like afterwards that play happened? Afterwards, Hero just have to forfeit wave after wave.
I mean, I tried to tell my top laner, okay, I trolled, I inted. You are gonna maybe lose a bit, but we have to try to stay positive. Like, I knew that the game was gonna be hard, but like, if we had some chances to win, we just take them. And I didn't tilt, I just say my team, okay guys, I fucked up. And I just need to stay calm, and I'm just gonna farm a little bit and let's see what happens.
And tell me about the team fights. We're looking at some of them now, but at what point did you realize that you guys could come back in the team fights, and what was the most important thing in those team fights with your team composition?
I feel like enemy team didn't have like a lot of engage, so. But we had engaged, but they were kiting us really good because they had Morgana for the Alistar. So for us, it was a little hard to engage. But I feel like they did some mistakes in fight. I think like Niski mispositioned a little bit one fight, and then we got a pick there. And they were not really disciplined with their lead. So that's why we had a chance to come back. Mm-hmm. And once we came back, we actually like knew that the team fights were going to be easier.
Mm-hmm. Did you think that because you had certain scaling elements, or because you just knew how to play your comp versus their comp?
I think it's because we were confident with our draft, but I feel like their draft is more directed to poke and be safe because they have Amundo, Ezreal, and Renekton. I mean, I'm not a big fan of their draft, but I think they have their win conditions, but we had our win conditions. But I just feel like they didn't play accordingly to it.
So going to that game, right, and you know that composition is like that. They have a few poke. If you go to the mid to late game, you probably do better as well with V2 on the Syndra as well. What was the game plan before you guys? Like, what do you think would have been the ideal way to carry out this game rather than what happened?
Probably not losing all your top camps, maybe.
I mean, knowing that they are invading is a factor. Like, if I don't lose my top set camps, it will be easier. And I think Chinta right now is a champ that scales good, and against their champs that they were like Ezreal, Morgana, they can't really deal much damage to me, and they don't have like much damage to kill me. So I just felt like if the game goes longer and they don't stack Drakes really fast, we could win really easy. But after what happened, they could actually stack Drakes really fast, and the game was looking really hard. And I was telling my team, okay guys, I'm gonna flip the Drake, the first Drake, and let's see if we can scale a bit. But the flip didn't go my side, and I died again, and I was like sweating a little bit.
A couple of questions to that, specifically when we were talking before PGL here about the topside invade, we kind of established that Bwipo is probably kind of a psychopath, because you were thinking, if I meet Mundo in the jungle, I will win. So there's no reason that they should invade. Is this something that happens because he's kind of new to the role and he just does things that other people don't, or did you just have a wrong read?
I think it was like smart from him. Maybe they did scouting, but I don't think Renekton Mundo wins against Camille and Chinta level 1, and also we had Syndra by our side, so we could get the Syndra move faster. So I guess they had like scouting that we don't like to start upset, or I actually don't know why he did that. Maybe they had a ward. I have to review the game, but from my perspective, they didn't have a ward, and they didn't know where I was starting. But I mean, if they flip it, then they won the flip. I don't know what to say. Maybe they knew it.
Yeah, it was nice. A final thing, you said you didn't get tilted as it happened if you were 0-3. So we've got our one of our producers, Evan, and he was checking specifically on the top dive, and he said that Renekton's W went off when he went in to try and kill Camille, but he couldn't get the contact, so the W stayed active. And in fact, if you would have come in 0.5 seconds later, you wouldn't have gotten stunned and it wouldn't have happened. Does that tilt you? The replay's coming.
I mean, it doesn't tilt me because as a player, I should know it, you know? It's like, okay, let me see. Let me see really fast.
So...
Oh, yeah.
Right, so
no, but is this because this skin of Renekton is really bad, by the way? Like, you can't see if he has the stun charge. Like, I'm not joking. You can't see. I couldn't see that he had the stun charge. That's why I went in. Okay, I breathed my W. I shouldn't miss the W. But that skin should be banned. Like, that skin is not legal, by the way.
Okay, I love the read on that. Love it. Final note on the game maybe is Divine Thunderer for Xin Zhao. I know Goldberg was maybe questioning it a little bit. Why in this situation?
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, usually how Goldringer and Eclipse was the thing in the beginning. Why Divine Thunderer now?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't play much with Divine Thunderer on Xin Zhao, but I felt like this game, Goldrinker and Divine were both like a good option, but I opted for the Divine because I was like a little bit behind. So I just wanted to hit Mundo with my team and just melt frontline, you know, because I knew that if I go backline and try to like ult people and Goldrinker, I was not gonna be useful. So I just wanted to kill Mundo as fast as possible with Divine and just kill my team because I was actually really behind.
And it was a good decision. Do you feel like generally in pro play, people are they very stuck on the set build paths for the champions and situations and according to the team comp? And do they change a lot from the path that is like normal? Like you just made a decision that you thought was better in this situation. How common is that in general?
I'm not sure. I feel like some players decide to go for certain builds, depends on how they feel or how they feel like they can affect the team.
Yeah.
Like, depends also on enemy champs and the playstyle. Like, I feel like players can build many different items, but they just decide which one they feel is the best, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking now, because now we've been highlighting specifically you for a couple of weeks now, us with the jungle style coming in. But I still feel like as Misfit and as a roster, there's still some inconsistency showing. You went from Lee Sin, then you went to the early skirmish Volibear again, and now you're on to Xin Zhao. Do you feel like moving forward now with Misfits, you're starting to get a grasp of what you want to do, at least in these best of ones?
I feel like we are not really changing much what we are doing, at least from the draft perspective. I feel like it's really clear what we are doing in most of the drafts. Maybe the most surprising thing was when we picked Mundo on top, because Kirit doesn't like to play much like the tanks, but he went Mundo and we actually won. But I feel like we are a team that we are playing in a certain way and we are not really changing much our playstyle. But I feel that this can affect our like chances to win in a best of 5, because teams can like change their playstyle and change the draft during the series. So we need to actually be ready to like expand our champion pool or expand our way to play the game.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up, because indeed best of 5s are a completely different beast. Let's take a look as we dive into this discussion at the standings, because at the top now of the LEC, Rogue have locked a top 4 seed along with the Mad Lions at least.
We're second actually.
Right now you are, if you could take a screenshot with that. And of course, SK are out of playoff contention. There's Astralis, Team Vitality, and Excel that are still in the race. So Astralis will secure at least a tiebreaker for 6th if they beat Excel tomorrow. So if they beat Excel, even if they lose their 3rd game, they will at least have a tiebreaker for that last spot. Razor, who do you think is going to get that last playoff spot?
Okay, I feel like Astralis is going to get it, but I feel like Excel is better team That's how I feel.
So what has Excel not shown then that they usually do in scrims is what I'm getting from this?
I think Excel, actually, like the changes were a bit late, and they were in a really tough situation. But I feel like when I see their games, or when I played against them, like they're actually an opponent that you have to actually play good to beat. You know, it's like if you have a bad day, they will take the game really fast. And I feel from Astralis, they make the games a little bit more chaotic. So it's more up to like skirmishes and mechanics. But I feel like Excel has good gameplay.
So when you're saying you need to be good to beat Excel, are you saying you don't need to be good to beat Astralis?
I'm saying that against Astralis, you have to be good, but in different way. You have to be good mechanically, and in their skirmishes, you do against them. But I feel like against Excel, you have to be good in the skirmishes, but you have to only be you have to be good at playing the map. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I think that's a good read. It does look like Astralis, because Astralis came into the weekend and they had to play Vitality, SK, and Excel. And I don't know if you know this, but Astralis was actually 5-0 versus all the teams below them. Like, they always beat the teams below them. They have the formula down, and that's very important right now. Final question on the standings is like, is it nice to be like comfortably in the playoffs in Super Week? You know, like, I mean, even like a couple of weeks before it was comfortable. How different has it been this summer season compared to, I think, some of the less enjoyable splits you've played?
Yeah, it feels nice to not be in the Super Week really stressed. Guys, are we gonna make playoffs? Are we not gonna make playoffs? But yeah, I mean, it's like a really comfortable spot. I think we actually had a first really good half of the split, and now in the second half we are struggling a little bit more with the misfits, second half downfall and stuff. But we are actually not doing too bad. So we can actually we are second. Like, of course we are not doing too bad. You know?
You're great. In fact, this is the best you've ever done. Actually, it's
true.
Really great. Yeah. So the big game tomorrow is Astralis versus Excel, as we said already. This will decide so much in the race for playoffs. We also have the match of the week, which is Fnatic versus the Mad Lions. I'm just going to cheat. Who plays Misfits? Misfits plays SK to start out on. So SK is actually out of playoff contention, and yeah, you still, you'd like to win more games, right? So, are you going to drop the ball in an Elder Drake fight versus SK tomorrow is the question.
I mean, I hope we don't. Actually, SK is scary now because they are out of playoffs, so they have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
We actually have a lot to lose because I feel like if we win tomorrow, we can get a better seeding for the playoffs.
Yes, you could. You're still fighting for top 4. Actually,
yeah, so we are actually take the game really seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. Final question, since you will be going into the playoffs, what is your general feeling? You said already, okay, we're going to have to expand our playbook if we get into those best of 5s. What do you think about the other teams that will most likely join you? And you'll have to play in the first round, maybe. We're talking a Rogue, a Mad Lions, a G2, a Fnatic, or, an Astralis, Vitality, and Excel in a best of 5. But let's say it's a G2, a Rogue, a Mad, or a Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, these 4 teams are like really strong, and I think in a best of 5 it's gonna be really, really hard to beat them. But we are here and we have to actually try our best, and hopefully we can win. I don't know.
No, I mean, you could be a huge underdog in that, Goldborg. What do you think of the field we have right now, and who do you think is taking that 6th spot tomorrow?
I mean, he doesn't sound as convincing. Do you know that? He's hopefully we can.
It's kind of a refreshing change from, the teams that are used to being playoffs all the time. They're always very confident. Of course, I like this. You're being honest, Yeah,
I'm humble. I mean, it's like we are second place, but I don't feel like we are really insane team.
No.
And I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but we are not the best scrim partners right now, so we have a lot to improve. And like maybe we're just stage players, because in stage we actually step up. Yeah. We will see.
Well, exactly. Let's hope that all of the games remain on the stage also for the playoffs. Goldborg, who's going to take the 6th spot tomorrow or the day after?
I mean, I've made my mark quite clear. I think it's Astralis. Their schedule insanely easy to play, and they've already had an insanely good performance against these teams before. They've already beating them. They have the head-to-head. I think it's just unreal that there is a world where Astralis is not that 6th spot.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. I think also in the story that they've had that if they would be in playoffs, but we'll see over the next 2 days. That was all from us here tonight. Thank you so much, Goldborg. Thank you so much, Razork, for a great PGL.
Thank you.
I was waiting for the thank you. But of course, the LCS are also taking over soon. 100 Thieves versus TSM. And we'll be back tomorrow for more League of Legends and Super Week. We'll see you then. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany for the final week of LEC Summer. 5 spots already gone in the race for playoffs, and over the next days, 4 teams will fight to salvage their season and make it to the next stage.
There's a play top, there's a counter bottom. Shigenda survives long enough to at least get one back. Now Nuclear steps forward, no shockwave. Selfmade flashes out, he's got the finish to support, and it ends up being a 2 for 3 in favor of Vitality.
Oh my god, he's a madman!
Now set up on the top of the map this time. Rob aware of it. Uses the ultimate to survive. Flashes forward. Neon is already caught out. He's flashed to safety now. Limit is arriving.
My god.
Snipe from downtown. They're looking for a target to jump onto here, Trouble.
And that will be Genox.
The case, Rumble plays Rumble Death Rider has been shut down. The box in the background. Treats tried something and it simply did not work. Astrals will push SK to 2022 as they will eliminate SK from playoffs, and Astralis take down SK Gaming. At the end, of course, able to find the knockup for now. Decent damage from Patrick, waiting for that ult. Defensive flash from Hansama. Chase forward. Patrick gets first blood
of their matchup history. They've got 11 and 13, and they're looking to add a little bit more spice to the table. Jankos diving under the tower, flashes forward, one turret shot. The second one follow, and Yoya flashes. Smoke screen! That's why smoking kills. A great kill there for Graves. Wave is cleared out. Manline's able to hold on to their turret. Wonder puts a little bit of chip damage down, and there's the stun card. They know where Humanoid is, and Humanoid cannot escape the Pirates.
Adam on the weak side, as Law was talking about, is going to take a not so favourable trade here. He's at risk of getting dived here.
He flashes forward, flash away from Pyramids. Razorg flashes in, wind becomes lightning, goes wide. Adam's going to try and heal up. He survives, he kills Razorg. It's over, it's done. Give it to Fanatics. He tries to dodge away, but there it is. Kobe on a killing spree. Him it diving in. Just need to cover the auto attacks for the Elder Dragon to do its work. And you see Misfits coaching staff overjoyed with this.
Yes. Misfits was able to weather the storm, setting themselves up for a top 4 spot moving into playoffs.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after 2. It's true, my bad habits lead to nights ending alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be